ವಕ್ರತುಂಡ ಮಹಾಕಾಯ ಸೂರ್ಯಕೋಟಿ ಸಮಪ್ರಭ ನಿರ್ವಿಘ್ನಂ ಕುರು ಮೇ ದೇವ ಸರ್ವಕಾರ್ಯೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ. Invoking the divine blessings of Lord Ganesha for the successful conduct of this national conference, a very warm and pleasant morning to the distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, respected delegates, eminent scientists, academicians, forest officials, researchers, scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen gathered here today.
Good morning all. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural function of the National Conference on Human-Wildlife Conflict, Coexistence and Biodiversity Conservation, organized by Department of PG Studies and Research in Wildlife and Management, Kuampu University, in association with Karnataka Forest Department, Chikkamagaluru Circle and Bhadra Tiger Reserve, Chikkamagaluru.
To begin this auspicious occasion, may I now invite Sharada MS of MSc 4th semester, Department of Microbiology, to invoke the blessings of the Almighty through the invocation song.
ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಸರ್ಪಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಸರ್ಪಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಆದಿಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಆದಿಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಮೋದಕ ಪ್ರಿಯ ನೀನು ಗಣನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಗಿರಿಜಾಸುತನಿಗೆ ಗರಿಕೆಯ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವೆ ಗಿರಿಜಾಸುತನಿಗೆ ಗರಿಕೆಯ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವೆ ಪರಿಹರಿಸು ಪಾಪ ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ಪರಿಹರಿಸು ಪಾಪ ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ರಕ್ತವರ್ಣನು ನೀನು ಲಂಬೋದರ ನೀನು ರಕ್ತವರ್ಣನು ನೀನು ಲಂಬೋದರ ನೀನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಕಾಪಾಡು ಗಣನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, Ms. Sharda, for the soulful invocation.
Now it's our honor to invite Shri Yashpal Sirsagar sir, IFS, Conservator of Forest, Chikkamagaluru Circle, to deliver the introductory remarks.
Respected President of the function, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sharath Anantmurthy, respected Kumar Pushkar sir, PCCF and Chief Wildlife Warden, Government of Karnataka, Shri Prakash Kammardi, Member of Planning Commission, Government of Karnataka, my colleague Pulkit Meena, Field Director, Bhadra Tiger Reserve, and our very own Dr. H.N. Kumar, who belongs to the same district and working for the entire country, and of course our Professor Vijay Kumar and our dear students, distinguished faculty members, scientists, department officials and students. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತು we have gathered here to for the inaugural function of National Conference on Human-Wildlife Conflict, Coexistence and Biodiversity Conversion. As a conservator of forest, Chikkamagaluru Circle, I strongly feel that this conference addresses one of the most important environment and conservation challenges faced by Karnataka today. As I could see, there are a lot of students, and those students maybe in future, in the growing time, in the upcoming time, they are going to become part of either department or scientific community or civil society. So the induction given today will fetch result tomorrow. That is my strong belief. And we are living in such a great area, Karnataka, Western Ghat region, which is one of its having endemism, rich in biodiversity and wildlife resources. We are seeing from day-to-day newspaper, we are aware that the man-animal conflict is actually growing in the unknown areas, where it was previously and where it is today. The frequency has changed, the intensity has increased, and the amount of loss, financial loss and physical loss has multifolded. So these challenges of this landscape, of this biodiversity, if this is lost. So once you say that if there is no rain in Kodagu, there is no drinking water in Bangalore. So this community of academician and forest officer, it has to go hand in hand. So I feel that this conference, which is organized today by Kuvempu University Wildlife Department in collaboration with Forest Department and its part Bhadra Tiger Reserve, will help to bring knowledge from scientific community to actually implementing agency like Forest Department and farmers. So I would look forward that scientists should impart knowledge to the civil society or the people who are actually implementing the things which is our department, and moreover we should learn from their knowledge, and this should go hand in hand. So I again congratulate the Department of Wildlife, because I am seeing from a few years, I am in Chikkamagaluru, and the department in its students, they are really having a very good knowledge of wildlife, practical knowledge of wildlife, and they are employed in a lot of places like including nature education, including scientific temperament, and another areas like civil society and government organizations, and even civil services also. So I am very happy that last 2 years what I am seeing, the collaboration between department and wildlife, this thing. I think many of you may not know that this wildlife wing was started as a condition in Forest Conservation Act. So when the land was diverted from non-forest to forest use, they put a condition, the Government of India had put a condition that you have to start a Department of Wildlife imparting post-graduation. So that department established because of this Forest Conservation Act has produced lot of good wildlifers, lot of enthusiasts, and lot of good researchers. So I wish all the best to everybody, and I hope that I could able to convey the message of this conference to all of you. So I hope all the lectures throughout the 2 days organized by Dr. Vijay Kumar and his students will fetch a very good result, and it will be able to communicate the urgency of mitigation of man-animal conflict and different ways to tackle it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring introductory remarks. Your valuable words have set a meaningful tone for this national conference and have highlighted the importance of collaborative efforts towards wildlife conservation, biodiversity protection, and sustainable coexistence.
We shall now move to the formal welcome address. It is my privilege to invite Professor Vijaya Kumara, Organizing Secretary of HWCCBC 2026 and Chairman, Department of PG Studies and Research in Wildlife and Management, Kuvempu University, to deliver the welcome address.
Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Saradanamurthy sir, Sri Kumar Pushkar sir, Dr. H.N. Kumar sir, Prakash Kamadi sir, Yashpal sir, and Pulkit Meena. A very warm good morning to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the National Conference of Human-Wildlife Conflict, Coexistence and Biodiversity Conservation on behalf of the Department of PG Studies and Research in Wildlife and Management, Kuvempu University. I extend my heartfelt welcome to each one of you. The Department of Wildlife Management is always focused on education, research, field-based learning, and conservation awareness. Being located in the ecologically rich region of the Western Ghats, our department has a special responsibility to train students and researchers who can contribute meaningfully to wildlife science, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable ecosystem management. Over the years, the department has encouraged field studies, interaction with forest officials, and research on practical conservation issues. The idea of organizing this conference emerged from the growing need to discuss human-wildlife conflict in the present context of Karnataka. Today, issues such as crop damage, habitat fragmentation, wildlife movement, human safety, and conservation planning require serious academic and field-level attention. In December 2025, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Saradanamurthy sir, shared a newspaper clipping highlighting the increasing human-wildlife conflict scenario in Karnataka and encouraged us through a WhatsApp message to organize a conference, a debate, or a lecture, or a series of invited experts with practical knowledge and field experience in this domain. I immediately responded to sir positively and thereafter began preparing a proposal for organizing national conference on human-wildlife conflict, coexistence, and biodiversity conservation. We submitted proposals to several funding agencies during the first week of February 2026. Though we did not initially receive positive responses, we continued our effort with determination. Later, I approached Sri Yashpal sir, Conservation Party Chikkamagaluru Circle. After meaningful discussions with him, the idea gained stronger momentum. His encouragement and guidance greatly helped us in planning this conference in collaboration with Karnataka State Forest Department and Bhadra Tiger Reserve. We are truly grateful for this valuable association, sir, which brings together academic knowledge and field experience on a common platform. Finally, we decided to organize this conference on the 14th and 15th of May 2026 under 4 broad thematic areas. They are wildlife conservation and biodiversity, human-wildlife interactions, conflict and coexistence, emerging technologies in conservation and habitat management, innovations in wildlife research, policy, governance, and socio-economic dimensions. The conference will feature oral presentations showcasing current research, poster presentations demonstrating innovative ideas and research, invited expert and plenary lectures by eminent conservationists, professors, and scientists, panel discussions on conference themes, interactive sessions, and networking opportunities for students and early career researchers. We have received nearly 160 research abstracts with around 200 participants registered for the conferences, including researchers from Gujarat, Maharashtra, Haryana, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Rajasthan, Odisha, Goa, and various parts of Karnataka. It is now my proud privilege to extend a cordial welcome to the distinguished dignitaries on the dais. First and foremost, I deem it a great honor to warmly welcome our respected President of today's inaugural function, Professor Saradanamurthy sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kuvempu University. Sir, your visionary academic leadership and unwavering commitment towards excellence in higher education and research continue to inspire the academic community and strengthen the stature of Kuvempu University. Your constant support, encouragement, and visions for academic excellence have been a great strength to our department. Under your leadership, Kuvempu University continues to promote research, innovation, and socially relevant academic activities. Sir, we are honored by your gracious presence. I request Ms. Sabasam to present a flower bouquet as a token of our respect and gratitude. Welcome you, sir. It is my great privilege to extend a warm and respectful welcome to our esteemed chief guest and inaugurator of this national conference and a mega event, Sri Kumar Pushkar sir, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden Karnataka, Forest Department, Government of Karnataka. Sir, Your remarkable contribution towards wildlife conservation and forest governance in Karnataka continues to inspire the conservation community and aspiring wildlife professionals alike. We are grateful for your support and encouragement. I request Ms. Rupasi to present a flower bouquet to our esteemed guest. Welcome you, sir. It is my honor to warmly welcome our distinguished chief guest, Professor T.N. Prakash Kamardi, member, Karnataka State Policy and Planning Commission, Government of Karnataka, former professor, UAS Bangalore. Sir, your visionary insights and contributions towards policy planning and sustainable development are truly commendable. I request Ms. Soumya to present a floral bouquet. I welcome you, sir. I now take immense pleasure in welcoming our keynote speaker, Dr. H.N. Kumara, Principal Scientist, Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Sir, your pioneering research and invaluable contribution in the field of wildlife ecology and conservation biology have significantly enriched biodiversity science in India. I request Ms. Kumuda to present a floral bouquet as a token of respect. Welcome you, sir. It is my privilege to warmly welcome Sri Yashpal Krishagar, IFS, Conservator of Forest, Chikkamagaluru Circle, Karnataka Forest Department. Sir, your continuous support towards conservation initiatives and academic collaboration has greatly strengthened this conference. I request Ms. Prema to present a floral bouquet. Welcome you, sir. I also extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. P.S. Harsha, IPS, Wildlife Researcher and Inspector General of Police, Ballari Range, Government of Karnataka, who is joining us online and watching the live telecast of this program. Sir, your unique contribution in integrating wildlife research with field-level governance and administration is deeply appreciated. Your support in organizing this conference is sincerely acknowledged. Welcome to you, sir. I would like to specially acknowledge and warmly welcome Pulkit Meena, sir, IFS, Field Director and Deputy Conservator of Forest Wildlife, Bhadra Tiger Reserve, Chikkamagaluru. For your dedicated service towards wildlife conservation and your valuable support in organizing this national conference are sincerely appreciated. I request Ms. Purtika to present a flower bouquet to a token of respect and appreciation. Welcome to you, sir. I also warmly welcome the spokespersons of this today's national conference, Professor Vasant Kumar, Chetan Nag, Sri Madhegoda, Dr. Sanjay Gubbi. Those who are present here, I welcome all of you to this conference, sir. I also warmly welcome forest officers, scientists, academicians, advisory committee members, faculty members of various departments, research scholars, media representatives, and all invited guests. I take this opportunity to warmly welcome all the delegates, participants, and those joining us online from various institutions and organizations across the country. Your gracious presence and active participation will undoubtedly make this conference intellectually enriching, meaningful, and impactful. A special word of appreciation goes to all the faculty members, research scholars, volunteers, and students of the Department of Wildlife and Management who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes for the successful organization of this conference. Their dedication, teamwork, and hard work over the past several weeks have made this event possible. I wholeheartedly congratulate and thank them for their sincere effort and commitment. I also gratefully acknowledge our sponsors and supporters, ANR of New Delhi, Karnataka Forest Department, Bhadra Tiger Reserve, Chikkamagaluru, JSW Ballari, Kur Wildlife Society, Kur Organization for Rural Development, Sri Godavari Traders Bangalore, College Book House Bangalore, and Jain Chemicals Shivamogga. Your generous support and encouragement have strengthened our efforts and helped us organize this conference in a meaningful and impactful manner. This conference is a collective effort of Coimbatore University, Karnataka Forest Department, Bhadra Tiger Reserve, resource persons, sponsors, faculty members, students, and well-wishers. I sincerely hope that this platform will lead to meaningful discussions, practical recommendations, and stronger partnerships for human-wildlife coexistence and biodiversity conservation. On behalf of the organizing committee of this national conference, I once again extend my heartfelt welcome to everyone present here and wish the conference grand success. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and gracious welcome address. Your words beautifully highlighted the significance of this conference and the urgent need for meaningful dialogue on wildlife conservation and coexistence. On behalf of everyone gathered here today, we once again extend a cordial welcome to you, sir, and sincerely thank you for your dedicated efforts in organizing this national conference.
We shall now proceed with the introduction of our esteemed dignitaries. I now invite Dr. Pramod AF, Faculty, Department of Wildlife and Management, to introduce our distinguished chief guest, Sri Kumar Pushkar Sir, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, Karnataka Forest Department, and Professor T.N. Prakash Kamardi Sir, Member, Karnataka State Policy and Planning Commission, Government of Karnataka.
Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to introduce our chief guest to the gathering. Today we have with us Sri Kumar Pushkar Sir. Kumar Pushkar Sir is a senior Indian Forest Service officer known for his significant contribution to wildlife conservation and forest administration in Karnataka. As a PCC of wildlife, Sir has been actively involved in biodiversity conservation, protected area management, anti-poaching initiative, and mitigation of human-wildlife conflicts, especially issue related to elephants and large carnivores. Sir has promoted the use of modern technologies such as AI-based monitor, radio collaring, and early warning system to improve wildlife management and reduce conflicts in sensitive landscape. Under his leadership, several conservation and habitat restoration initiatives have been strengthened across Karnataka's forest regions, including the Western Ghats and Tiger Reserve. Sir has also worked closely with forest officials, researchers, and local communities to encourage participatory conservation and sustainable management practices. His efforts focus on balancing ecological conservation with the livelihood and safety of people living near wildlife habitat. With this brief introduction, once again on the Department of Wildlife and Management and BIODIVERSITY, I welcome you, sir. We have another eminent person with us, Dr. T.N. Prakash Kamardi, sir. Dr. T.N. Prakash Kamardi, sir, born on 28 March 1957 in Kamardi, Malenadu, Karnataka. Sir did his BSc Agriculture from University of Agriculture Science, Bangalore in the year 1980, MSc Agriculture Economics from the University of Agriculture, Bangalore, 1986, MSc Environment and Resource Economic, UCL, UK in the year 1993. Sir did his PhD in Food and Agriculture Marketing, University of Mysore in the year 1997. Sir did his postdoctoral fellow from Biodiversity and Economics, University of Bonn, Germany in the year 2003. Sir has a vast professional experience, worked as a professor and head of Agriculture Economics, University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore from 1984 to 2014. Chairman, Karnataka Agriculture Precise Commission, Government of Karnataka from 2014 to 2019. Led research, policy analysis, workshop, submitted 11 reports, 7 booklets, 29 crop leaflets, and 16 policy studies. Sir has academic achievements, successfully completed 13 research projects, guided 37 PG students, and 52 advisory members, in that 9 are international. Sir has published more than 30 research papers, 50 scientific papers, 25 books, reports, chapters, 100 plus popular articles, presented at 35 seminars, 250 plus workshop, academic visit to 13 countries, regular TVs and radio outreach programs. Sir is shortlisted as a Director General of South Asia Cooperative Environmental Program, Colombo, an intergovernmental organization of SAARC countries supported by UNO. First Vice Chancellor, University of Agriculture and Horticulture Sciences, Shivamogga. Chairman, Commission for Agriculture Cost and Precise, Government of India in the year 2016. Sir is also a member to the Indian Society for Agriculture Economics, Agriculture Economic Research Association, UCL and US Alumni, Initiation of Agriculture Technologists, CAPRI, Union of Concerned Scientists, Biocon, Biospectrum, Editorial Board, Biodiversity, Journal of Biological Diversity. Sir also editorial contributors, edited Itala Gida from 1995 to 2009 and T News from 1988 to 2001. Advisory member to Anibi newsletter IIM Ahmedabad, documented more than 500 indigenous innovation. Sir also received many awards, certificates of merits, University of Agriculture Sciences Bangalore, Ford Foundation Award, UCL UK, EU Fellowship, Germany, First Scouter Award, that's Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam NIF in the year 2002. Using Agriculture Diversity Research Award, IDRC Canada, Rashtra Santa Taktoji Maharaja Agroeconomist Award and Phoenix Foundation in the year 2014. Sir is currently working as a member of Karnataka State Policy and Planning Commission, Government of Karnataka, and convener for the agriculture and allied sector. With this brief introduction, once again on the behalf of Department Wildlife and Management and Coimbatore University, I welcome you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful introduction of our esteemed chief guest. We are indeed honored and privileged to have a distinguished personalities like Shri Kumar Pushkar sir, IFS, and Professor T.N. Prakash Kamardi sir amidst us today, whose remarkable contributions in the fields of wildlife conservation, administration, policy making, and sustainable development continue to inspire the academic and conservation community alike.
The inaugural session now moves to a significant moment of today's program: the formal inauguration of the conference, release of the conference souvenir, and inaugural address. I now respectfully invite Shri Kumar Pushkar, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Wildlife, and Chief Wildlife Warden, Karnataka Forest Department, to inaugurate the conference and release the conference souvenir. I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join for the inauguration ceremony. I kindly request the dignitaries to release the conference souvenir.
ಐ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಗಂಗಾಧರ್ ಸರ್, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ರೈತ ಸಂಘದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್.
Thank you, sir. The release of the conference souvenir marks yet another milestone in documenting and sharing scientific perspectives and conservation insights emerging from this conference.
May I now request Shri Kumar Pushkar sir, IFS, PCCF Wildlife, Government of Karnataka, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to be here as part of the inaugural function. I'm also honored to have been given the privilege of inaugurating this workshop, which is very relevant in the present day context. At the outset, I would first of all ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆ ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಆದ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶರತ್ ಅನಂತಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರೇ, KPS ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ದ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ TN ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಕಮ್ಮರ್ಡಿ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HN ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೀಗ್ಸ್ CF ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಯಶ್ಪಾಲ್ ರವರೇ, ಪುಲ್ಕಿತ್ ರವರೇ, ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಆನ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವಿಜಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡೆಲಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್, ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ and the students of the university. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Department of Postgraduate Studies on the Wildlife and Management and also the University of Kuempu University for taking up this subject on the human-wildlife conflict as the main theme of this workshop. We are all aware that wildlife conservation, forest conservation is a prime responsibility and concern in today's world. I'm speaking in English, keeping in mind that there are almost 50 or more participants from different parts of the country. So, India, as you know, is bestowed with a great natural heritage, resources, forests, and the biodiversity. And in that, Karnataka is again an extremely important state, having the best of the biodiversity with the Western Ghats, the majority of the part of the Western Ghats being in Karnataka, and also all kinds of forests, starting from the evergreen patches to semi-evergreen up to the dry deciduous forest and the scrub forest. So the biodiversity which is there in Karnataka is amazing and probably one of the best which we can think of. Over a period of time, with different legislations, the conservation has got more impetus. We got the Indian Forest Act. We already had the Mysore Forest Act in Karnataka. Then we had the Karnataka Forest Act. And then Forest Conservation Act came in 1980. 1972 we had the Wildlife Protection Act, and then a series of judgments which has come from the topmost courts like the Supreme Court in the Godavarman case and number of other judgments which has strengthened the legal enforcement of the law. besides that, various projects have been initiated for conservation of the threatened species. Project Tiger is one such example, which has really led to the revival of the population of tigers which was on the brink. And we have number of other projects like Project Crocodile, Project Elephant, and so on. So all these projects supported by Government of India, the state governments, has really led to the the better practices, much better conservation efforts, and finally all these leading to an increase in the wildlife population. Now, with the increase of the wildlife population and simultaneous increase in the human population, there has been negative interactions leading to the man-animal conflict. When we talk of the man-animal conflict, it is, man is one species and millions of other species are on the other side. And the conflict is between only one species versus rest of the species on this planet, which also says or shows to us that except for the human beings, all other species are coexisting. We are the only people, only species which is getting into conflict. And that is why we need to think about what has to be done to mitigate the conflict, how we have to go ahead with the coexistence policy. Karnataka has currently 5 national parks, 5 tiger reserves, 37 sanctuaries, 19 conservation reserves, and 1 community reserve. One of the latest sanctuary which has been added up is the Apsarkonda Mugli Marine Sanctuary, which is the first marine sanctuary in the state. So conservation efforts are on. We have the largest population of elephants with almost 6,395 number as per the 2023 census. We have the second largest number of tigers, which is 563, and we would be expecting more during the census which is being conducted this year. So the total forest area in this state is close to almost 40,000 square kilometers, out of which almost 28% is under the protected area, which is almost 11,000 square kilometer is the protected area. So that is the kind of support which is being given by the government to bring more and more areas, more and more sensitive areas under the wildlife protection. And this is one of the reasons why the protection has resulted into increase in the human increase in the wildlife populations. Almost 15 years back, we had almost 200 tigers. Dr. Kumar has been associated with the Karnataka Wildlife Technical Cell, and he has been working along with us, guiding us from time to time. So from 200 tigers in 2012, we have 563 in 2022, and it's further going to increase. But then But the point which I would like to stress is that good conservation measures are not the reason for the man-animal conflict. The main reason is the growth in the human population, the growth in the agricultural sector, the total area under cultivation has increased, and also lack of tolerance among the people. And most importantly, probably the social media. Now, see, I have been almost more than 3 decades into the service. When we joined the service, most of the places we did not have much of conflict, except for probably the southern landscape of Bandipur, Chamarajanagar and Nagarhole. But now you see so much of conflict in Hassan, Kodagu, Chikkamagaluru, Shivamogga, and in the drier belts also, where we have conflicts with the other species like sloth bears, wild pigs, the monkey menace is also there, peacocks also are getting into the conflicts, and the snakes and so on. So the 3 years back experience for me was that when you go to any of the forest area, at least almost 5 to 10 kilometers, there was no cultivation. Now with time, people have started growing cash crops and very nutritious crops right next up to the boundary. Now as soon as the animal, earlier the elephant used to come out, for 5-10 kilometers there was no conflict because there was nothing to have conflict. Now you have houses, you have agricultural crops. So as soon as the animal comes out, any of these species, it starts with the conflict. And that is how the things have changed. More so, the developmental projects, the roads are not the only reason. The increasing traffic on the roads, they have all led to disruption of the movement of the animals from one landscape to the other. We are working on the corridor policy also to ensure that the connectivity between the different habitats will be taken care of. Now, with regard to the conflict management, when we talk from the physical terms, we are mainly dealing only with the short-term measures, that is the physical measures. We have been installing rail barricades, we have been installing solar fencing, the elephant-proof trenches. We are also capturing leopards, tigers, sloth bears, all the animals which are in conflict, capture them and then leave them in suitable habitats, or keep them in captivity for the future. So these kind of temporary measures are there. Habitat enrichment is a major subject on which we have to work to improve the habitat so that the dispersal of the animals from the habitat does not happen. That is also one thing which we are working on. But then the major issue is the long-term solutions. Long-term solutions, as the conference itself has given the subject, it's man-animal conflict or the human-wildlife conflict and coexistence, and then biodiversity conservation. So coexistence is an extremely important thing. We need to have tolerance. We also need to understand how we can live along with the wild animals. It's very easy to say that you stay along with the wildlife, but you go to a farmer and tell him that allow the elephants to come and graze in your area. Will he do like that? No. So when you are affected, your reaction would be completely different. So we need to logically think of what is the best solution to bring in coexistence. We have to have long-term policies, studies, and measures to ensure that we all live together. If somebody is suffering, if we are in the interest of conservation, if we are making the people who are living on the fringe of the forest to forego certain benefits, the economic gains, we also need to think about the payment of ecosystem services. If somebody is giving some kind of support to the conservation efforts by not growing crops or growing the crops and allowing it to be fed by the wildlife, then in that case he should be compensated also. Most of us who stay in the cities, we also need oxygen and water, and oxygen and water comes only from the forest. So we need to basically think of futuristic solutions where people who are sacrificing some of their benefits and rights for the conservation, they need to be paid accordingly. And there may be a number of other solutions which we have to deliberate during the workshop and then come out with certain policies. The conflict itself, I mean the rise in the conflict, I would just like to give a figure. 4 years or 5 years back, when I came back to the forest department after working for 10 years in the different sectors, the number of cases of conflict was around 27,000 cases in this entire state, and the total compensation which we were paying was to the tune of 18 crores. Last year, the total number of cases has gone up beyond 50,000, and the total compensation which the government has paid is 70 crores. So in 5 years time, you can see from 18 crores, it has gone to 70 crores. One of the reason is that in 2023, we doubled up the compensation prices. So 18 should have become 36, maybe 40 or so, but then it has become 70 crores. So that is itself is a measure of how much is the rise in the conflict. And the tolerance limit has come down because of the social media. A small incident happens and then it becomes viral, and everyone starts coming, protesting, and so on. So all these kind of things are contributing to the conflicts. So I'm extremely happy that this particular workshop, which has been organized involving large number of students, researchers, scholars, and scientists at Kuvempu University, and this will definitely help us in coming out with some good recommendation. I would also request Professor Vijay Kumar that some of the good papers which are being presented and which are very relevant to the forest department, keep it separately, share it with us also. But then I would also request you to conduct a few such seminars and workshops for the forest department officials also, because the output of the papers presented by number of scientists after a long research, I mean, those will be very, very helpful. We, being forest officers, we are working day and night in the forest, in the field, but we do not know what kind of a research has come in. In fact, Dr. Harsha is supposed to be online. I'm sure he would be listening to what I am telling. So, Dr. Harsha is a double doctorate. He is an MBBS doctor, and now he has got a doctorate in the wildlife man-animal conflict, especially regarding the tiger. So he is one person. While doing his thesis also, he was constantly in touch with the field and the officers. And every conflict issue he had been analyzing, he had been going to the spot and then giving us the inputs, also getting us the local police support. So we need to basically come out of our domain and then do not restrict ourselves to what we are doing. We need to work together. And Professor Sujay is also here, and Dr. Chetan is also here. So all of them have been working with the forest department. So the exchange of knowledge is extremely important, and in that context, this is a wonderful program which is being conducted. I congratulate Kuvempu University, especially the Vice Chancellor, the Head of Department of the PG Studies on Wildlife and Management, and I thank all of you for giving me an opportunity and also the honor to inaugurate this program. Thank you very much.
I think the utter tension is there. One point of the time, in the hot spot of the biodiversity, extreme nationalist movement also erupted. So there is a conflict. So all these conflicts are within the, I think, are interrelated. I think, in my humble submission. Unfortunately, sir, the forest department become the greatest enemies of the people in Western Ghats. If you say Kasturi Rangan, Gangadhar, Kasturi Rangan ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ರೈತರು ನಡುಕ್ತಾರೆ. You said the Forest Conservation Act, Wildlife Conservation Act. I don't think the people are having the very healthy attitude. They are threatened. It is not their against, because I was part and parcel of the mini forest act, environmental act. I was a member of the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan. I have produced a report. So they are not against. I think there is something terribly going wrong in the whole system, in our understanding of the ecosystem, in our approach to conservation of the forest and ecosystem. That too is the most crucial. It is Western Ghats is not merely ecological systems. It is a eco-cultural system. People, human, there is a close link between forestry, farm, agriculture, and the forestry cannot go without one another. Very fact of Sopinabhatta, Britishers are given an usufruct right to protect the forestry as well as the agriculture and interaction. Forestry and farm. Forestry, farm, and the food system is going hand in hand. You take the case of the Sopinabhatta on one hand, you take case of the Hittalu, backyard garden of the Malnadu, you take the case of the ecologically very powerful eco-institutions called the sacred groves. Entire Coorg, Devara Kadu Chidave, Dargu, Yelenu Kuda Muttadilla, there is a social fencing is there. Dargu Kuda Muttakan Togadilla. So, eco-cultural institutions have preserved the Western Ghats. The rupture of the eco-cultural institutions on one hand now become, anything in the interaction with the forest become a question of the animosity, law and order systems. I think we have to look at everything afresh. This is not my subject, to be frank with you. My subject is limited to the agriculture, but I could see that agriculture and forest is very closely related. This part of agriculture, is predominantly areca gardening. Areca is one after the other diseases. All diseases are rooted in, that's what I'm telling to the farmers, Look at forestry decline and degeneration, wildlife decline and degeneration has given the problem to the agriculture and areca nut. So very recently, root grub, Adike root grub. How many are from areca nut farming system here? This recent? Okay. So areca nut is a tree. It has affected with a deadliest problem. One of the deadliest problem is, tree roots have been grabbed by very powerful insect called the root grub. It gets into the root system and destroys the root system. Eventually, areca nut tree is going to fall. Why the root grub has become the very problem? Root grub was an excellent proteinous food for the wild boars. There is no wild boars. Otherwise, wild boar would have come to the areca nut. ನಮ್ಮ ತೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರೂಟ್ ಗಬ್ಬು ತಿಂದು ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದು. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡು ಹಂದಿಗಳು ಇಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಬೇಟೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಕುವೆಂಪು ಕಾಡು ಹಂದಿ ಬೇಟೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಕಾಡು ಹಂದಿ? ಕಾಡು ಹಂದಿ ನಾಶ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, as a result of the decline in the wild boar population, you have the root grub problem. Why the wild boar have been declined population? Something you have to look at very carefully. Another interesting, I don't know, you have to look at very carefully. I am in the interior Western Ghats region, very near 6 kilometers to the Agumbe. I have not seen in my life the wild buffalo. What you call wild buffalo? Wild buffalo, cod emmegulu coming to the Kammardi. I could not see in 1957 I have born, after 67 to 17 I was very much there. What is the reason? I saw that one. Now it has come, Kammardi has grown, city has grown, there is no forest. That's fine. Where these were earlier. Someone has said it's very important lesson for all of us, very important lesson, how the delicate predators and prey imbalance, very important. Not only question of the habitat loss, predator-prey imbalance. You might have seen the wild National Geographic ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಿ? I think people have watched. So in National Geography, there are groups of the cunning animals, fox, hyena, jackals. How they attack, they don't attack lion, they don't attack elephant, they don't attack buffalo, they don't attack all these people. When the buffalo, when the even lion, even the elephant, they are very vulnerable when they just gave birth to child. The buffalo has just given birth to the child. Somehow jackal, somehow hyena, somehow wild dog, what you call for them, they attack and make injury to that baby. They wait after 1 or 2 minutes, 2 hours. The injured baby will die. I think, in my opinion, I have not seen the jackal, I have not seen the fox in my village. ಹಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗೋದು ನಾನು I used to jackal howling, I used to hear. There is no jackal. You have to get the reason why the jackals and fox are gone. Because of the jackals and fox have gone, there is no checks and balance for the growth of the wild buffalo. That may be one of the reasons. Then why the jackals and the fox have gone? Jackals and fox, used to have an excellent food of the crabs, fish, that too in the field, that too in the paddy field. The paddy field, we use deadliest pesticide. As a result of pesticide, no crabs, no fish in the field. Even if there is fish, if the jackal and they, so no jackal, no crab, no fish. As a result, you have that. These are the very delicate things one has to look at, and at the most crucial things about today's. I think the one thing, let me make it very clear. It's not, sir, with due regard to your serious effort to conserve the wildlife. It is not such a straightforward. It is not just a question of the habitat loss. It is not a question of the just increase in the population. Of course, but it's a larger question. We can call it as the loss of not only biodiversity. Very recently, Professor Sharatji, we were together in the Tirthalli to look at what is called as the domesticated biodiversity. Domesticated biodiversity, Hittalu is one form of the biodiversity conservation. We have the hundreds of the native paddy seeds. We have Malanadu Gidda. We have several forms of the biodiversity which man taken into his custody, protected, and that has given an excellent, healthy food culture. Domesticated biodiversity has lost, as well healthy food culture has lost. And that healthy food culture has given the tension within the society. It has given the insecurity. It has given not only, I think the conflict is in a varied form, and biodiversity, how many wild fruits are available at present? Please get that in this one. Hundreds of wild fruits are there. They have to take care of the predator for the lions and predator for the non-vegetarian animals. There is no, because of the monoculture, because of the adike, ಎಲ್ಲೋದ್ರು adike, ಭತ್ತದ ಗದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ adike net has encroached, because of the market, because of the good price. So it's a market also comes to the picture here. So all these have complicated to see that, there is no peace, conflict in the every aspect, not only between animal and the human being, within the human being, human being and the state and human being. So I think my submission is to look at this in a comprehensive way. So one of the suggestion I could give, there was what is called as the ecological buffer. Let us talk about the ecological buffer. It is not only food for the animals, it is also water for the animal. The water bodies have been declined. Animals coming not only for the food here, most of the time they are coming for the water. So ecological buffer includes shelter, protection, and also food as well as water. So ecological buffer has destroyed for both animal. Ecological buffer also destroyed for the human beings. In our Western Ghat, we are bringing the rice from outside, milk from outside, hittalu hoitu, vegetable from outside. Everything is only we grow araka. The commercialization has lost the ecological buffer of food culture of our human beings also. This has to be restored. And in order to do this one, my suggestion, it's a good thing. Professor Vijay Kumar, you have taken up a very excellent topic. and continue this interaction, as you rightly pointed out, let us have the interaction, Right now, I request K.T. Gangadhar and yourself, sir, to have an interaction with you people. You are not the enemy. You are not the, because I've seen one of the MLAs to say that one. Namma dodda shatrugulu forest ilakeyavaru. Maybe because of the, when such a, that should not happen. Your immediate concern is to see that, you move with the people. You take that one. Let us reinvent. My subject is policy and program. Policy has the outdated policy. You cannot click on to the outdated 1961 Conservation Act. We have to change that one. These are the bottom-up approach. We have to look some sort of participatory approach. Forest regulation, people's stewardship is also across the world. Environment and forestry or ecology is not protected by the state. Government are the weakest protector. It is the community. Unless you make the participants of the community into that one. We have just tried with the joint forest management. It becomes more of a technical rather than the essence of the participation. Take the people into confidence and see that, a fragile ecosystem which gives the buffer to the both animal and human being, which is the center of the domesticated biodiversity, not the monocropping, and also see that these eco-cultural institutions, you take into confidence of the Devarakadu, Soppinabetta, Hittalugulu, take into account all these things and let us have a fresh, new attempt, taking the forest department, farmers organizations, some NGOs, though I am from the government, don't take into the government too much, government has its own reason to see that. It's a myopic reason. If you ask the government, suddenly they give one solution. It requires deep solution. It requires a long-lasting solution for which, we have to think beyond obvious things. So institutional perspective, all these are very much important. So hope the wonderful students will take into account the very good deliberation going to happen here. And also, I once again appreciate both university as well as the wild department. One of the crucial sector of the forest department is very much here. Let us continue with this interaction. Let us continue to look at afresh. Let us continue to look at deep into the problem. Thanks for the invitations. I hope I have made anything sensible. I'll be very happy. I have prepared a abstract note. It is a strange circumstance in an academic, we prepare the report and paper, then prepare an abstract. Professor Vijay Kumar asked straight away give an abstract. I think without having a paper giving an abstract, I think I have made some effort. It is rigorously followed by wonderful references. Based on references, let us say it is not the complete. It is not comprehensive. Of course, it can provide a broader contours of how to approach conflicts in the Western Ghats in the varied form and more specifically to the human-animal conflict. Please go through my, not only my abstract and also various wonderful references. I wish I go through this one. Definitely you can take it forward. And for you, it's not the conflict is the issue. I say coexistence, make it in a positive note. Coexistence of, how to see that in the coexistence of the man-animal in the Western Ghats region. How to strengthen the biodiversity and agri-diversity, how to reinvent the ecological institutions. I don't think which department did from the institution economics. Devarakadu is a powerful institution. I have seen that, nammali bana antidave, vana antidave, panjuli bana antidave. In Malnadu idde, precisely to conserve the forestry. Allon deity devaru hakirtare. Even today, to get into that place is not afraid. It's a social fencing. No boundary in the sacred groves, So reinvent the ecological institution. Institutional perspective much more powerful than very legal perspective. So look at all these things. Go ahead, do it. Congratulations once again. And once again, thanks for the opportunity. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking address. Your valuable perspectives on sustainable development, environmental policy, and the importance of balancing ecological conservation with societal needs have greatly enriched this inaugural session. We sincerely thank you, sir, for for sharing your wisdom and experience with us today.
It is my honor to invite Dr. H.N. Kumara sir to kindly extend his wishes and blessings to the participants, research scholars, and students presenting their work at this national conference. His keynote address will follow after the inaugural ceremony as per the conference schedule.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kuala University, Professor Ananthamurthy, PCCF Wildlife, Chief Wildlife Warden, Shri Kumar Pushkar, Member of Karnataka State Policy and Planning Commission, Professor T.N. Prakash Maradi, and CF of Chikkamagaluru, Shri Yashpal Sagar, Registrar Kuala University, Shri Hemant, DCF Bhadra, Shri Pulkit Meena, Professor and my friend Vijay Kumar, all the dignitaries, colleagues, friends, and young minds. I'm happy to be here and share few of my thoughts. About 2 months back, when Dr. Vijay Kumar sent a message, I'm organizing a conference on human-wildlife conflict, coexistence, and biodiversity and conservation. I immediately messaged him that I'm going to block those dates. This subject I've been working almost for 3 decades. I'm associated with the department for almost, with Kumar Pushkar for almost 22, 25 years. And so much done in this landscape. I was, overwhelmed and felt that I should be there and I should share some of my thoughts. Then after some time, immediately he sent a message that you have to speak in the conference, so that, as a keynote speaker and also plenary talk you have to give. I was so happy that immediately I accepted, and so that I'm here. Is one of the things just I would like to, is human-wildlife conflict and its management, is it a recent phenomenon? Many times we, think that it is emerging. It is not true. If you go back, without the history, okay, you will get the policies, you will get a lot of evidences that this conflict, these issues is along with our civilization, it is almost parallel. And probably, if you look at one of the things we say, or probably, one of the famous sculpture, Pashupati, is very famous temple in Nepal, Pashupati. If you look at that one of the sculpture, you have all the animals around him. Pashu means basically animals. It is not just only cattle. And the Pati means he is a guardian. This is somewhere around 3,500 years back. If the Pashupati has emerged, that means even at that point of a time, it was felt that guardian is required. The thought has come and Pashupati has come. Though he is a Shiva, but that concept has come, right? And I will dig out another one, one of the oldest literature, when we talk about literature, Sangam literature is considered as one of the oldest one. And if you go to the wildlife related aspects of the Sangam literature, again, this will be dated back to 2,500 to 3,500 years ago. There is a beautiful section in our lot of narration about conflicts, management, and considering the ecological, conditions. They divide their landscape into the several sections. For each section, there are identified trees, identified animals, and within that, they talk about the distribution, they talk about the abundance. So, what we are now doing is in a different way, or more, probably more sophisticated way. Even there is a narration of monkey menace, and it is captured and how it had, managed even in the 2,500 years back. But one of the things ultimately at the end, I would like to say, it is very important. Earth, nature, animals have to be considered as parents, not as commodity. Not as commodity. That means, commodity means, basically, it is not a material to trade, or, it cannot be just ransom, in a killing of it, or take it away, or use as a pet. All these things should be done. And if that is there, then we survive. Why this concept came even during that period? That means that even animals were traded, animals were probably killed. They also talk about commensalism. Commensalism means animals adapted to the human environment where that is captured and traded, or all those things. That should not be there. Even it is mentioned in Sangha. And next, after 1,000 years, basically, one of the beautiful law, always we talk about it, that is Arthashastra. That is during Maurya period, Chanakya has come out with a beautiful, legal document, basically. And that is somewhere around 2000 to 500 years ago. And in Arthashastra, he provides the proper management system for the wildlife. The first time, even probably, we are using Abhayaranya. Abhayaranya is a very common term, we use it. You know when it started, where the name came from? It is Chanakya coined. Chanakya first time coined Abhayaranya. He designated the area for the wildlife management. Right? And Hastina, or something, there is one more term he also coined. That is especially to manage elephant. Elephant was given so much of a priority during that period, and the separate management system was enforced. Now we say Elephant Conservation Reserve is one of the very popular one. It's legally that we do it, but it has been there for the last 2,500 years. And not only just that one, I would like to mention even during that period in Maurya time, they had a minister to manage forest and management. So this has been there. It may be a kind of a selfish mode to retain animals or biodiversity, or even as Sangam says that they should be considered as a parent, it should not be a commodity. So because without that, as now Kumar Pushkar said, that without oxygen, without water, how we cannot survive these natural resources, even it was felt at that time. So from that time onwards, it has been there in the management. The current management system, what I wanted to talk in my plenary talk, already Kumar Pushkar sir has pointed out so many of those things. Then I was telling him that probably visually I'm going to talk about those things, because I'm part of Tiger Cell and Forest Department. And I thought that giving an overview on those things are important. Most of the points he has mentioned. Anyway, that I will take it up, later. Probably. Right. After the inaugural session. Okay. But apart from this one, meanwhile, now, because I would like to say a few points apart from these concepts, basically, because I could see there are many younger generation we have here, and they're all budding researchers. And many times when I interact with the young minds, sir, I'm doing research. I'm on various aspects of the conservation, but how to address conservation? Sir, next question comes very often. Sir, I have prepared the document. I have submitted the report. I have submitted the publication regarding the conservation issues, management issues, but I have submitted already, but nothing happened. 90% of the time, but I could say, one way that conservation biology as such, the study is different. Translating the conservation, your data into practice is different. It is, I could say it is an entirely different ballgame. If, as a researcher, when we conduct any of the studies, if we submit any of the report, if automatically, if we think that, oh, it will be implemented, or some managemental steps are taken based on our findings, don't live in such a hallucination. If that is not properly communicated to the policy makers and decision makers, it will not be taken up. All officers, they are busy. There are thousands of work. Even 24 hours is not enough. If every year, if we submit hundreds of reports, who will have a time to think and look at it? Unless that is properly communicated to the policy makers and decision makers, don't expect that, oh, my document is ignored or my data is ignored. If it happens like that, you should understand that the system is not there to listen to you unless until you properly approach it. And next point I would like to say, for the young generation, because as a researcher, as an academician, always we would like to publish many of our findings, so that the tendency is there. That is very important, because ultimately your publications matters a lot for your growth. But I would like to say, even during the last conference, I stressed this point. In everywhere, I would like to stress this point. You publish at the right place. Because publication has become an industry nowadays. And there are like a mushrooms. There are many journals have come. You pay 2,000 rupees. Next day, it will get published. But nowadays, in most of the evaluation process, when it comes to the academics, it will be considered as a negative point. Don't think that you are going with this type of a list, so then, oh, you will get recognition. No. Even recently, SciCon has got a human-wildlife conflict cell. It is a scheme under Ministry of Forest. When it is somewhere around 35 people we have recruited. The first thing, the scale, when we have looked at, all the series of the people, we received somewhere around 1,200 applications. Okay. When we have looked at it, first thing that what we have done is, we deleted the candidature wherever people have published at wrong places. first screening, almost 50% or even more than, somewhere around 600 applications, straight away we have rejected because they published at wrong place. Very careful, even if you don't publish it, it's fine, but publish at right place is very important. Okay, and with just these key points, and I wanted to even react to Dr. Kammardi. He has mentioned few things basically, and I don't want to react to some legality, some other issues, but as I have also done quite a lot of work in Uttar Kannada district, and especially keeping Sopinbhatta and those landscapes, how it is changing over the period. We have looked at people perspective. We have looked at, using the satellite images, how it is changing over the period. I agree that, 2 acres of land was given for 1 acre of a land during that particular period. But for 2 acres of a land, when it was given with the lots of conditions. 1 acre is given 100%, okay, you are entitled. But 2 acres, you are not supposed to have a construction. You are not supposed to misuse that land. That is only to use for green venue. That was the kind of a policy it was taken up, that one. What we have observed, 90% of those 2 acres of a land in some of the area where I have worked has been converted now as there are buildings or agriculture. This is where the problem comes. We forget what 40 years back, what was the thing was there and how that we have misused it. But now, if the department goes and if they ask that you have done the wrong, now it becomes forest department becomes an enemy. So this is how it happens basically. Because always, history goes to the different side, what the mistakes have done it. But what is happening today is seen, then the scale is set. That's where the problem. Another point I want to react it. Another one. I have also worked on hunting practices, hunting impact in the Western Ghats. Of course, I have done it in the entire Karnataka. What beautiful thing I have observed, basically cartridge value matters a lot now. Hunting depends on the cartridge. Nowadays, small animals are not that much hunted with a gun because cartridge rate has gone, the meat rate, so it is not equivalent. But still, hunting has been practiced. And in 90% of the area in Western Ghats, wherever there is, apart from the protected area or reserved forest, in most of the area, all the animals are already digested by the people. Now we crib that animals are not there. Everything is finished, sir. And we go, okay, 20 days or these many days in a day. Earlier we used to get an animal for 1 foray, at least 2 animals we used to get it. Now for 10 forays, 1 animal we get it. That means what is happening? There is a sheer drop or sheer decline because animals have been killed and already digested in most part of it. Now we crave because that animal is not there. That okay, some of the the dependent other fauna is flourishing it. So we think that it is a problem because animals are not there. Okay, but to understand many of these phenomena, okay, if there is a long-term proper studies, then if we talk, then it makes probably systematic understanding of the concepts. Otherwise, then we take a current snapshot, try to understand it, is not true. Okay, so always ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಸುಳ್ಳಾಗಬಹುದು, ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ಸುಳ್ಳಾಗಬಹುದು, ನಿಧಾನಿಸಿ ಯೋಚಿಸಿದಾಗ ನಿಜವು ತಿಳಿಯುವುದು. There's a beautiful stanza that requires ನಿಧಾನಿಸಿ ಯೋಚಿಸಿದಾಗ means if there is no systematic study, understanding of that one, always we have a tendency to blame others. So with this note, and again I'm going to continue in the plenary session of my talk, and this is, you can consider as a kind of an introduction to my next talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging and inspiring words. Your valuable wishes and motivating remarks for the young researchers and student participants will certainly inspire and encourage them in their academic and research pursuits throughout this conference. Now, I now request Pulkit Meena, sir, IFS, DCF Bhadra, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, respected members on the stage, university students, and Forest Department staff and officials. So, on behalf of KFD and Bhadra Tiger Reserve, I'm happy to be part of this collaboration. But as sir has already told, that this collaboration has started a way back. Earlier, it was a relationship by chance. When the university was allotted land on Bhadra Tiger Reserve, so one condition was put forth by the IBWL, Indian Board of Wildlife, then university should start a course on wildlife. So that's how it, the relationship by chance has slowly and slowly has turned into a strong marriage alliance. So today we are collaborating in different wildlife aspects. So two example I would like to give you regarding the river turn conservation. Apart from it, habitat improvement, weed eradication. So this collaboration on wildlife conflict conference is another such step to take this collaboration forward. So as it has been already told that H.N. Kumara sir has already told whether this conflict and coexistence is a problem posed for the today's generation, it was there since time immemorial. So since time immemorial, since the evolution, like humans and every other species, we have shared the same space, same earth. But during this chain of evolution, we have somehow leapfrogged from other species through technical evolution, through our mental capability, through our physical dexterity. So during this leapfrog, we have not given the other species a time to adapt and adjust according to our needs. When slowly, when we have realized it, in between some intermediate steps we have taken. A good example was when we realized in 1970s that our wildlife population and environment is in trouble. That time the Wildlife Conservation Act and Project Tiger was a good step in the direction of wildlife conservation. And these last 50 years have definitely yielded a good result in conservation. Again, we are standing at another crossroad. Now the problem is of whether the wildlife population has increased or whether our tolerance has decreased. Both aspects are true in its own sense. Definitely the conservation has resulted in increasing the population and all. But at the same time, as a society, as a humanity, as a Homo sapiens, our tolerance has definitely decreased. We want to see the leopards, tigers and all, but where? We have already designated some place. We want it to be in either protected area, either in tiger reserve or at Max and Zoo. Nobody wants the species, any troubling animal, be it tiger, leopard, boar, not in our backyard. So that is slowly, and our mindset has been changed. So our reactions has been sometimes exaggerated. Whenever we see some animal out of its place, the place that we have designated. So there are demands for like relocate it, rehabilitate it and all. So we treat it like a pest. So now again the question will come. So if we keep it in the protected areas and all, the burden will but disproportionately will fall on the fringe areas, fringe villages, local people. So should we put the excessive burden on them, or as a society, we need to take the responsibility as a whole? So it is true that the people living in the fringe villages and all, they are sharing the disproportionate burden. So somehow we need to compensate them, but at the same time we need to look the problem in a whole. Like it is not a local issue. Human wildlife conflict is not a local issue. Even if we like their corridors and other, now the concept of corridor is also becoming popular. Earlier it was there, but slowly we are realizing that corridors are as important as a local intervention. So if you cut across a corridor 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers away from these protected areas, that will have an indirect impact on the local issue. So this kind of mindset and mentality, these issues need to be looked into a broader context. And apart from this technological solution, we need to change our adaptance and tolerance to the wildlife also. So with this, our forest department as a whole is working toward this such a solution. In this conference, I hope bringing people from different background to deliberate on such issue will definitely yield a result. I hope that this conference with the concrete deliberations, suggestions, recommendations will come out that we will be able to implement on the ground. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and encouraging remarks. Your words reflecting the importance of academic excellence, research collaborations, and environmental responsibility have greatly motivated the gathering. We sincerely appreciate your constant support towards academic and research initiatives at Kumpu University in collaboration with Bhadra Tiger Reserve.
As a gesture of our respect and gratitude, we shall now proceed with the felicitation of our esteemed chief guest. I respectfully request Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kuvempu University, to kindly felicitate Shri Kumar Pushkar, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, Karnataka Forest Department, and Professor T.N. Prakash Kammardi, Member, Karnataka State Policy and Planning Commission, Government of Karnataka. I request the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join the felicitation ceremony. Thank you, sir. The felicitation stands as a humble expression of our admiration and gratitude towards our esteemed dignitaries for their valuable presence, inspiring guidance, and remarkable contributions towards wildlife conservation, environmental governance, and sustainable development.
I now respectfully invite Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kumpu University, to deliver the presidential address.
Warm welcome to all. Before anything, I made sure that everyone on stage knows Kannada. So We'll switch to Kannada. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಗಣ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾದ ಪುಷ್ಕರ್ ಅವರೇ, ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು, ಮತ್ತೆ ತುಂಬ ಅವರ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓದ್ತಾ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವರು ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಕಮ್ಮಡಿ ಅವರೇ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಾಗರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಕುಮಾರ್ ಪುಷ್ಕರ್ ಪುಲ್ಕಿತ್ ಮೀನಾ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಷೀರ್ಸಾಗರ್ ಹೌದು ಹೆಸರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ HN ಕುಮಾರ್. ನಾನಿವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಕೊನೆಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಎದುರಿಗೆ ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಕಮ್ಮರಡಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಅವರು ಒಪ್ಪಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ, ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ. ತಕ್ಷಣ ನನಗೊಂದು ಅನಿಸ್ತು, ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಆನಿಮಲ್ ಇಂಟರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತಿರೋ, ಕೋ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಿರೋ, ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಿರೋ, ಒಟ್ಟು ಇದು ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟಿನ ಪರಿವಿಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಇದು. ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾದ ಕೆಲವು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇರೋಂಥ ಜನರನ್ನ ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಈ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಭಿನ್ನವಾಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿಯೂ ಇದರ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋಂಥ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಇವತ್ತು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಮರಡಿ ಅವರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಟರ್. ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದನ್ನ ನಿರ್ದಿಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಒಂದು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ನಡೆಸೋನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಯ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಇದು ಅದರ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಈ AI ಎಲ್ಲದೂ ಇರುವಾಗ ಕೆಲವುದೆಲ್ಲ ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತವೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಭಯ ಇದೆ ಇವತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಲ್ಟಿ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನಾರಿಟಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋಂಥ ಒಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಗ್ರಗಣ್ಯ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋಂಥ ಕೆಲವು ಇಶ್ಯೂಸಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಆನಿಮಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 2 ವರ್ಷ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒತ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹುಶಿಸ್ತೀಯ ತಜ್ಞರನ್ನ ತರಬೇಕು ನಾವು. Simply because this is at once a science, it is at once political, it is at once sociological, it is at once economical. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲೈಸೇಷನ್ನಿನ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೂ ಅಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇರೋ ಒಂದು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಏನು, ಒಂದು ತತ್ವ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಲಿಮಾಲಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅರಿವು ಇದ್ದೇ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಶಾಖೆಯನ್ನು ಎದುರಿಡ್ತಾ ಅದರ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ತಜ್ಞರು, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅವರು ಇದಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂಥ ಇವರು ತಜ್ಞರಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ? ಹಾಗೇನೆ ನಿಕೋಬಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತಾನೇ ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೂ ಪೇಪರಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಕೆಲವು ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಗಣನೆಗೆ ತಗೊಳ್ದೇನೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾಡಿ ಹತ್ರ ಇದನ್ನ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ 3 ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತೀವ್ರವಾದ ಪ್ರತಿರೋಧ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಜನರಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಆನಿಮಲ್ಸ್, ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳದ್ದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲೈಸ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಕರಿತೀವೋ, ಯಾವ ಆಧುನಿಕತೆಯ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಬರದೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳನ್ನೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ವಿಷಯ ಇದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ಇಡೀ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗ್ರೇ ಏರಿಯಾ. ಇದು ಯಾವ ನಿರ್ದಿಷ್ಟವಾದ ಬೌಂಡ್ರೀಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ನೀವು ಪ್ಯೂರ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಪ್ಯೂರ್ಲಿ ರೈತ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಯಾರು, ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿರ್ದಿಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಹೀಗೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋರು ಯಾರು? ನಾವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿನ ನಿರ್ಧಾರಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅನುಮಾನಾಸ್ಪದವಾದಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಆ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ನೇಹವಾದ ಒಂದು ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋಂಥ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇದರ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ? ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮಟೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ವಿನಃ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸರಳವಾದ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನವಾಗೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಕ್ಷಣವೇ ನನಗೆ ಕಾಣೋದು ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗಿನ ಕೆಲವು ಟೂಲ್ಗಳು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ AI ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೆಳೆದಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಥರದ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿ ಈ ಯಾವ ಝೋನ್ಸು ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅವು ಬರೋಂಥ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವುದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶ, ಇನ್ನು 10 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಕೆಲವು ನಾನ್ ಲೀನಿಯರ್ ಡೈನಾಮಿಕಲ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಸ್. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಫಿಸಿಸಿಸ್ಟ್. ನಾನು ಕಲಿಯುವಾಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ಲೋಡ್ಕರ್ ವೋಲ್ಟೆರಾ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಿಡೇಟರ್ಗೆ ಇರೋಂಥ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟಿನ ಒಂದು ಹಳೆ ಮಾಡೆಲ್, ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಸ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಇದರ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತವೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಶಾಖೆನ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ತಾ ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆದನ್ನ ಬದಿಗೆ ಪೆರಿಫೆರಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಡೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಹೊಸ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಶಾಖೆಯ ಒಂದು ಗುರುತು ಕೂಡ. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಡೆವಲಪಿಂಗ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್. ಅದರಿಂದ 2-3 ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಇವರೇ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಒಂದು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್, ಈ ಭೂಮಿನ ನಿಮಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯೆಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್. ಇದನ್ನು ವಿಜಯ್ ಕುಮಾರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಸಹಪಾಠಿಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಸೋ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಇದ್ದವರು, ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿ ಕೊಡೋಂಥ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇರೋರು, ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳು ಈ ಕೆಲಸನ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಬೇಕು, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರೋ ಹೊರಗಿರೋ ಕೆಲವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳು ತಮ್ಮ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯದಿಂದ ಜಾರಿ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿವೆ. ಇಂಥ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ರೆಲೆವೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಕೇವಲ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ, ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳು ಬಂದಿದೆ ನೋಡಿದೆ ನಾನು, ಮುಗಿಸೋದಲ್ಲ. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ with various sectors of society, including academics, including the forest department. So, let this be the first one as a heralder, as a beacon, wherein many other mini workshops, conferences, etc. would follow. Research programs would be reconceived, which are very deeply multidisciplinary in nature, and other departments will come together. ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಅರ್ಥನ ಮತ್ತೆ ತಂದ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಬಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ. ಆದರೆ ಅವು ಯಾವುದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ ಥರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ವಿಭಾಗಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿ. ಇದು ದುರಂತ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಅಂತರಶಿಸ್ತೀಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ನಾವು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತೇ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿರೋಧಾಭಾಸ ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೆಲವುದಿದ್ರೂ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇವತ್ತು ಗೋಚರ ಆಯಿತು ನಿಮಗೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಅದೇ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಶಾಖೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ಟು ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದನ್ನ ಒಟ್ಟು ತರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಲಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಅತ್ಯಗತ್ಯ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಂಥ ಕೋರ್ಸು ಲೈಫ್ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೇನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೇನೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಈ ಥರ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ಹೋಪ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದು. ಇನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಲಿ ಇದರ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈಡ್ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ನ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅವರು ಮೌಲ್ಯಮಾಪನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನ ತುಂಬ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟೆ. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಫೆಚ್ಡ್ ಅಸ್ ಅಮೇಝಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ಹೈ ಸ್ಕೋರ್. ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ತಲೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಅದರಿಂದ we should also put our money where our mouth is. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಜನನ ತರಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾದ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಜನನ ನಾವು ತರಬೇಕು. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ನಡಿಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ನ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತನ್ನಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೊಸ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲಿ. ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಗೂಡಲ್ಲೋ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಜರ್ನಲಲ್ಲೋ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಆಗಿ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮರ್ತು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. 3 ತಿಂಗಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ನಡುವೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಮರಿತೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಹಾಗಾಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಈ ಫೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡೋದು ಇದನ್ನು, ಅವರ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೇನೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೊಲಾಬ್ರೇಷನ್. ಪುಲ್ಕಿತ್ ಮೀನಾ ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೋಲ್ ಹಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ಲಿ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and visionary presidential address. We sincerely thank you for your constant encouragement and support towards academic and research initiatives. As we approach the conclusion of this inaugural session, I now invite Dr. Raghavendra Gowda, HT, Faculty, Department of Wildlife and Management, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries and esteemed guests, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural function of National Conference, Human-Wildlife Conflict, Coexistence and Biodiversity Conservation 2026. First and foremost, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sharath Anantmurthy sir, for this constant encouragement, visionary leadership and valuable support towards academic and research activities. We are very thankful for you, sir, for presiding this inaugural function and making successful. Thank you, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Sri Kumar Pushkar sir, PCCF and Chief Wildlife Warden, Government of Karnataka, for graciously inaugurating this conference and sharing valuable insights on wildlife conservation and coexistence. Sir, your presence has added immense significance to this event. Thank you, sir. I sincerely thank Sri Yashpal Shirsagar sir, Conservator of Forest, Chikkamagaluru Circle, for his continuous guidance, support and collaboration with POMP University in organizing this conference in association with the Karnataka Forest Department and Bhadra Tiger Reserve. Sir, your encouragement has been a great strength to us, sir. Thank you, sir. In absence, I express my respected gratitude to Sri Hemant sir, Registrar, POMP University, for his administrative support and cooperation in successfully organizing this conference. Thank you, sir. I also extend special thanks to our respected Chief Guest, Professor T.N. Prakash Kammadi sir, for his valuable presence and thoughtful perspectives which have enriched this inaugural session. Thank you, sir. I wholeheartedly thank our keynote speaker, Dr. H.N. Kumar sir, Principal Scientist, SACON, Coimbatore, for his inspiring keynote address and for sharing his valuable knowledge and experience with all the participants. Thank you, sir. I also specially thank Sri Pulkit Meena sir, DCF, Bhadra Tiger Reserve, for your cooperation and support. Thank you, sir. In absence, I also thank Dr. P.S. Harsha sir, IGP, who is joined us in online. Thank you, sir. I sincerely thank all the invited speakers, resource persons, forest officers, professors, delegates, and participants from various institutions for being part of this important conference and contributing to this academic strength and success. I would also like to gratefully acknowledge our sponsors and supporting organizations, ANRF, Bhadra Tiger Reserve, JSW Ballari, COD, Poor Wildlife Society, Godavari Traders, and College Book House. A special note of appreciation goes to Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, Organizing Secretary, for his leadership, dedication, and tireless efforts in organizing this conference successfully. I also congratulate and thank all the faculty members, non-teaching staff, research scholars, volunteers, and students of the Department of Wildlife and Management who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Their teamwork, commitment, and hard work is very important for this inaugural function meaningful and successful. Finally, I especially thank media representatives, every individual who directly or indirectly contributed to the success of this program. Thank you. Once again, I thank you all for your gracious presence and support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of HWCCBC 2026. We sincerely thank all the dignitaries, delegates, researchers, faculty members, students, and participants for your gracious presence and valuable contribution to this conference. Wishing you all a fruitful and intellectually enriching conference ahead. We request you all to head to the dining hall. A small tea break of 15 minutes has been arranged, and we request you all to reassemble in the seminar hall with a keynote address by Professor H.N. Kumar sir as per the conference schedule. Thank you. Wishing you all a wonderful day ahead.
The keynote address will start at 12:40.
request you all to cut short your tea break and please take your seats as soon as possible because we are about to start the technical session of the day. And also I request the volunteers to bring the audience back from their tea break.
Welcome back everyone. Following the inaugural program, we now move into the technical session of the conference. So we begin with the technical session 1, setting the stage for insightful discussions and knowledge sharing among our esteemed speakers and all our participants.
To preside over this session, we are honored to have distinguished academician as our chairperson, Dr. Santosh Kumar. Dr. Santosh Kumar HS is an accomplished academician and researcher serving as Associate Professor in the Department of Biotechnology at Kuvempu University. With over 17 years of teaching and research experience, his expertise spans biochemistry, bioinformatics, molecular biology, and computational drug discovery. He has published more than 30 research papers in reputed national and international journals and has contributed to several conferences and book chapters. His research interests include genome analysis, molecular docking, antimicrobial peptides, cheminformatics, and drug repurposing studies. Dr. Santosh Kumar has also guided postgraduate and doctoral students and actively contributes to scientific outreach, peer review, and academic development activities. So now I request chairperson of the session to, I request the volunteers to honor our chairperson, Dr. Santosh Kumar sir. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request chairperson of the session, Dr. Santosh Kumar sir, to introduce the keynote speaker. Invite and introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Honnavalli N. Kumara.
I request the speaker of the session be seated. Dear students, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce Dr. Honnavalli N. Kumara. Dr. H.N. Kumar is a distinguished wildlife biologist and conservation scientist, currently serving as principal scientist at the Conservation Biology Division at Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. He has over 30 years of research and field experience in wildlife ecology, conservation biology, primate ecology, biodiversity conservation, and human-wildlife interactions across India, particularly in the Western Ghats and other biodiversity-rich regions. He completed his PhD in zoology from the University of Mysore in 2005, and after obtaining his MSc in zoology from Annamalai University and B.Ed from Kuvempu University. Dr. Kumara began his scientific career in 1995, worked in several nationally important wildlife research projects funded by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Department of Science and Technology, and international conservation agencies. Since joining SciCon as scientist in 2010, he has led and coordinated numerous projects on wildlife population assessment, conservation of threatened mammals and birds, habitat ecology, primate behavior, biodiversity monitoring, climate change impacts, and conservation planning. His research contribution includes extensive studies on lion-tailed macacas, bonnet macacas, slender loris, Asian elephants, forest owlets, small mammals, and wildlife habitats in Western Ghats, Andaman Nicobar Islands, and other ecologically sensitive landscape. He has also worked on wildlife impact assessments, conservation genetics, and biodiversity management strategies. Dr. Kumara has published a large number of scientific papers, technical reports, book chapters, and conservation documents in reputed national and international journals. His work has significantly contributed to the wildlife conservation policy, species recovery programs, and ecological monitoring in India. He has guided several PhD scholars and postgraduate students in wildlife science and conservation biology. He has actively collaborated with state forest departments, protected area managers, conservation organizations, and academic institutions across the country, and he has also conducted training programs and workshops for forest officers, researchers, and students on wildlife monitoring, field techniques, and conservation management. In recognition of his outstanding contribution to wildlife research and conservation biology, Dr. H.N. Kumara was elected as a Fellow of Indian National Science Academy, INSA. Dr. H.N. Kumara continues to contribute extensively towards biodiversity conservation, wildlife research, academic mentoring, and policy-oriented conservation initiatives in India. So this is just to give a brief glimpse of today's speaker, and we are very fortunate to have him amongst us, and I welcome you to this session, sir. I now request you to take over the dais.
Hello. Good afternoon, and welcome to first session of the scientific presentation deliberations. And morning I spoke and I gave a kind of a small introduction to what I'm going to talk about it. And already Kumar Pushkar sir has spoken quite a lot about the departmental activities and what is the current status of protected areas and many of the issues. Same time, even our Vice Chancellor has spoken about what is conservation biology, how it is interdisciplinary. I'm actually going to elaborate the same in a much larger way with more visuals, basically. Yeah, I kept the same title, almost what the theme of the conference, and I'm going to touch all those 3 points in a big way. Okay. So, human wildlife conflict in Karnataka, an overview and case study of coexistence. As our Vice Chancellor was pointing out, this wildlife field requires more attention and it has to be lifted, and he is going to give more emphasis because it is not just a one discipline, right? And I'm going to stress, I included immediately this particular slide, even it is very important topic to address it. And sometime back in 1970s in San Diego, when there was a conference, there was a deliberations, all the countries of the world they were together, and they were listing out the issues that is happening at a global level. This is a slide already once, about 8 years back I have used it here. Again, I would like to have put it this one because it is always relevant and it's very important. And during that particular period, basically, they came out with several crises that is happening on this earth, right? And this crisis, what are all the crises? How to consolidate these crises that they have listed? That these are all the crises that they have pointed out. Biodiversity loss, overharvest of species, habitat loss and fragmentation, disruption of ecosystem function, climate change, invasive species, pollution, chemical on species, ecosystem, human population growth are the major crises that they have known. And after seeing, after all these things, then these are all the issues are the crisis of biodiversity. Okay, and the person who is there is Michael Zoll, and he was instrumental in the entire conference, and all the in this entire deliberations. Then ultimately we need need a ways to address all these issues. Otherwise, this is going to be disastrous for the humankind. It is a selfish move. Conservation biology is a selfish move of our own survival, basically kept in the center, and the new concept, new discipline, conservation biology emerged. Conservation biology, has emerged as a multidisciplinary. It is not a single discipline. It is a discipline of several subjects. As pointed out, agriculture is part of it, economics is part of it, different sectors of the society is part of this discipline. It cannot be independent. That is what was felt it. So that is the reason I have put it that every aspect is part of it. It may be even psychology or physiology or ecology. Every aspect is very much required to address the issue. So then, one of the ways how to now retain the life, because of all these things, of course, we are losing the animal, there is a biodiversity loss, and what is the way to address this issue was a major key focus. One of the way is to have a protected area network. It is at least, though there is a biodiversity loss at many places, source population always important. Source population has to be retained. So to retain this one, protected area network was emphasized globally. It is not only in the country. It was emphasized. The morning I was talking about a 3,000 or 4,000 years of history, but now the conservation and the management got more institutionalized in somewhere in the 70s, and that is the time that most of the countries and globally came out with a different level of policies. Even we came out with, India came out with the 1972 Wildlife Protection Act during this particular period following this one. So then, immediately after the Wildlife Protection Act came, then initially based on the known information in the country, the protected area network was notified. And initially, we notified somewhere around 68 protected areas in the country. But to notify many areas, what is required? Database is required. Information is required. Without having a database, without having a knowledge, okay, we cannot notify the protected area in a random way, right? So what it was done is that major assignment was given to Rogers and Palmer. that is a major assignment. It was given by the government of India to them. They came out with a huge volume, huge information on where the protected area should be. Okay, and what criteria it should be. Okay, then immediately after, they took almost quite some time because they had to go through a lot of literature, available information, and gather a lot of information. Based on all those things, somewhere in 1988, Rogers and Panwar came out with a document. Immediately after the document came, based on that one, Government of India notified several protected area, somewhere around 495. That means about 300 protected areas were notified following the Rogers and Panwar. After that, how the other protected areas were notified? Again, because people, that's where the research played a major role. People have been, keep working on it and assessing the different population. As many of things, probably you may be working on certain taxa, so you find somewhere the one important population or potential population. Okay, it may be completely outside. When it is emphasized, then it will take it to the next level. It has to be taken to the policy level, then policy has to approve it. That's how, based on the information added, led to the new protected areas over the period. And somewhere in the initially, these protected areas are national parks and our wildlife sanctuaries, right? But after some time, because it also depends on the land use pattern, land ownership, many of these things. Sometime in the last decade, it was felt that we are lacking in the Northeast India because the ownership of the most of the land, especially in Meghalaya, Nagaland, Mizoram, in many of these places, what happens is the ownership of the land remains with the local people, society or their councils. There, the government of India could not notify protected area. Then the two new concepts emerged out, that is community conservation reserve and conservation reserve. These two are different, where community reserves are basically community own the land and community becomes part of the protected area management. Okay, and then that has become a priority in places like Nagaland and Meghalaya. Meghalaya has got almost now 70 plus, 100 and plus protected areas in Nagaland that is completely community owned. Right? Conservation reserves is different concepts where the land is owned by government. It's a forest department, but wildlife is rich, but people dependency on that one. People are integral part of those land that you cannot separate them. When that is a situation that their rights cannot be curbed out and they cannot be removed, that is the time this conservation reserve has become handy, so that involving the local people, the conservation steps can be taken up. These two concepts came sometime in 2014 and they started notifying, keeping these two in the mind in the entire country. So then you can see that 2014 onwards, there is a additions in the community reserves and conservation reserves. Okay, now morning already Kumar Pushkar Sahab has conveyed about the protected area network in the state. Now I am going to largely talk about Karnataka state in this entire scenario where Karnataka stands, because most of the people here are largely, people are local, and although there are many represented from the entire country, and I thought of giving more emphasis on these issues in Karnataka. And if you look at number of protected areas is somewhere around 52. This is how the protected areas are distributed in the entire state. Large number of protected areas, largely in the Western Ghats region and southern, southern plateau, and very less in the Deccan plateau. You can say that one. And wildlife sanctuaries are more, about 13, and tiger reserves are 5. National parks are 2. He mentioned 5 because those other 3 national parks have been now considered as tiger reserve. That's why I have put it like that. And conservation reserves are 14, and community reserve we have 1 in Karnataka. And what is the total area right now under this head is somewhere around 12,415 square kilometer of area. Out of that, wildlife sanctuaries, is the area under wildlife sanctuary is more, and which is followed by tiger reserve. 5 tiger reserve itself put together somewhere around 5,604 square kilometer of area under tiger reserve. And how these protected area, when it was notified, if we look at it, basically over the period, as it started in 1974, as many as almost 12 protected areas notified, and over the period, few protected areas we have been even keep adding to the pool. Okay, when we put it in a decadal wise, this is a beautiful graph which shows that in 2011 and 2020, if you look at it, the number of protected areas we added in Karnataka is almost double, okay, than different periods that we have added. Why it is like this? It's a beautiful thing that to say that one, because of many researchers, youngsters, they are keep working in the field. The knowledge of those things are flowing into the system where it is getting translated into the policy level decision. That is what is making the change. As we have a more knowledge, more database, more layer of information, it can help at even at a policy level decision making. This is the one beautiful example. And even area wise also, if you look at it, this in 2011 and 2020, 3,408 square kilometer, where 6,251. There's one more difference just I want to point out. Initially, whatever it was notified, it's a much larger area. But recently, what we have notified, more community conservation reserves we have added. These conservation reserves are largely species specific and in a much focused smaller areas. So those areas are, though the number of protected area that we have added more, but the total area that is probably small, but the species are highlighted. For example, Hornbill Conservation Reserve, and for an antelope, for an antelope we have a wildlife sanctuary, and we have a Rangain Gudda. There are like that very small pockets wherever the wildlife are there, that is added to the pool. And of course, what is the role of the department? When it is, we have a more protected areas, more increasing of the areas for the protection of the animals, we are doing it. Meanwhile, are we monitoring, are we understanding these areas where we stand? After NTCA came out, and the monitoring and estimating of the populations and health of the all the basically in the tiger reserves has been emphasized. That has been initiated sometime back, about 15 years back, even in Karnataka. Why I'm with so much confidence I am telling, because I am also part of Tiger Cell that is initiated by Karnataka. I drafted, and I have been part of the Tiger Cell as an advisory board, and of course all the analysis of tiger reserves of Karnataka, I am handling it, I am producing the report, so that with the all those database I'm able to now share with you people. So the Karnataka, as I have already pointed out, 5 tiger reserves. One is Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, Bhadra, and BRT Tiger Reserve, Kali, and Bandipur. And here those lines and the points shows that where the camera traps are fixed, where the lines are there. The work what is done is so intensive, the effort is amazing, that is statistically robust, and the no compromise in the effort and the data. With that kind of a thing, the tiger reserves are monitored in Karnataka. And what is the result of this effort what is going on? If you look at it from the 2018 and 19, because earlier, though the monitoring started, to get stabilized, where the transects, where the camera trap points, there was so much of a confusion and systematization was not there for a long period. So every time when the data comes, we had to spend quite a lot of time with the where are the errors, where are the issues, how to fix it. After fixing all those things, then now from 18 to 19, there is quite a lot of stabilization happen in the effort on ground. So if you look at it here, camera trap points, somewhere in the recent time, 612 camera trap points and occasions are 33, 17,571 camera trap nights. And with that huge set of information, then the population is estimated 7.97 animal. That's the estimated density of tigers in the this Bandipur Tiger Reserve. Okay, somewhere around 140, 150 tigers we have in Bandipur. So what beauty is that one? If you look at it, 7.7, 6.97, 6.97, 7.97, 7.53, 7.97. That means that standard deviation of the estimate is very, very, very small. That means there is a consistency of the data and also the number of tigers that is estimated in this area. And same way, Bhadra Tiger Reserve, and I don't know, recently actually, only in the current period, recent data 24-25, we have got more tigers in the Bhadra. Otherwise, usually it is somewhere around 30 tigers we used to get it, but it has gone to the 36 tigers this time, and also estimate has gone high. And but in addition to that one, recently a lot of area is also added to the Bhadra Tiger Reserve. Umle Bailu is also included in the Tiger Reserve area. So even the number slightly it vary. But if you look at the standard deviation compared to all other tiger reserves, it remains almost very close in the Bhadra Tiger Reserve. This is BRT, highly fluctuating in the number and good effort, and almost 10,000 trap nights, and somewhere around 4.31 unique tigers are somewhere around 40 tigers in BRT. And Kali Tiger Reserve, sometime back, even just before 18 and during this period, it was thought that probably tigers will disappear from the Kali, and because earlier in the most of the effort, several times, and number what we used to capture is 3 animals, 4 animals, but what was found later is tigers have been there actually. It is not tigers, their number increased or anything happened. It was an issue of the methodology, issue of where we fix the camera trap, how we fix the camera trap. That has played a major role. Then, we started getting a good capture rate and appropriate capture rate and the beautiful documentation. And then, number has gone to really 25 to 90. But of course, in this particular landscape, there is quite a lot of tiger movement between Goa and other area, and here the dispersal rate is very high, bit highly dynamic in the landscape. And Nagarhole, one of the beautiful place. If you look at the density estimated it is amazing. It is somewhere between 10.71 to 11.82 with a small variation. Number is there. And it is one of the protected area having the highest density of tiger. Imagine almost 11 or 12 tigers per 100 square kilometer, means that for every 10 square kilometer area or for every 8 square kilometer of area, we have one tiger. It is one of the highest density. And why I am telling all these things, basically, that means the effort from the department is not normal, and there is a sincere effort and understanding the prey and predators. It's been going on for quite some time. And this is basically the herbivores are also monitored, and the density of the herbivores in all these protected areas. In the herbivores, largely, if you look at, in all the protected area, cheetahs dominates, which is followed by sambar and gaur, and then pig is actually, will be on lower side in most of the area. And in a gaur also, there is a fluctuation. And the morning about a gaur and a couple of things, it was mentioned that gaur has now popped up in some of the area. Today, our department people have gone to capture the gaurs in some of the pockets and relocating. But at one point of a time, gaur was not there in some of the pockets. Why it is like that? I don't know how many of you are aware of it. And sometime back, about 4 decades or 4.5, 5 decades back, there was a foot and mouth disease came. And it has wiped off the gaur population in many of its range in the entire Western Ghats and many of the protected areas actually. And now again, the government has taken such a beautiful step that every year that all the livestock around the protected areas in all the forest areas basically vaccinated for the foot and mouth. So it has reduced the mortality or spreading of the diseases to the wild is controlled. Now the population is coming back. But since for a long period animals were not there, for people what happens is accepting of that one becomes an issue. So that's what we could see it now, that even in the Western, it may be anywhere in the Narsimrajpura or many other Koppa and all these places, gaurs at one time it was disappear. Now numbers are increasing. Every day people are facing a conflict. There are so many issues. It is not only here, it is there in the entire landscape. It may be up to Kanyakumari. It is the same situation. It is not just unique to this place. And here, just I have put all this information together to show the consistency of tiger density in all these protected area. You can see beautiful straight lines almost for a long period with a slight variation over the period. But although this is there, but when we use the regression model, what happens is Nagarhole and Bandipur stands apart, and Kali, Bhadra and BRT stands apart. Because here the problem is basically the Nagarhole and Bandipur, we think that because after all these things in the recent time, we think that it is crossing the carrying capacity of it. There is a possibility that numbers are going more than the carrying capacity. There is a possibility of spillover. Right now, of course, in the department, we are investigating, means we are assessing, because again, NTC has asked the department to submit the report for many mortalities of the tiger. So then we were asked to prepare the now conflict zone area. What is the density? What is happening in the other area? What is happening? That right now we are working on it. And but in Kali and Bhadra and BRT, the issue is different. The issue is the prey availability is below the, it can be there in those protected areas. For example, if I go back, okay, if you look at it, the y-axis for the Bhadra and these people is very small. If you look at it, Bhadra, it is 16, but here the density in Bandipur, it is going up to 60 or 50. So that y-axis is different. That means the prey availability in these areas are relatively less. That may be the reason that these number of tigers and also their dispersal is getting affected. And why the conflict? To understand this one, see, many of these animals are landscape animals. Landscape animals means they have a tendency to disperse much in a larger area. For example, here I am showing one that is from Gundlupete. It has gone to the somewhere on 80 kilometers in a single stretch. It has covered and reached. And another example, it is from a Kudremukh and this area gone to the Bhadra, almost 50 kilometer stretch. And here there is a 160 kilometers from Bhadra to the Nagarhole area. And here this is one of the longest one. Bhadra to Kali, one tiger has gone. It is almost 200 kilometers it has covered in a different human dominated landscape it has reached. That means dispersal is a pattern. It is not only with this animal. Many landscape species like elephant and many other animals have a tendency that they keep dispersing, they keep moving. So because of these things, what happens is that obviously they encounter with the people and all different type of issues will emerge out. And the advantage of long-term monitoring is understanding many of these phenomena, how they are dispersing, how it is moving like that. Same way, just I would like to show this, the line-tailed macaque. This is, we have been monitoring for the last 2 decades. In Sirsi Honavara here, and now it is a Sharavati line-tailed macaque sanctuary. And we have done the survey in 2002, and then over the period 4 or 5 times that population has been assessed. And yeah, very systematic documentation. And over the period when we look at it, how the distribution is there. And this is most recent work that we have done it. Here, all the points of 4 different time is plotted here. What we can understand from this particular graph and this particular one, if you look at it, that the groups, they are dispersing again, they are spreading over. Okay, there are groups. That means that if the population, if the protection is there, there is a, if it is not affected, and many animals, if there is no interference, obviously they propagate and they can keep expanding it. But are we ready to manage, accept that kind of a thing is the big question. That's the one thing. Another thing, that there is another beautiful thing, that group size has come down in case of a line-tailed macaque in the recent, but than the earlier one. But number of groups in place, it is from the, it has to be seen from the behavioral ecology point, where group split and optimum group size is the known phenomenon in any of the species. It cannot keep swelling for a long period. It will get split and then they keep moving. That's what the total number of individuals in the population remains the same in this area, but there is a spatial expansion and more number of groups, so that they are spatially they are moving down. That's what we could understand this one. And so why the conflict? Now summarizing all these things, the landscape, many of the large animals are landscape species, and dispersal is a very common phenomenon in many of the animals. So when they disperse, they conflict comes up. Then some of the species are commensal from the ages. It is not today one. So once the animals, they adopted to the human landscape, obviously again the more conflict and habitat fragmentation and some of the widespread, and meanwhile the less tolerance of the people ultimately lead to the conflict. And this kind of a conflict ultimately have a complete impact on the conservation issues in the state. And I would like to just, I think I'm taking much time or how? 10, okay, I will just rush the flag, okay. And human-wildlife conflict, again in the country, we stand first. Though we have a high biodiversity, good number of protected areas, we are keep notifying many things, but again, Karnataka stands even with the human-animal conflict very high. And the highest cases of a conflict recorded is by elephant. That goes to somewhere around 1,63,335 in the 4 years of period. That is the number of the conflict cases that we recorded, that is. And the next is a wild pig, 24,000, leopard 18,000, gar 7,000, tiger 2,000. This is how the number goes of the conflict. And these are all the animals that is largely into the conflict basically, and that includes sloth bear, blackbuck, cheetal, sambar, wolf, langurs, small cats, peacock, crocodile, fox, hyena, chinkara, bonnet macaque, and orandatilo. That means somewhere around 19 species of the animals are into the conflict where cases are registered. There are many other species it is not recorded or not registered, that I am not considering it here, right? And here if you look at where the conflict of the elephant, if you look at it over the period, whether is there any shift, all this, how these cases are distributed, this is how the pattern is. This largely confines to the Western Ghats and the Southern Plateau area. Here if you look at it, this is the overall, all the cases that is, no, not this one. Yeah, it's the overall, conflicts that is recorded in the last 5 years, and this is how it is distributed. There is a slow expansion of the conflicts that you can see it basically over the period, right? And I go back to back, and here the number of elephant cases registered. If you look at 2020 to 2023, number of cases registered is very high. I don't want to say, because this graph I have put it for all the animals. Is the conflict number is increasing? Cases are increasing. Conflict actually has been there over the period, right? But the more awareness, and another thing is, as earlier also pointed out, media is playing a major role, and that is actually mediating people to register. Otherwise, people had a tendency, people had acceptance, right? That is, we are slowly losing basically. Okay, oh, elephant is coming, okay, it has eaten one banana and it has gone. People used to ignore it earlier. That attitude of the people is changing, because one banana eaten and it is showed in all the media, it is showed in all the paper written, and it is like a elephant, rogue elephant entered, okay, elephant menace. Media is just showcasing it, creating actually more issues, more problems, and number is is increased. Even morning, sir has pointed out that how the number of compensation what used to be, it is doubled in the recent time. That is not actually because the cases have changed, cases registered changed, right? That's how it has to be seen. Okay, in the same way, now if you look at it, and what type of a conflict exists with the elephant, largely, the conflict is crop riding and property damage, and of course, human deaths are also there. But human deaths, when it is compared with the other animal, of course, human deaths is very high with the elephant, it goes to the 83, right? And I'm not going to really talk about all other animals, just you can have a glance basically. So this is the next animal in the country, in the state, having a highest record of the conflict, that is wild boar, right? Wild pig. And wild pig conflict is widely distributed in the entire state. So you can see that, that distribution is very high. And yeah, this is entire state is almost the cases recorded. So this is a leopard. Yes. Leopard cases are also registered almost in the entire state. And the distribution of a leopard conflict, especially in the southern India, including the Deccan Plateau of southern India, is very high. And cattle lifting is one of the major thing that is registered for the compensation, and it is followed by human injury, and of course there are few cases of human death. And again, this is there throughout the year. It is not seasonal. I have showed that particular graph because sometimes some of the species always we think it's a seasonal impact. That's why just I have put a graph whether it is a seasonal or non-seasonal. Okay, so then you can have a glimpses. There's a tiger and highly confined to the around protected area, around tiger reserve largely. And again, conflict is recorded in all the months, and largely cattle lifting and very few cases of human deaths also. There's a gore, especially in the Western Ghats, and more, and especially in the wet season, the more conflict is recorded. Sloth bear, more than our Western Ghats, largely into the Eastern Ghats and the Deccan Plateau, where drier forest is there. That's where the crop riding and also injuries, and there are deaths. But human injuries are compared to all other animal. If you look at it, the human injuries or attack to the humans are more on the sloth bears basically. So you can see that 245 registered cases. Black buck, wolf, and crocodiles, largely confined to the Krishna river and Tungabhadra, though sporadic ones are there, and in also Kali. There are the three major hotspots of the crocodile conflict. Hyenas are there, it's sporadic and distributed, and many other animals also shows a different. Now if you look at it, these conflicts, if I superimpose all these points of all the animals, Karnataka is the only state, probably it will be completely filled with these points. That means every beat or every range or every taluka is having a significant number of cases recorded or registered with the problem. If you take another state like a Tamil Nadu, several districts you don't see any cases, anything, there is no life left. But on the other way, if I look at it, still we have a life everywhere. It also indicates other things, right? What is the reaction of the people? Retaliatory steps are taken. Though people are killing, or a lot of these things happening, many cases are there, but still in spite of a lot of retaliatory steps, if that many cases are reported, means that many animals are still surviving in these landscapes. And if there is a rampant elimination of the animals, what happens? Okay, the number goes down. Though we feel that sometimes some of the animals are common, the impact of that one, that now the recently least concerned species like a bonnet macaque moved to the vulnerable stage in IUCN because some of the populations have totally wiped out, disappeared. Though it is one of the problematic animals, there is so much of conflict, but there are population wiped out. That is very important points. Now, if I have to summarize this entire thing and how to look at it, policy makers or politicians, what matters to them? So what matters to them? They create a policy. On the other hand, when it comes to the implementation, the people have to be considered. Then they say that one, sir, something you do it. Okay, then what bureaucrats have to do it? It becomes a big question. If they go and implement it, it becomes a problem for them. So then it becomes a policy implementers, management becomes a big headache nowadays. Now I consider it as a headache because they are sandwiched between the policy makers and also the local people. Even morning we have heard that how it is very tricky and it is like a walking on a knife, right? That is the situation. For the common man, at one point of a time when what I have mentioned, it is an integral part of the system and it is considered as neighbors. Okay, and there are so much of things it was attributed to these animals. But what happened now that every grain is economics, every grain is the rupee now. This is the attitude keep changing. This is what affected ultimately that I don't want to really talk about it. Because of all these things, department has played a major role, means implemented, now they have gone for the relocation. There is a barriers created, and there are different measures have been taken by the department to curb these conflicts. It is not only here, it is in many places it has been done. Okay, and I would like to just showcase this point, and to address these issues, what is also important is basically when we are at a policy level to look at it, understanding especially human injuries, and if there is a human death, circumstances, evidences are very important to understand. If we don't investigate these things, and facilitating or addressing the issue becomes very difficult. Why I am highlighting this one? This is our data from West Bengal. When we were working on elephant, we monitored the elephant issues, deaths and people deaths, and for almost 5 years. What we have found is the human deaths are happening in the early morning, 4 to 6 to 8 o'clock, and largely that is connected to the open defecation. Another major issue what we have found is traveling through forest and traveling. Basically, they are all in remote area without much transportation, and when they are going to the nearest town and come back, that is the time that the people are injured, people are attacked by elephant. If we address these two issues, we can curb almost 50% of the human death or attack on the people. That requires basically interdepartmental association to address this issue. It is not just a department alone can do it. And it's the same that Alur Sakleshpur, it is, NCF people have documented circumstance evidence. When the attack happened, people are not aware of the elephant presence in that area. That is a large proportion of that one. And so if you look at it, almost the frequency of 80, 20 cases of the so many cases, the lack of knowledge. This lack of knowledge, if somehow it is communicated, of course, early warning system and different type of systems that is now going on. But if that is there, then people might take a step to avoid bumping to the elephant. So then the conflict or the issues can be resolved. So, in summarizing this entire thing, this is my last slide. I think I have taken too much of time, of course. But what is important is losing tolerance towards animals is because it is one of the major things that needs to be considered. The evolving feeling of every grain is a rupee is important. When I was interacting with one of the farmer, and he was telling in Dharwad, and sir, earlier we used to think 3 mushkis, means 3 handful of things. If we have, one is for the nature, one is for the God or who supports, and one is for us. That is the concept. It was there in the earlier period. Today, even Kumar Pushkar was telling that if we don't have this concept, that tomorrow we have to think for the oxygen or the water, right? It's the same, but it's a different way of putting it. And this indicates disassociation of people from the nature and animals. Basically, when it comes to the everything economics, right? Then coexistence stories of wildlife and people should be part of our school curriculum. Although we do quite a lot of education program wildlife, we ourselves just going and one day conducting a workshop is not going to help. If it becomes every school, in every year, okay, 5th standard, 6th standard, if there is a one, chapter in there, and if their regular teacher, if they teach the same, the impact is always a different. Where what type of stories? The stories can be kind of a Chinkara Blackbuck and the Bishnois of Rajasthan. It's a beautiful story to tell that even today Chinkara Blackbucks are flourishing because of Bishnois. Somewhere in the 14th century, their Jambukeshwar has written 29 classes for them to follow it. That involves that you have to show mercy, you have to protect these animals. it is because even today, Vishnu is follow that one, animals are flourishing. And they don't allow anybody to kill these animals in those areas, right? And that should be the story to communicate how coexistence. And here even we have a Kuruba, Birappa and Bull in some of the area, especially if you go to the Bagalkot area and Belgaum area and even part of the Maharashtra, they have their Kuruba community, their god is Birappa, it's a Shiva only, again, okay. And wolf is kept, it is like how we have a Basava outside our Shiva temple, there even the wolf is kept outside. Why? The Virabhadra is an incarnation of a Shiva, is our god, and he has sent the wolf to save their sheep. This is what is the belief system. Even if they lose even a couple of sheep for the wolf, they consider that probably it had some disease, or wolf has come to clean that one so that disease is not spread to the other. Such a beautiful system. But if you go away from these couple of districts, the concept changes even among the Kuruba community. But if it becomes a part of our curriculum, understanding, the impact of that one is so significant, because unless, okay, now after one stage, the learning is just a knowledge, when we don't practice it. But what we learn, especially from the first standard to the 10th or 12th, is always there in our heart, right? That is the time, if the education policy, if it takes these type of things, it will have an impact. And always I say that regular teacher, their own teachers should teach these things. Not as I'm an educator, I'm going and standing, it will not have such a big impact on that one. So then, though again I'm quoting this particular thing, impossible without a cultural integration. This is in Sangam literature. Even today it stands out, and view the earth not as a commodity but as a parent. If we don't look at it, this one, conservation fails. So with this, I thank all our Tiger Cell, Kumar Pushkar, Bishwajit, and Shashwati Mishra, Vinay, Shantala, and they are the team that we are working on it. And Professor Meva Singh, who is my mentor, and Anand Kumar, we have been working together on many elephant conflict issues and different places. And yeah, my family. And Dr. Vijay Kumar, always, I'm taking help of him in so many aspects. And whenever it comes to the wildlife or anything, I'm there, and we usually keep interacting. He gave this opportunity to to share my views and make this presentation. I thanks to him, and thanks to all for listening to me. And I think I have taken too much of a time, and thanks to one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful talk. We have come to the end of this first technical session.
Any questions?
Dr. H.N. Kumar, sir. So he emphasized that conservation biology is a selfish goal, but it's very necessary. So please be seated. One of the major tools is to increase the protected area network, and it has been documented with the proper evidence that with the growing in the past decade, we have significantly increased the protected area. So it has been doubled in the last decade, attributed to the conservation by field scientists. Now that's almost critically endangered species according to the field scientists. So we don't have much of the field scientists, both in botany as well as in wildlife. So, and we have seen the Kali Tiger Reserve decreases, the tiger number attributed to the dispersion rate. So he emphasized that several of his studies, wildlife, they have a very significant kind of dispersion across different regions. So ranging from 40 kilometers up to 200 kilometers distance is the migration pattern. Now, and also due to this migration, we often get to see the conflict between the wildlife as well as human. So, so that's the gist of this particular session. Now, since we are facing the crunch of time, we can take 2 questions particularly. So please raise your hand. Only 2 questions.
The excellent presentation, sir. Thank you for the lot of information we are getting, including myself. I think you are focusing on only the wildlife. What about the vegetation changes in the protected area or wildlife sanctuaries, national park? Because a lot of wild, like a lantana camara has increased all the forest area, native vegetation has decreased. So because of that, I think wildlife are moving. And also you have to look into the climate change, because a lot of water problems inside the forest area because of lack of rain over the years. I think you can study over the years that is changing. So I think there is no fodder in the forest area for the wildlife. We have to look, you have to understand that angle also. Not only looking to go to the rural area, tribal area, or agricultural area and damaging crop. So we have to develop the fodder for the wildlife. But the forest department only looking with the protection, not into looking with the fodder. I think there is a lot of grass species. So now grass species are decreased in the forest area. So there is no grass. So what the wildlife need to eat? So we need to do some program for the grass species. I think in the Periyar Tiger Reserve I met recently this year. So they are doing the fire experiment, litter fire. So they identify the grass area, and they do the forest department only do the control fire and manage the forest and provide the grass for the wildlife. I think in India, I think in even some part of India also there is a lot of stories like that. And if you take Australia, Kakadu National Park, I think now with indigenous community people and the department, forest department, and they're using the indigenous knowledge and the management knowledge. And last 10 years they are monitoring the fire management. The forest department only doing with the communities. Why this in India, this policy can be bring it that? So looking for your suggestion.
Of course, to answer to your thing, that there are different people working on these issues also, though I'm not directly working on it. I largely focus on animal distribution and behavioral ecology and conflict issues. But there are different people are working on these aspects. That's the one thing. Then removal of the lantana and experimenting on different type of a succession and the grass and these things is also already initiated even in Karnataka, even in Tamil Nadu. Not only here, it's been there in many places. It's been going on. But what is the success rate? We have to wait and see, because there is a lot of failure, in lantana and also senna related, especially these two issues. That 100% removal is, though we remove it, but seeds rains are already there, and that even it will be there for next 10 years, okay, or several decades. So then, if they keep coming, one has to keep managing it. Okay, it is a very challenging issue, as such. People are doing a lot of experiments. Why not people are doing the experiments? In the Satyamangalam, people are doing the experiments. In part of, I think, Bandipur is also, they have started doing it. And it's been going on. But we are at the experimental stage. And let us see how the results will come on.
Hello, sir. I am Dr. Krishnappa, lecturer in Zoology Department. I am also asking same question, sir. Actually, at the time of summer season, most of the wildlife will coming towards the local area or villages area. Actually, if you provide the food in there itself, suppose many of the monkeys are disturbing to society. Suppose if you grow the fruit yielding plants in there itself, lot of acre plant is there, the area is there. There itself, you have to start to grow the different types of fruits. They can consumed by the monkeys. So that will also avoid the conflict between the humans and animals. And also you have to provide the wild animals and like elephant. If you provide the greenery in forest itself, no need to, there is no chance to come outside the forest. On that line, you have to provide the food. So that means you have to drill the borewell and give the water to that area and grow the greenery. So these situations also helpful to them. No need to protect. No one will come outside the forest. So these type of work will also helpful to wild animals, sir. Better than avoid the conflict between the animals and human beings.
Okay, to answer this question, it's very tricky to answer this one. See, natural habitat, it's a natural. Okay, too much of interference in the natural habitat is not acceptable. That's the first thing. Natural habitat should remain. But of course, in some of the areas, okay, managing of animals and providing of the water and these things, of course it is implemented. If you go to the Bandipur area or some of the protected area, water, even the kind of a area is created for the water, and also there is a solar system supported. So in the summer, there itself the water is pumped and water is provided. But everywhere the food cultivation and not acceptable, not possible. But of course, even to tell this one, even politically there was one move sometime back in Himachal Pradesh, and government allocated of 600 crore rupee to create a Vanara Vatika. Okay, and because Himachal Pradesh was facing a lot of problem with the rhesus macaque. Every year, about 700 crores was loss incurred in the horticulture. Then the government came out with this concept. Immediately, this entire country, all the people, they opposed it, and it cannot be done like that. Okay. Then the sterilization program came to exist, and animals were sterilized, but cannot be dumped at one place. So then you give a food and provide a food. It is not going to work. And this should be seen from the more ecologically. And another point I want to say that this also indicates that we kept this as a separate. Animals, okay, should be there. It is like our home, we are there in our home, and animals are supposed to be there in their home. Okay, animals won't feel that it is like that. It is our perception, basically. We have to change our perception, how to look at it. This is what is my response to you.
Can I ask a question, please? I'm a DCF, Chikkamagaluru.
If you have time, you can interact with the speaker in the lunch time. Thank you.
Yeah.
So with this, we have come to the end of the first technical session by very insightful talk by Dr. H.N. Kumar sir. And on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks, and I request
to reassemble on time, that is by 2:30 for the post-lunch technical session. Thank you all. sleep during the technical session. Thank you all for reassembling on time and for your active participation in the poster presentations. The enthusiasm and scientific discussions we witnessed truly reflect the spirit of this conference.
Because my session was supposed to start at 2, it's already 2:51, and I have a train at 4:30.
Yes, sir. Yes, please go ahead.
Don't do anything more. Good afternoon. My name is Sanjay Gubbi. I work on.
Sir, excuse me, sir. I'm here to tell you who you
Wait,
are.
sir. No introduction
just
required.
few words. Just few words, please.
Sir, I have put in 5 hours to prepare this presentation. Let me present at least 20 minutes of my talk.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Otherwise, students don't need any introduction. Why do they need introduction of people? Anyhow, Kannada bartada ellarigu atwa English alli? Is it English or Kannada? What's the language I should be speaking today? ಅದು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ ಥರ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ. Don't ask people, especially speakers, don't dictate speakers what they should be doing, okay? What's your good name? Huh? What's your good name? Yeah, please talk to the organizers, don't talk to the speakers. If you want air condition, you ask them. See, this is the quality of education that's happening in Indian universities. People are interested in air conditioners, but not interested in starting the sessions on time. How will you do wildlife conservation? Wildlife conservation needs a lot of discipline, lot of understanding of the field situation. It doesn't come with air conditioning. Air conditioning is the last thing. Have you gone to the field anytime? Come, I'll make you work in 45 degrees. That's where you need to work, not in air conditioning situation. Where are you from? No, whatever it is, whatever, I don't know where you are coming from, but be prepared for field conditions, and field conditions are like this. I'll talk about human-leopard conflict, and a lot of people think we should call it as coexistence. Is it truly coexistence? People really, do they survive with leopards happily? That's a question we all need to understand. Leopard is a large carnivore which is adaptable. It survives in a wide variety of habitats, right from Can you go to the next slide, please? It survives in habitats like forests. Next slide. Rocky outcrops. If you see the Deccan Plateau, most part of Karnataka lies under the Deccan Plateau, which is about 2.5 to 3 billion years old. So these Deccan Plateau also host a lot of wildlife, including leopards. And sometimes they also survive in agricultural landscapes. So leopard is a very adaptable animal because it can survive right from, it's a generalist species. It can survive in rainforest habitats, it can survive in scrub forests, as well as in agricultural fields. It can also survive in agricultural fields. And it survives with a wide variety of conspecific predators. It can be tigers, it can be wild dogs, it can be hyenas, it can be Indian grey wolves. So it survives across a wide variety of conspecific predators, which are as large as the leopard. So in India, you see 3 phenotypes of leopards, 3 colomorphs. The first one you see in the slide is the normal phenotype 1. What you generally see in pictures, which has got light yellow and black rosettes on the body. And the other popular one is the black one, the melanistic leopard or the black panther. And that's got fully black color, but the rosettes are present even on this particular colomorph. But the rosettes are seen only when the light falls obliquely on the animal. And the recent colomorph we found out in Karnataka or very recently for Asia is the sandalwood leopard, which is either called as erythristic leopard or hypoalbinism. We can confirm if it's erythristic or hypoalbinism only if you do a DNA analysis of the animal. But it has got sandalwood hue with light brown rosettes on its body, and importantly the nose and the pad should also be pink. Only then it confirms it to be a erythristic or hypoalbinistic leopard. Or questions at the end, sir. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಆದರೆ ನನಗಿರೋದು 15 ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಮಯ ಇರೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವರು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಚಂದನ ಚಿರತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 3 ಬಣ್ಣದ ಚಿರತೆಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕೋದು, ಇದು ಕಪ್ಪು ಚಿರತೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಂದನ ಚಿರತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ leopards are, as I said earlier, are found in all kinds of habitats. They also exist with animals. They adapt in highly human dominated landscapes. So if you see some pictures or camera trap pictures or viral videos of leopards moving in human dominated areas, it's also quite possible. They survive even in human dominated areas, and all of this is possible because, now let's check this. Just change the slide when I ask you to change. Next slide, please. They're able to survive in this kind of habitats because they have a very adaptable diet. They can survive on smaller prey, as small as this gerbil, which is about 300 grams, 250 grams. ಈ ಚಿರತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಇರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಯಾಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಇಲಿಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್, ಕೋತಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು 3 kg 4 kg ಇರೋ ಕೋತಿಯಿಂದ 150-200 kg ಇರುವಂತಹ ಹರಿಣೆ ಅಥವಾ ಜಿಂಕೆ ಜಾತಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಹ ತಿಂದು ಬದುಕಬಲ್ಲದು. ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸರ್ವೈವ್ ರೈಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಜರ್ಬಿಲ್ಸ್ ಟು ಅಪ್ ಟು ಸಾಂಬಾರ್, ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 250 kg. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. And many times you see them preying on livestock. They prey on sheep, goat, dogs, cat and pigs, and a wide variety of domestic animals as well. Next slide. ಮತ್ತೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹುಲಿಗಳಿದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ 500 ಹುಲಿ ಇದೆ, 600 ಹುಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಅಥವಾ 300 ಹುಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಿರತೆಗಳಿದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 15 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೀದರ್ನಿಂದ ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 2,000 to 2,500 ಚಿರತೆಗಳಿದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದಾಜು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. So all these years we didn't have any information of how many leopards were found in Karnataka. And today, after about 15 years of field work, we can estimate that Karnataka has a population of about 2 to 2,500 leopards. So wildlife work, good work, good science comes only from hard field work. It doesn't come under aid conditions. So you have to really do good work. You have to be good with science. You have to be also good with natural history. You have to also be good with society, understanding of your societal issues. Next slide. But coming to the point of species like leopard, it's also one of the most conflict prone species. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಂಘರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಈಡು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆನೆ, ಚಿರತೆ, ಕರಡಿ, ಕಾಡ್ಹಂದಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಹಲವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾನವನಿಗೆ ನಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಆನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಚಿರತೆಯಿಂದ. ನಾವು 2008 ರಿಂದ 2018 ತನಕ, when we estimated how much of human leopard conflict was happening in Karnataka, 5 districts would be on the top 5 list. Mysore, Hassan, Udupi, Tumkur and Mandya. ಈ 5 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ 50% ಮಾನವ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ತುಮಕೂರು, ಮೈಸೂರು, ಹಾಸನ, ಉಡುಪಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಂಡ್ಯ. ಈ ಭೂಪಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ತೋರ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೆಂಪು ಬಣ್ಣ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾನವ ಚಿರತೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. The map just demonstrate where high leopard human conflict is occurring. Next slide. And if you see data between 2019 and 2022, the information or the conflict between humans and leopards increased, and it also increased geographically, by not just by spatial scales. It went all the way up to Gulbarga between 2019 and 22. So if you look at data from 20 to 25, the intensity has increased in some areas. ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ, ರಾಮನಗರ, ಮೈಸೂರು, ಮಂಡ್ಯ, ತುಮಕೂರು ಈ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಬೀದರು, ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗ, ರಾಯಚೂರು ಅಂತ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, leopards have started to move into areas where they were not found earlier. Is it a good news? For wildlifers it may be a good news, ಬಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಪರ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್. ಈ ಸಮಾಚಾರ ಹೊಸ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆದರೆ ಜನರ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ನಾವು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವ? ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ವಿ ಬೀನ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆರ್ ಮಿಟಿಗೇಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಡೆಸ್ಪೈಟ್ so many people doing research on conflict, so many organizations claiming to work on human wildlife conflict? Unfortunately no. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಹೊರತು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಕತೆ ಅದೇ 5 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕತೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದೇ ರಾಮನಗರ, ಅದೇ ಮೈಸೂರು, ತುಮಕೂರು, ಮಂಡ್ಯ, ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರ. 19ರಿಂದ 22 ತನಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗುವಂತಹ 72% ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಈ 5 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ 22ರಿಂದ 25 ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ 71ರಿಂದ 63 ಕಡಿಮೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರೋಂತಹ ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಗ್ರೇಷಿಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಧನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಈ ಸಂಘರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದು ಬದಲಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. 62% ಇತ್ತು ಮುಂಚೆ, ಈಗ 59% ಬಂದಿದೆ ಇದೇ 5 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪರಿಹಾರವೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋಂಥ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಸೂಕ್ತವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಅದೇ ಥರ ನೀವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಕೋಟಿಯಷ್ಟು ಹಣವನ್ನು ಬರೀ ಮಾನವ ಚಿರತೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವ್ಯಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ಡ್ ಬೈ 136%. The number of conflict incidences and the ex-gratia we are paying for human leopard conflict has increased by 136% in the last 5 years. Next slide. But the conflict is not truly about injuries to people. So if you see about a human death due to leopards, which is the first bar graph, between 20 and 21 there were 6 deaths, then it was 1 death, then it was 1 death, then another 2 deaths and 1 more death. So it's about 6, 7, 8, 10 and 11 deaths in the last 6 years. 11 deaths in the last 6 years. Every human life is very important. ಪ್ರತಿ ಮಾನವನ ಒಂದು ಜೀವ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಆದರೆ ನೀವು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ 1.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ವಾಹನ ಅಪಘಾತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ವಾಹನ ಅಪಘಾತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ತಾಗ ಜನ ಹೋಗಿ ಈ ಥರ ರಸ್ತೆ ತಡೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಕೂಗಾಡೋದು ಏನೂ ನಡೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಜೀವ ಹೋದರೆ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿಯಿಂದ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ದಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ. there are 150,000 human deaths annually due to vehicular accidents. But nobody goes and Geraus, National Highways Authority of India, nobody talks anything about PWD, nobody stops the highway. But even if there is one death due to wildlife, there will be a lot of demonstrations because wildlife doesn't have a voice. It's very unfortunate. We have become very anthropocentric. ನಾವು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಮಾನವ ಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಹೊರತು ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತದಿಂದ ಬಹಳ ದೂರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ನಾವೀಗ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲದೂ ಚಿರತೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಚಿರತೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಂದನೂ ಬರೋದು, ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಸಮಾಜ, ಸ್ಥಳೀಯರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳೋದು ನೀವು ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಿಡೋದು? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 2009ರಿಂದ 2018 ತನಕ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ 2009 and 2018 Karnataka Forest Department captured 357 leopards and translocated. And the reasons why they were captured was very clear: livestock lifting and anxiety. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜಾನುವಾರು ಹಿಡಿಯುವಂಥ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ 38% ಚಿರತೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾನವನ ಊರಿನ ಹತ್ರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 14% ಹಿಡಿದ್ರು. So about 60% of the captures occurred just because of anxiety and human livestock loss. Next slide. But go back. Between 2009 and 18 we had captured 357 leopards, but between 2024 and 26 just in Mysore district we have captured 164 leopards. ಕೇವಲ ಮೈಸೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 2 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ 164 ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡಿತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ದಟ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೂ ಮೋರ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ಸ್, ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ನಾನು ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಜಾನುವಾರು ಸಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಜನರ ಆತಂಕದಿಂದ ಸುಮಾರು 52% ಚಿರತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹಿಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣ ನಾವು ಜಾನುವಾರು ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಚಿರತೆನ ಹಿಡಿದು ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಚಿರತೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಹಾಕಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಈಗ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡೀರಿ, ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೋಕೇಟ್ ದೆಮ್, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್. And unfortunately, it's not just people who are talking, it's also NGO community, it's also wildlife researchers which are asking for capture and translocation of leopards. So do they actually answer and reduce conflict? No. Next slide. So I used to put radio collars on leopards that were captured by forest department. ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದು ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಚಿರತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. I'll just show you one data. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಚಿರತೆಯನ್ನ ಸರಗೂರು ಅಂತ HD ಕೋಟೆ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಾಗರಹೊಳೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಉದ್ಯಾನದ ಉತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ದೇ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ನಿಯರ್ ಸರ್ಗೂರ್ ಇನ್ HD ಕೋಟೆ ತಾಲೂಕು ಆಫ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೋಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ವಾಟ್ ದೇ ಕಾಲ್ as interior parts of Nagarhole National Park. So the red dot is actually the leopard. So it was captured on the 14th of April 2014 and released 2 days later. And what happened, within 1 day the leopard came out of Nagarhole and went into human habitations. It was going back to its original location where it was captured. ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ದಿವಸನೇ ಮಾರನೇ ದಿವಸನೇ ಹೊರಟು ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ. ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದು ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಕಡೆ ಓಡಾಡಿ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಆ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಜಾನುವಾರು ಹಿಡಿಯೋದು, ಮೇಕೆ ಹಿಡಿಯೋದು, ಕುರಿ ಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ವಿಷ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೊಂದುಬಿಟ್ರು ಜನ. ಪೀಪಲ್ poisoned that leopard. So it finally died. After 4 months, it gave us data. So what happens, and I collared several leopards, and most of the leopards, this was the answer. Every leopard, ಪ್ರತಿ ಒಂದು ಚಿರತೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಆಚೆ ಬರೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಜನ ವಿಷ ಹಾಕೋರು ಅಥವಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿದು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಕೆಳಗೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ರು. ಯಾವಾಗ? 2013 ಜುಲೈ 11ರಂದು. ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಬೈ ದ ರೋಸೆಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಬಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಮಾನಿಟರಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಮಾನಿಟರಿಂಗ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ 1 year ಲೇಟರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್ ವಾಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ಡ್. ಅದೇ ಚಿರತೆ ಯಾವ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ರು, ಉಡುಪಿ ತಾಲೂಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಜಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಡುಪಿ ತಾಲೂಕು ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಚಿರತೆಯನ್ನ 2013ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದು ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. 2014 ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ಚಿರತೆಯನ್ನ ಅದೇ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದ್ರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ 2020, ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಮಂಗಳಯಾನ ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಇಸ್ರೋಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕರೆದ್ರು. ಇಸ್ರೋ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿರತೆ ಇದೆ, ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಡ್ ಇಸ್ರೋ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್. Honorable Prime Minister is attending the program, so it's a high risk thing. So please come and help us on that. So I suggested to the director, sir, you can capture this leopard, but it's not going to give you a solution. But he was very insistent. I said, I'll give my life and protect ensure that the leopard doesn't harm our Honorable Prime Minister. You don't have to worry about it. But he was not willing to listen. So they captured the leopard, translocated it on 20th April 2020. And by 4th August 2020, the leopard came back to the ISRO campus. I think it was also a scientist, it was also studying space. It was interested to work in ISRO, so it came back to ISRO campus. Next slide. And I get a lot of information and documentation. If you watch this leopard, next slide please, the tail is cut. It is because when the trap cage closes, the tail gets stuck and the leopard loses its tail. So it's very clear that this leopard was captured and translocated a few days earlier than when I captured this leopard on the photograph. Next slide. And 2 days ago, we got this leopard in BRT Tiger Reserve. We are camera trapping. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ರಂಗನ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಚಿರತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಈ ಚಿರತೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದು 9ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರೋದು ರಾತ್ರಿ. ಅದು ಕಿವಿಯನ್ನ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ there is a notch in the ear. That means this leopard was captured and translocated into BR Hills. But so is it good that they're translocating it into BR Hills? Let's see the data. Next slide. ಈ BRT ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ರಂಗನ ಬೆಟ್ಟ, ಮಹದೇಶ್ವರನ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾವೇರಿ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಭೂಪ್ರದೇಶ. It's about 2,600 square kilometers in Chamarajanagar district. So the human wildlife conflict or human leopard conflict between 2019 and 22 look like this. ಇದು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರೋದು BRT ಟೈಗರ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್, ಆ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಇರೋದು ಕಾವೇರಿ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮ. ಕಾವೇರಿ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮದ ಹತ್ರ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಇತ್ತು ಮುಂಚೆ 2019 ರಿಂದ 22 ತನಕ. ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ರಂಗನ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಚಿರತೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಇದು ಕಾವೇರಿ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮ, ಇದು ಕಾವೇರಿ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮ, ಇದು ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ರಂಗನ ಬೆಟ್ಟ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇತ್ತು ಅಥವಾ ಇರಲೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಹದೇಶ್ವರನ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಕೇವಲ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಕನಕಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕು ಮತ್ತು ಮಳವಳ್ಳಿ ತಾಲೂಕು, ರಾಮನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ 2022 ಮತ್ತು 25 ತನಕ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆನೂ ಸಹ ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗನ್ನ ಮಲೆ ಮಹದೇಶ್ವರ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡಿತು. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಕಾರಣ? ಯಾಕೆ? ಹೌ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಮೋರ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ನಾವು? ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ವರ್ಷ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇರ್ ವಾಸ್ ನೋ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಇಯರ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. 2019 ರಿಂದ 22 ತನಕ 300 ಮಾನವ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು 2022 ರಿಂದ 25 ತನಕ 1300 ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ದ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 333%. ಅಂದ್ರೆ 300 ಪಟ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಯಿತು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ. ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಧನನೂ ಸಹ 377ರಷ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ 3 ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 25 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ 19 ರಿಂದ 22 ತನಕ. 22 ರಿಂದ 25 3 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ 1,21 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಚಿರತೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಗರಹೊಳೆ, ಬಂಡೀಪುರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈಗ ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ರಂಗನ ಬೆಟ್ಟ, ಕಾವೇರಿ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಲೆ ಮಹದೇಶ್ವರ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮಕ್ಕೆ ಚಿರತೆಗಳ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡೋದು. ದೇ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೋಕೇಟಿಂಗ್. ದ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಂಟ್ ಅಪ್. ಇಟ್ ಹಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಪ್ ನೌ. It was a very peaceful landscape. There was no conflict with leopards, very minimal conflict. Now it's a high conflict area. And who is responsible? It is not just people, forest department. ಕೇವಲ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆನ ನಾವು ದೋಷಿಸಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮಾನವ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಅಂತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, this human wildlife conflict topic is a very attractive topic to get visibility. So this was an experiment done by a wildlife enthusiast a few years ago. He said, I have amazing solution for reducing human elephant conflict, and he said you put the spikes all around the forest, elephants cannot go out of the forest. This was his theory. So they tried and tested, and they said, yes, why don't we try this? Some other enthusiast or scientist in fact tried this in Bandipur way back in the 90s. 1990 ಇದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದನಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಳೆ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದನ ಒಂದು ಮೋರಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ದಾಟಿ ಗೇಟ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ದನ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಅಸ್ ಕೌ ಕ್ಯಾಚರ್. ಕಾಲಿಟ್ರೆ ಸಿಗಾಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ರೋಲರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಮುಳ್ಳಿನ ತರ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂಡೀಪುರದ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ solutions provided by NGOs, not by forest department. And what happens, it all turns out into an economic activity. ಅದೊಂದು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಉತ್ತರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಪಾರಿಸರಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಉತ್ತರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಈ ತರ ನಾವು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಯಾರೋ ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಹಾರ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. ನೋ, ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ಇಟ್. ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡೊಮೆಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಪೆಟ್ಸ್. ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿಗಳವು, ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾವಿನ ಹಣ್ಣು, ಹಲಸಿನ ಹಣ್ಣು ಕೊಡೋ ಅಂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವು ಬಿಲಿಯಾಂತರ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ವಿಕಸನಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎವಾಲ್ವ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ millions of years. We don't have to feed them with mangoes and jackfruits and vegetables and sugarcane. It's a very wrong concept that wildlife creates conflict during summer. Highest conflict with elephant is during post monsoon, August, September, October, November, when ragi and paddy has inflorescence. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಭತ್ತ ತೆನೆ ಹೊಡೆದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗೋದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ತೆನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಡಿಯಂ, ಉಪ್ಪು, ಪೊಟ್ಯಾಷಿಯಂ ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನಿತರ ಮಿನರಲ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆನೆ ತಿನ್ನೋಕೆ ಬರೋದೇ ಹೊರತು ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇವಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಕಬ್ಬು ಕೊಟ್ರು ಒಂದೇ ರುಚಿ, ಹಲಸಿನ ಹಣ್ಣು ಕೊಟ್ರು ಒಂದೇ ರುಚಿ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ರುಚಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಟೇಸ್ಟ್. ದೇ ಕಾಂಟ್ ಸಿ, ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಸೀಸ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ ಇವನ್ ಸಿ ಕಲರ್. ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಜನ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ illiterate about wildlife, including NGOs and scientists. We think animals have to be treated like human beings. ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿಗಳು ಖಂಡಿತ ಮಾನವರಲ್ಲ. ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಬೆಕ್ಕು, ನಾಯಿ ಸಾಕದಾಗಿ ಸಾಕಬಾರ್ದು.
So you're all young scientists, please don't carry this opinions with you that you start treating wildlife like, human beings treat pets. So all these solutions have been tried. Next slide. And it's very interesting, one of the things I saw very recently, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಜುನ್ನರ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂನ್ಸಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ MLA ಅವರು ಈ ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿರತೆ ತರ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ವಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. The MLA from Junnar was protesting in the assembly because of high human-leopard conflict. So it's a very big social political problem. It's not just ecological problem. Next slide. But a few years ago, Junnar was seen as the place for human-wildlife conflict. A wildlife biologist said Junnar is the place for model to show how leopards and people can coexist, etc., etc. The scientists got a lot of awards, lot of funding. Everything happened. Scientists moved on because he or she had no long-term interest in that place. ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮದುವೆ ತರ. ಅದು ನೀವು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಆ ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆದಂಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನೀವು ಈ ವರ್ಷ ನಾನು ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ರಂಗನ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷ ನನ್ನ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಯು ಕಾಂಟ್ ಹಾಪ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಫ್ರಾಗ್. ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಮ್ಯಾರಿಡ್ ಟು ಒನ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಯು ಗುಡ್ ಆರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ವಿತ್ ದಟ್, ಲೈಕ್ ದ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. You can't say that I'll work on rhinoceros today and day after tomorrow I'll work on elephants in Karnataka. Then I get interest, or there's a lot of funding for great Indian bustards, I go to Rajasthan. That's not wildlife conservation. You have to be stuck to one place, one species, and you spend your lifetime on it. Otherwise, you will not get any kind of results. All you end up with a salary at the end of the month, a good salary. Don't do it. If you come to wildlife conservation, come with passion. ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಯಿಂದ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರುಳು ಬಳ್ಳಿನ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಆಗ್ಲೇ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಬರೀ ಅದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ, ಬೇಡ. ಈ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೋರಯ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್, ಈಕಲಾಜಿಕಲ್, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್. ನಿಮಗೆ ಆ ಕರುಳು ಬಳ್ಳಿಯ ನಂಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಕಮ್. ನಿಮಗೆ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದಟ್ ಗಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸ್ಟಮಕ್ ಟು ಡೂ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್. ಓನ್ಲಿ ದೆನ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಸಕ್ಸೀಡ್. Next slide. And it's not just forest department, it's not just communities. These days there's a lot of pressure from media. ನೋಡಿ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ತರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. Role of media in increasing our concept, our thinking about human wildlife conflict. ನಿಮಗೆ ಈ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಇರೋ ಚಿತ್ರ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ? If you're a common man, what do you feel? ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನರಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮುಖ ಚಿತ್ರ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ? ಇದು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಕ್ರೌರ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು, ಆ ಹಾಳು ಮೂಳು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲೇನಂತ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಕಣಜಾರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆ, ಆತಂಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನತೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಜನತೆ ಆತಂಕದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಪತ್ರಕರ್ತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆತಂಕಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಗುಂಡ್ಲುಪೇಟೆ, ಬೋನಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಚಿರತೆ, ನಿಟ್ಟಿಸಿರು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುವ ರೈತರು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ he is promoting the concept that capture the leopard, then you will all be peaceful. ನೀವು ಬೋನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಹಿಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಮಾಧಾನದಿಂದ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ನ ಈ ಪತ್ರಕರ್ತ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಹಿತಿನೇ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಅವರು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ರಾಮನಗರ ನವಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಚಿರತೆ ಮುಖ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಚಪೇಟ್ಲ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ, ಕೃಷಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಿಂದೇಟು. ಇದು ಎರಡೂ ಫೋಟೋ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನನ್ಸುತ್ತದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಯಾರ್ದೋ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಹೌದಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಅದು ಎರಡೂ ಫೋಟೋ ಚಿರತೆ ಅಲ್ವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಜಾಗ್ವಾರ್ ಅಂತ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಅಮೆರಿಕದ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ. ಅದು ಅವರು ಕಾಪಿ ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಇಂದ ತಗೊಂಡು. ಪ್ರಜಾವಾಣಿ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೌ ದೇ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್. ಅದು ಚಿರತೆನೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇವನ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಜಾಗ್ವಾರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಸಮ್ ಝೂ ಪರ್ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್. ದೇ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡೆಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪುಟ್ ಇಟ್ along with the news story. Next slide. ಇದು ಈಗಂತೂ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳಲ್ಲಂತೂ ಇಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅ ಮೆನೇಸ್. ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ. ಇವ್ರು ಯಾರೋ ಒಂದು ಮಲೆ ಮಹದೇಶ್ವರ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ, ಭಕ್ತರಲ್ಲಿ ಆತಂಕ. ಅರೆ, ಮಲೆ ಮಹದೇಶ್ವರ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಧಾಮ, 906 ಚದರ ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಇರುವಂತ ಕಾಡು ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಮತ್ತೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಬರೋದೇನು? ಅಲ್ಲಿ 96 ಚಿರತೆ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಅದೇನು ಹೊಸ ವಿಚಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಚಿರತೆ ಕಾಂಡು ಬರೋದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವ್ರು ಹೆದರಿಸೋದು ಜನರಿಗೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ. ಹೌದು, ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆ ಇದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರೋದೇನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಲಿ ರಾಜಾರೋಷವಾಗಿ ಓಡಾಟ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಂಡೀಪುರ ಹುಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ರಾಜಾರೋಷವಾಗಿ ಓಡಾಟ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನರ್ಥ? ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಸೋದು ಇದು. ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಲಿ ಓಡಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿರೋ ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಹುಲಿ ಓಡಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಾಡಬೇಕು? ಫೋರಂ ಮಾಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ ಹುಲಿ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ? ಬಟ್ ದ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ದೇ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಇನ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಂಗ್ಸೈಟಿ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ಬಿಲೀವಬಲ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೊಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ. ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ಎವ್ರಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ ವುಡ್ ನೋ ದಿಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಪ್ಲೇ ದಿಸ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ.
ಚೆಂಗಣ್ಣಿನಿಂದ ಕೆಕ್ಕರಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಲಾರೆ, ಈಗ ಆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ?
ಏನು ಪಾರ್ಥ, ಚೆಂಗಣ್ಣಿನಿಂದ ಕೆಕ್ಕರಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಲಾರೆ, ಈಗ ಆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಕನ್ನಡಿಗಾಸ್ ನೋ? ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಇದು? ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನವ್ರಿಗಂತೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಬ್ರುವಾಹನ ಚಿತ್ರದ್ದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್.
ಏನು ಪಾರ್ಥ,
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ದಿಯ ನೋಡಿ, ಸರಿಯಾದ ಚಿರತೆ ಕೆಂಗಣ್ಣಿನಿಂದ ಕೆಕ್ಕರಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಇವನೇನ್ ಬಬ್ರುವಾಹನನ? ಅದು ಅರ್ಜುನನ. ಜನ ಅರ್ಜುನ, ಚಿರತೆ ಅದು ಬಬ್ರುವಾಹನ. ಏನು ಚಿರತೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ರಿ ಕೆಂಗಣ್ಣಿನಿಂದ ಕೆಕ್ಕರಿಸಿ ನೋಡ್ಬಹುದು? ಇಸ್ ದರ್ ಎನಿ ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವೇ ದ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಟುಡೇ? ಯಾವ್ದೋ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಇಂದ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು. ರಾಜಣ್ಣ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೋ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರು ಚಿರತೆಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರದು. ಸರಿಯಾದ ಚಿರತೆ ಕೆಂಗಣ್ಣಿನಿಂದ ಅದೇನು ಕೆಂಗಣ್ಣಿನಿಂದ ಕೆಕ್ಕರಿಸಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಚಿರತೆ? ಪಾಪ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಚಿರತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್. ಈ ಚಿತ್ರ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? ಭಯ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಚಿತ್ರ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದಲ್ವ ಚಿರತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾನು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಇಳಿಕೆಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಇವರು ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಂಬಂಧನೇ ಇಲ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಜನ ಇದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ. ಗ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್, ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್. ಗ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ರೀಡ್, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಚಿತ್ರ ನೋಡಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೇ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ವಿಲನ್. ಚಿರತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರೌರ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಅಂತ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ಜನರಿಗೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಈಗ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್. ಇದು ನೋಡಿ, ಇದು ಹೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ? ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ ಹುಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ. ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ ಇಸ್ 1,400 ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಟೈಗರ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್. ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನೊಳಗಡೆ ರಸ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಆನೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಾನೆ ಇದು ಬಸ್ನ ತಡೆ ಹಿಡಿತೋ ಅಥವಾ ಬಸ್ಸು ಕಾಡಾನೆನ ತಡೆ ಹಿಡಿತೋ? ಅರ್ಥನೇ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಡಾನೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ತಡೆ ಹಿಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಬಸ್ನ? ಬಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಕಾಡಾನೆ ದಾಟೋದು, ರಸ್ತೆ ದಾಟ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ತಡೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿರೋದು. ರಸ್ತೆನ ನಾವು ಕಾಡು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ದಾಟಬೇಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನರ್ಥ? ಎಲ್ಲಿ ದಾಟಬೇಕಂಗಾದ್ರೆ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್. ಈಗ ಈ ಫೇಕ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ದಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅನದರ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ನಾವು. ಇದು ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಶಾಹಿದ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ನಡಾಫ್ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಅನ್ನೋರು ಇದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ತಾರ್ ಪಕ್ಕ ಒಂದು ಚಿರತೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಅದು ವೈರಲ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತಂತೆ. ಜನ ತುಂಬಾ ಆತಂಕ, ಓ ಚಿರತೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿಗೆ, ಚಿರತೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಫೇಕ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್. ಇದು ನೋಡಿ, AI ಕಪ್ಪು ಚಿರತೆಗೆ ಮಳವಳ್ಳಿ ಜನ ಹೈರಾಣು. ಇವನು ಯಾರೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಧರ್ಮ.tv ಇಂದವನು, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಲೈಕ್ಸ್ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಪ್ಪು ಚಿರತೆ ತಂದು ಕಾಪಿ ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ. ಆ ಮಳವಳ್ಳಿ ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಾಬರಿ ಆಗೋರು. ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕರೆದ್ರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರತೆನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ AI ಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವನಿಗದು ಲೈಕ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ. ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರಿಗೆ MLA ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಅವ್ರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಬೈತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ಫೇಕ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ಗಳಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಆತಂಕ ಮೂಡ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ, ಅದು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಅರಿವನ್ನ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಎನಿ ಅದರ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್. And as I said earlier, the biggest conflict is happening because of loss of livestock. Next slide. So what we need to do is improve livestock protection. Now we are giving, especially as scientists and NGOs, we give solutions which look very attractive. Andre drone ತಗೊಂಬನ್ನಿ, it should include modern technology, AI ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ. ಯಾಕೆ AI? ಇದು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬೇಲಿ ಕಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ AI ಬೇಕು? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಸ್ಥಳೀಯವಾಗೇನೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕೇ ಹೊರತು AI ಡ್ರೋನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಸಾಲ್ವಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್. ಕೋಳಿ ತಗೊಂಬಂದು ಎಲ್ಲಂದ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಈಗ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಡಲ್ ಬಂತೇಳಿ ಹೋದ್ಸಲ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ಅಥವಾ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಬಂತು ನಮ್ದು? ಅಟ್ ವಾಟ್ place were we located in the last Olympics? You're all young students, Gen Zs, many of you. Were we first, second, third, fourth, fifth? I think we were on the 94th place in the last Olympics. We are in the third place in consuming chicken. ಕೋಳಿ ತಿನ್ನೋದ್ರೊಳಗಡೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ 3ನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. So as economy increased, our consumption of chicken has also increased, and it has led to a lot of human leopard conflict because we don't dispose chicken waste in a scientific manner. Next slide. So every time I put up camera traps in some area close to villages, you get a leopard carrying away chicken. So who is responsible? Is the leopard responsible for it? If you place a chocolate on the table and ask a child not to eat it, is it possible? ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಮಿಠಾಯಿ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಗುಗೆ ತಿನ್ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಬ್ಬರಿ ಮಿಠಾಯಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಸಾಧ್ಯನಾ ಅದನ್ನ? ಅದೇ ತರ ಇದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲವರು ಸ್ಥಳೀಯವಾಗಿ ಅವರೇ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ರಾಣಿಬೆನ್ನೂರು, ಹಾವೇರಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಾಯಿಗಳ ಕೊರಳು ಪಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದು ಮುಳ್ಳಿರುವಂತ ಕೊರಳು ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡಾಗ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ spikes on them so that the leopard doesn't bite. This was not found through any scientific means. It was found by local shepherds to protect their dog. So solutions are very simple. We just need to understand and implement site and species specific solutions. Next slide. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಇದು ಈ ರೈತಂದು ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರನ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿ, ಒಂದು ಕಾಂತೂರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಒಂದೇ ರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 9 ಕುರಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿತದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಅಥವಾ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅವನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆಯನ್ನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ದ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಟು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ pen. You don't need anything else. But we give other solutions, like one gentleman gave us, why don't we feed them with fruits? Why don't we feed the monkeys with etc. etc. No, monkey's gut itself will not handle the human consumed food. Actually, they come to the villages, they come to street side because we have started feeding them. ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ರಾಣ ಅನಿಂದ್ಯ ಸಿನ್ಹ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. He has done a lot of scientific work. Why macaques come to streets or come to highway edges? Please read that as human wildlife conflict students. Please read it. It is only because we started feeding them. It's not because they are derived or deprived of food and water in the forest. Next slide. As I said earlier, the solutions are very simple. Livestock protection, extremely minimum translocation. Only when it is like a human death or something you can capture a leopard. Otherwise, don't capture and translocate. And ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸೋದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಂಪತಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ಸಂಘರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 4 ಕುರಿಯನ್ನ ಒಂದೇ ರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅವನು ಅರ್ಧ ಜೀವನದ ಹಣ ಹೊರಟೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ. ಪೀಪಲ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಸಿಟೀಸ್ ವೋಂಟ್ ಲೂಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್. ಆದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತ ಒಂದೇ ರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಎಕರೆ ಆನೆ ತಿನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅವನ ಜಮೀನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಣ ಹೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವನೇನೋ ಮಗಳ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಹಣ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಧವಾದ ಅವನು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಡೀಲ್ ವಿತ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಅ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಂಪತಿ. ಅವ್ನು ಹೋಗಿ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, 4 ಮಾತು ಅವ್ನು ಬೈಯೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಸೊ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಟು ಟೀಚ್ ಯು ಆನ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್, people like Boraya should come and speak here. He was the range forest officer in Biligirirangan Betta, BRT Tiger Reserve, and he handled the same elephant conflict, he handled the same leopard conflict with no problem with people, because he just showed a lot of empathy to people. ಜನರಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಹಾನುಭೂತಿಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತಿಂದ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ಹೌದಲ್ಲ ಬೋರಾಯ? ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ಜನರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು ಸಹಾನುಭೂತಿಯಿಂದ, ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡೋರು. None of the researchers have this kind of talent. They only publish in academic papers. That is going to not solve. That is not going to solve any of the conflict problems in the field. So if you want to work on conflict, ನೀವು ಸಮಾಜನ ಅರ್ಥಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಸಮಾಜದ ಜನರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಹಾನುಭೂತಿಯಿಂದ ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್. ಮತ್ತು ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ 2 ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳಿವೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಚಿರತೆಗಳ ಸಂಘರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರಣ ಅಂದರೆ ಬೇಟೆ. ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಟೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಬೇಟೆ ನಡೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಖಂಡಿತ ತಪ್ಪು. ನಾನು ಬೀದರ್ನಿಂದ ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರ ತನಕ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಪ್ರತಿ ರಾತ್ರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಟ್ರಾಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಟೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಚಿತ್ರಗಳು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಅವೇ ದ ಫುಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಆನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲಾರ್ಜ್ ಕಾರ್ನಿವೋರ್ಸ್, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಗೋ ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್. ನಾವು ಅವುಗಳು ತಿನ್ನೋಂಥ ಆಹಾರ ತೆಗೆದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಜಾನುವಾರುಗಳನ್ನ ತಿನ್ನಲೇಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಜಾನುವಾರುಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬನೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ವಿಚಾರ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್, ಅವುಗಳ ಆವಾಸ ಸ್ಥಾನ. ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ ಅಂಡರ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ we are giving away 300 to 400 hectares of forest for developmental activities. Prati Divsa, every day we are diverting 300 to 400 hectares of forest in the nation for developmental activities. It can be for dams, it can be for roads, it can be for water pipeline, etc. etc. If you are losing habitat in such a rapid way, how can you expect human-wildlife conflict to come down? So these are very two important critical factors have to be handled if you want to reduce conflict. All other things are immaterial actually. They will have very small impact on the field. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೊಸ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಲುಕ್ ವೆರಿ ಅಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಈವನ್ ಆಸ್ NGOs, as scientists, we give them solutions which are convenient and economically driven, not which are tough solutions. ನಾವು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್, ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್, secondary education should be good. University education should be good. Can you expect a child or a society to have wonderfully educated people with very bad quality education? Then how can conflict come down without solving these primary problems? Next slide. So that's what is conflict all about. You know, I'm sorry that I had to critique a couple of people. It's a scientific forum. We have the independence to critique. Please don't promote solutions like give them water, give them food, etc. They are not our pets. I purposefully picked up the subject because there are about 50-100 students here. They will also continue with the same thinking. ಅದೇ ಯೋಚನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಹೌದು, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನೀರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಪೈನಾಪಲ್ಲು, ಆಪಲ್ಲು, ಈಗ ಮಾವಿನ ಸೀಸನ್, ಮಾವಿನ ಹಣ್ಣು, ಹಲಸಿನ ಹಣ್ಣು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಆನೆಗೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ಫಾನ್ಸೋ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೆನಿಶಾ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ತೋತಾಪುರಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಬೇಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮುಂದೆ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ದ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಟಾಕ್. ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಅ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್. ನನಗೆ ಆರ್ಥೋಪೆಡಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಇವರು ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಕಾಲು ಮುರಿದೋಗಿದೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನೋ ಆಗಿದೆ ತೊಂದರೆ. ಇಫ್ ಐ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಆರ್ಥೋಪೆಡಿಕ್ಸ್ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್, ವಿಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್? It won't be valid. It is better that I keep quiet but not giving some solution. So similarly, if you don't know the subject, please don't give solutions, because that is creating a lot of problems these days in the field. And sorry, I can't take questions because I have my train at 4:30. I have to rush back. Thank you very much, but I can ask one question. So do we have one question?
One question.
ಸರ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. I think that's not required, sir. I don't want to get into names of people and NGO.
Lift and other NGOs, they are creating problems. And there are Adivasis who are living with the animals. You please, they are here present. Please ask them. They will have answers to most of these human-animal conflicts. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Please, sir. Please.
So, Sanjay, but see, in the end, you said something which is worrying. You showed that hill which has been decapitated almost, and said, look, when you're doing this, it's unreasonable to talk about such situations. They are bound to arise. But it's akin to saying global climate change is there. We have to mitigate it. Unless we adopt a Gandhian solution, there is no solution to climate change. But that kind of argument is about saying there has to be a fundamental change. But it's all about trying to make adjustments in a globalizing, consumer-driven, a rapidly expanding urban scenario. So, are we just being cynical when we talk about stopgap solutions, small things, or is there some meaning to that? because otherwise this whole conference has no meaning.
I totally agree with you, sir. That's the other problem. We don't draw a line and we don't zonate our areas. Which area should get priority for wildlife conservation? Which area should get priority for human development? That's the zonation we should do. ಅಂದರೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಮಲಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ದೇವರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಲ್ಲೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಾವು ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಈವನ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಚ್ ಡೊನೇಷನ್. Unfortunately, we have removed that lines of where should wildlife conservation get priority and where should human development get priority. If we follow those donations strictly, we can go hand in hand both about development, about wildlife conservation. Thank you so much.
Sir, namaskar, sir. Sir, Ramesh ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟು
4:15 ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಇದೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ
ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಿರುಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಸಂಜಯ್ ಗುಬಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅದು ಐ ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಹುಡುಗರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂತಹ ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸಂಜಯ್ ಗುಬಿ ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಐ ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಷನ್.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, delegates, fellow participants. Now I am presenting my paper on butterfly diversity in different ecological habitats of Tumkur. My name is Amruta. I am collaborated with Vishwas V. Kashyap and Amina Misbah for this presentation. These are the content of the study. Butterflies or arthropod insects belongs to the phylum Arthropoda and class Insecta and order Lepidoptera and suborder Raphelocera. And these the Lepidoptera are derived from the Greek word that means scaly wings. India is the global hotspot for biodiversity of butterflies, which constitute approximately 1,500 species of butterflies. Butterflies also play very important role in bioindicators by indicating the ecological health. These are the objectives that the diversity of butterfly is studied in the different ecological habitats of Tumkur, and to calculate the butterfly diversity we use the butterfly diversity indexes like Shinnon-Winner index and Simpson index and Pylos evenness index and Malga's richness index, and by this we analyze the influence of ecological habitats on butterfly diversity. These are the study area we selected for our study in Tumkur district of Karnataka. First one is the Amajad Chilume, that forest area. This represents the large ecosystem and diverse host plants and natural vegetation. Second is the garden area with Amani Kere. There is ornamental and flowering plants and water availability is seen in this area. And third one is the Gangasandra Road agricultural area, which represents the cultivated agricultural area with limited vegetations, and it is seen that pesticides are used in this area. And last one is Jayanagara and Baddihalli. These are the highly urbanized areas where pollution and human anthropogenic activities are seen in higher rate. In the field, during our study, we use these methods to our study. First one is pollard walk method, where the observer sees butterfly 2.5 meters left side and right side and 5 meters in front of the observer. This is known as pollard walk method. And second one is observation and identification method. During our study, we used to observe the butterflies and identified using these books or study material or standard books for the guide of butterfly identification. And the photographs were captured for the morphological study and digital documentation. And capture and release method is used using the nets. And we used to capture the butterflies and study their morphology and identify them and release back to their natural habitat. These are the result we found in that. We got 86 species of butterfly. In that, 45 species are found in forest area, 36 species are found in garden area, and 27 species are found in agricultural area, and only 12 species are found in urbanized area. By this we can say that decrease in the butterfly diversity is due to the increase in the anthropogenic activities. And another graph shows that the family wise distribution of butterflies. In that we found 5 major families like Pyridae, Lycanidae, Nymphalidae, Papilionidae and Asperidae. In that, Nymphalidae butterflies dominate other species of butterfly, because Nymphalidae family has diverse range of host plant and nectar plants, and it is highly adaptable for different ecological habitats. This is the statistical analysis used for quantitative study of butterflies in different habitats. Here we are done with Shannon-Winner index. It represents overall diversity and abundance of the species. In that, forest area has highest value and urbanized area has lowest value. By this, we conclude that forest area has higher diversity than urbanized area and others. And second one is Simpson Diversity Index. In that, we used to represent the dominancy of the species. Here we study that lower the value represents the higher diversity of butterflies. By this, forest area has lower value with higher diversity. And third one is Pylos Evenness Index. In this, we used to study the evenness of the butterfly. In that, agricultural area and urbanized area has the evenness of species because they have favorable species only seen in that evenness, evenly spread in that area. And last is the Margav's Richness Index. In that, we used to study the richness of the butterflies. In that, forest area is highest, richer ecosystem of butterflies, and the urbanized area is the least richness of butterflies. By this, we know that forest area has highest butterfly diversity and urbanized area has lower butterfly diversity. In forest area, diverse host plant and nectar plant is seen, and it is a natural ecosystem where butterflies has better microclimatic conditions like temperature and humidity and all. And in a garden area, it is moderate. We see moderate butterfly diversity because this area has ornamental and flowering plants and water availability but lesser than forest area. And third one is the agricultural area. It sees that lower butterfly diversity because of the pesticides used and crop with limited vegetation as crops, patterns, etc. And urbanized area is the least seen in diversity because of pollution, habitat exploitation, and we see more and more number of anthropogenic activities. These are some of the old studies which supported our study. By this, we conclude that host plant and nectar plant is the highest which helps in the butterfly diversity, and natural ecosystem plays a very important role in maintaining the butterfly diversity. So forest conservation is very important role in the maintaining biodiversity of butterflies. And then butterfly act as a bio indicator, and it indicates the health of the habitat and ecological environment. These are the references. I thank my college DOSR in zoology, Tumkur University, for giving me the opportunity for the research, and I thank my co-worker Vishwas V. Kashyap and the guide Amina Misbah, and I thank organizers and participants for this great opportunity.
Okay, we can have 2 questions. If there are no questions, let us thank Amrita and invite next speaker. Thank you, Amrita.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Akarsh Shubhakar. He is going to talk on exploring pigment producing soil fungal diversity and ecological interactions in the Western Ghats biodiversity hotspot of Shivamogga.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Akarsh Shubhakar, it's my privilege to present the research entitled Exploring Pigment Producing Soil Fungal Diversity and Ecological pigment producing soil fungal diversity and ecological interactions in the Western Ghats biodiversity hotspot of Shivamogga, guided by Professor B. Tippeswamy sir. So the Western Ghats is one of the most important biodiversity hotspot of world, which is enriched with diverse floral, faunal and microbial source diversity, And Shivamogga is located in a central Western Ghats region, which is enriched with organic soil, which provides the niche for various groups of microorganisms, and soil fungi contributing in nutrient cycling and ecological balance and microbial interaction in the ecosystem. So the fungal pigments have gained interest due to their eco-friendly nature, and they are the alternative for the synthetic colorants. Therefore, the present study aimed to isolation, characterization and identification of pigment producing soil fungi from the Western Ghats region of Shivamogga district. So the soil sample was collected. We focused on litter soil sample where the organic layer is more. We collected that soil sample and brought into the laboratory and subjected for serial dilution. After serial dilution, 3, 4, 5 dilutions were plated on potato dextrose agar medium and incubated at room temperature for 7 to 12 days. After incubation, the pigment producing fungi was screened by visual inspection. After that, they were morphologically identified and confirmed their species level by molecular characterization by ITS rRNA sequencing. So coming to the results, we have collected 50 soil samples from 37 different geographical locations across the Shivamogga district, and this is the scatter plot showing the soil sample collected locations. So these tables showing the geographical coordinates of soil sample collected places. So these are some of the photographs. So a total 599 fungal colonies were isolated from 50 different soil samples collected at 37 different geographical locations. In that, 23 isolates shows a pigment production, and 12 were selected for the. This is a table showing the isolates. The yellow color highlighted are the pigment producing organisms. So these are the photographs of pigment producing isolates. So total 12 fungal pigment producing fungi were selected for further molecular characterization, and they were coded with F1 to F12. So F1 genera belongs to the mucor species, F2 Aspergillus species, F3 Penicillium species, F4 Penicillium species, F5 Aspergillus species, F6 Pelaromyces species, F7 Coletotrichum species, F8 Aspergillus species, and F9 Penicillium species, F10 Alternaria species, and F11 Schizophyllum, and F12 Penicillium. So all the nucleotide sequences of these 12 organisms were deposited to GenBank NCPI, and we obtained the accession number for that. And phylogenetic tree was constructed using a MegaX software, and this phylogenetic tree showing the relativeness among the species. So coming to the conclusion, from the present study, we know that the soil fungi of this Western Ghats provide a niche for various group of microorganisms, in that the fungi is abundantly found in this region, and these pigment producing fungi can be used as an alternative to synthetic dyes, and it has more more important for biotechnological applications in future. And furthermore, these fungi represent a promising source for a sustainable biotechnological applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Akash. It's open for discussion. 3 questions. If no questions, thank you, Akash. Let's invite the next speaker. Next speaker is Balu Amresh Jorgi. He's going to talk on bioarchitects of the circular economy. BSFL proteins protects global biodiversity by reducing habitat encroachment. Is Balu Amresh ready?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the chairperson and distinguished faculty and who are all present here. Today, I am going to tell something which is tiny, like an insect. How insects contribute to the wildlife conservation and conflict reduction. So, we all eat food. Like we eat food like proteins, we eat chicken and egg also. Like for chicken and egg, where do the food come from? It comes from the soya meal and fish meal. Soya meal, to like when we see chicken industry is going on rapid growth, and fish which we are eating, it is also growing in a rapid range. For getting that food, it needs fish meal and fish meal and soya meal. So for that, the overall contribution of the poultry feed is the different sources of the different sources which are contributing to the poultry and fish meal are soya meal and fish meal and other plant proteins and alternative proteins like insect meal. So when we are looking at the conservation of the wildlife, so to grow this soya and fish meal, almost 65% of the 65% of the production is from the soya, and 22% of the production of the feed is from the fish meal, which is coming from soya is coming from deforestation of the forest, and it's like gradually increasing. These are the numbers who powerfully shows that how soya is increasing in 35 years. Like in 1990, the soya production was around 104 million tons, but by 2005 the soya production is almost 214 metric tons, and by 2025 the soya production is grown rapidly to 428 million tons. Where do this soya produces? It is not we have to grow the soya on land, right? So that land is taken from the forest that is existed. So in the world, most of the land is cut down for growing the food, and most of the ocean fishes are crawled out for food for the livestock that we are giving. How important is to conserve is meat Hermetia illusions larva, which feeds on the waste, organic waste like municipality waste and other organic wastes like agro-industrial waste and different waste, chicken waste and all, and it produces the same protein, animal protein. Like it eats rapidly and converts it into 40 to 60% of the protein and 15 to 49% of the protein. And guess what? Here the larva takes less than 10% of the land that is produced by the soya. That means if we are growing the soya in 100 acres, this larva protein is we need 5 acres. That reduction is done by this tiny organism. So how does this work in our system? Like we just take the municipality waste and dump it one side as we do, but we don't really use them as productively. We just throw it. But here what we can do is, like, we can just add BSF larva to that. It converts all the waste into protein and fat. So that then whatever the excreta that is produced from it, that is frass, that can be directly applied to the agriculture feeds. That is much more nutrient rich than chemicals. So this protein we can directly give it into poultry and fish meat, so that we reduce the burden on soya meal and fish meal. Here comes my numbers on the numbers which suggest what I have said. So the soya meal requires lot of land to grow, but when you see the BSF use, it only takes less than 10% well compared to soya. And marine fish is critically, like if we are capturing a lot of amount of fishes for feeding another fish, so the biodiversity in the ocean is disrupted, and critical food web is also damaged. By this, we are creating some solution based where we give the waste and take the protein and take the fat, which is fertilizer. And carbon emissions from this is very, very low, like 12 to 17%, 12 to 17 kgs per ton well compared to soya meal. By this, we are like by this land usage will be less, and the forest, the dependency on forest and cutting down the forest is like less. This is the smallest indirect way of conserving, but very impactful. It is also comes in sustainable development goals. Like we have to implementing this will be a sustainable feed product that we can implement in our things. So we have to give so much of awareness into black soldier fly larvae, and we have to get into our food waste converting it into the protein and fats, so that our ecosystem will be good. Nature is given us some tiny insects like this to make use of them. Thank you so much.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The last speaker of this session is Prakash Karyajanavan. He's going to talk on wildlife protection through affordable fluoride absorption in contaminated water resources.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. Today I'm going to just go for deliver the talk on the wildlife protection through the affordable fluoride absorption in the contaminated water resources. Usually, the fluoride as the environmental contaminant. As you all know that the fluoride is one of the mineral. It is available in the form of the rocks, soil, and water in the air. Is widely spread in the world. The fluoride is one of the mineral. It is having the toxic also and beneficial also. When it is crosses the limitation of as per the BIS and the WHO 1.5 mg per liter, it bears to the toxic, and below 1.5 also it is belly. It should be, when it is limited, it is very helpful to the colons. And also the major source of the fluoride pollution is that when the fluoride contamination occurs through the natural geological process as well as the human activities such as the industrial discharges, the minings, and the fertilizer usages. So these activities introduce the fluoride into the environment. And also these sources of as I said, in the sources is the soil, water, and air into the when it is entered to the ecosystem directly. And the high influence in the arid and semi-arid regions, particularly the fluoride available in the particular arid zone and semi-arid zones. And also impact of the humans is and wildlife also. Excess fluoride intake causes the dental and the skeletal fluorosis in human and animals also. Not only human beings, it also affects on the wildlife also. and the need for the sustainable fluoride and removal technologies. Now, because wildlife in the forest or in zoo also we are providing the maximum amount of the water to the animals, it needs the minimum the fluoride defluoridation water, because when it is exceeds the fluoride in the waters, the wildlife animals also or birds also, it causes from this fluorosis. And see these pictures, when the most of the industrial exposure also releases the most of the fluoride into the river system or nearby pond system, those which are consumed by the fluoride, this is the wildlife and other animals, it causes the fluorosis directly. And the challenges in the fluoride mitigation into the remote forest areas, of course, where the limited infrastructures, because the remote forest regions often lack basic water treatment facilities, the electricity supply, and the technical support system, making conventional solutions too difficult to implement, and the limited infrastructures, the poor connectivity, and the difficult terrain further, and the delivery of the maintenance of essential services. And also because of the high cost of the technologies. And you know that most of the what we are using the reverse osmosis and other technologies to remove the membrane technologies, but it is not worthy for the where in the remote areas where the animals are living in the forest or where zoos are constructed in the remote areas. And the need for the simple and sustainable solutions, we need to go for an alternative method to apply very low cost the technologies for meet the mitigation of these fluoride solutions problems. And see here I tried in my lab for one of the plant is wherever it is easily available. The Terminalia catappa is one of the commonly available in arid zones, where I collected the seeds of that fruits of the trees, and they collected the shells, and it is washed with the waters, and it is again dried in sunlight, and it is calcinated under 400 to 450 degrees Celsius, and it is the powder is made. That powder is activated by 4 elements, that is by H2SO4 and calcium chloride and NaOH and HNO3, and that is for the 12 hours. In that particularly after that it is dried and filtered with washed with the distilled water and again dried in 105 degrees Celsius. It is made for an activated charcoal, that is activated the fly ash of this Terminalia catappa. And later that is analyzed by the SAM. You know the structure of this pictures. This is one of the highly activated by the H2SO4 is found more pore size in the SAM minerals. Of course, these 3 are also having the pore sizes, but the more the acid activated, H2SO4 activated, it found a more absorbing capacity of by having the pore size in the structures. And of course, after that, I'll apply for non-flow batch absorption method. That is, we'll go for having some of the 100 ml, the 5 mg of the fluid is mimic solution of the fluoride is prepared in the laboratory and applied for non-flow this batch method, and it is go for a shake with the 150 RPM, and of course it is after filtrations we'll go for an analyzed by the spectrophotometric method by using that is alizarin red gas solution method. It's found that most of whatever the fluoride is there, it is reduced to 75% of the response. As it is result, it is by actually what is that variation of the time and variation of the dose, and these are all done by in the laboratories. And particularly is found that after that, see here in the most of the 70% of the removal of by using that is particularly where in H2SO4 treated charcoal ash. And these are after that these whatever the results comes, it is checked by this kinetic modeling, that is absorptions, that is pseudo first order and pseudo second orders. Here the pseudo second orders are fitted, and here the isothermal also it is that the front ledge is very nicely fitted into from these results. And discussion is from the above result. It is use of the TCFS, means the Terminalia catappa food shells fly ash as an adsorbent for the rim fluoride contaminated by the water shows the promising result of where it is initially done in the locally available sources, and particularly where activated, that is activated Terminalia catappa, that is by H2SO4, shell with the adsorbent was clearly observed that the surface texture and the porosity of the adsorbent shows the more number of the pores and also the large sizes. And the optimum fluoride removal efficiency was found up to the 75% in the particularly simulated fluoride solutions. And finally, it is that the TCFSL fly ash adsorbent is suitable for removal of fluoride in a linear order and also absorb with the more fluoride concentrations. Conclusion is that the fluoride adsorption reached equilibrium at 3.65 mg per gram, showing the good adsorption capacity. And adsorption follows the pseudo order, the second order kinetics, including indicating that the chemisorption mechanisms. And that's the Langmuir isothermal model first test. It's the confirming the monolayer adsorptions. And adsorptions occurs on homogeneous surface with the finite active sites. And this fly ash is an effective, low-cost, eco-friendly adsorbent for the fluoride removal, especially in the resource limited and wildlife affected the regions. Thank you for the listening. This is finally what I am telling that we can go for local, very remote areas where the wild is animal. Even what the factory releasing waters, it is directly come to contact the rivers and nearby water ponds. We can go for offers for the forest department to go for treat the water before to giving to the forest this wildlife for this method. It's but very affordable and very useful nearby. Not only the terminal catafa, whatever the local resource available, having the high fiber content and the hardwood materials, the shell or food and anything, bark or anything, we can make adsorbent. We can provide eco-friendly methods. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? If no questions, let's thank Dr. Prakash. I think now the technical session is over.
Thank you all for the engaging session. Now I request Professor Vijay Kumara, Chairman, Department of Wildlife and Management, to felicitate the
A very good afternoon to you all. Hope you are having a great time in this wonderful conference on human wildlife conflicts. This is a burning issue, a very relevant issue which I am very sure this conference, the deliberations of this conference will shape up a lot of strategies in management of these conflicts. Today I am going to specifically speak about human-tiger conflicts in the most important part of the Nilgiri biosphere, specifically 3 tiger reserves in this most critical biosphere: Nagarhole, Bandipur and BRT tiger reserves, which are home to a huge number of tigers and which form a very critical part of the metapopulations that exist over here. Before we delve into the subject of human-tiger conflicts, let's make an effort to understand why conservation is so important. If you look at it, tiger is a quintessential apex predator. It's a global symbol of wilderness. Its magnanimous influence on regulating herbivore populations ensures the health and stability of a lot of forest ecosystems. Also, tigers have been known to exert influences which would preserve large swathes of forest, the water bodies and all the connected parts of the ecology of the entire landscape. Now, coming to the current status of tigers, globally the tiger is listed as endangered on the IUCN Red List. It is also listed in Appendix 1 of the sites. Globally, tigers have lost 93% of its historical habitat. The current global estimate is roughly only about 5,500 individuals roaming around in wild. Coming to the Indian scenario, India is the last left stronghold of this species. We host around 75% of global population, which is estimated roughly around 3,682 individuals as per the latest estimates. But what has led to this massive decline in the numbers? 3 things. Point number 1, relentless poaching for illegal wildlife trade. Point number 2, habitat fragmentation and habitat degradation. Point number 3, depletion of the natural prey. This has pushed the majestic animal, which is so adaptable. It has been known to inhabit diverse kind of climatic landscapes, starting from our Sundarbans to forest taiga in Russia. Tiger has been known to be a highly adaptable, majestic felid. So that being the context, I would like to give a little background about the landscape in which we have conducted a decadal study of what are the core determinants of human-tiger conflicts and what are the factors affecting it and how does it shape the future course of the survival of this majestic species. When we set out to analyze the dimensions of human-tiger conflict, choosing a study area was very challenging. Out of the whole massive landscape of India, the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, which is one of the largest areas of protected areas of around 5,572 square kilometers, represented an unique opportunity wherein we had a vast network of protected areas and roughly the latest estimates far exceeded around 900 tigers. So a unique opportunity. Also, Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve is listed as one of the UNESCO World Network of Biosphere Reserves and also is part of Western Ghats biodiversity hotspots. So we took 3 tiger reserves out of such Nilgiri Biosphere so that the sample becomes truly representative and we get insights and inferences which can be used for management of tiger reserves across the whole landscape. So when it comes to the specific 3 tiger reserves that we choose, Nagarhole, Bandipur and BRT tiger reserves form a very critical network determining the future of tigers. When I speak of Bandipur, Bandipur is one of the oldest tiger reserves which was declared as a part of the original Project Tiger when it was announced way back in 1970s. So spread across about roughly about 1469 square kilometers, it is majorly dry deciduous and very hilly terrain in the majority of the areas. And it is a unique kind of a tiger reserve which has remained stable with the latest abundance estimates being around 150 individuals and a stable tiger density. The uniqueness of this landscape is this Bandipur Tiger Reserve is separated by Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, which is again a large park of around 869 square kilometers just by a narrow strip of Kabini River. This gives a unique opportunity for these two populations to have a free gene flow and functionally become one large metapopulation. Again, when we look at the totality, Bandipur, Nagarhole, Wayanad along with Mudumalai form one of the largest contiguous spaces allowing free movements of tigers in wild. When it comes to BRT Tiger Reserve, it is very unique and very important as a junction between Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats. And it has a uniqueness of being very diverse in landscapes, even though it is a relatively smaller park of around 574 square kilometers. Let's start with basics. What is human-tiger conflict? Broadly, we can say human-tiger conflict as any interaction between humans and tigers that results in negative consequences on either humans or tigers or both. So it's a subset of human-wildlife conflict wherein it is happening because of overlap of tiger behavior and ecological needs of tigers and humans. Looking at the broad reasons and the forms of human-tiger conflict, usually the human-tiger conflict, the bulk of it is manifested as cattle depredation, wherein a tiger kills cattle or domesticated animals. The most aggravated format is wherein a tiger injures or kills human beings. The other form which is very deleterious for tigers is retaliatory killing. So these are the main manifestations of human-tiger conflicts on ground. Now let us look at most important reasons. What are the prime drivers for these human-tiger conflicts? The first and foremost reason is shrinking of habitat and degradation of habitat. This is the foremost reason for these human-tiger conflicts. Second reason is depletion of its natural prey. Third reason is increased pressure of agriculture and human settlements very close to tiger habitats. The series further goes on with livestock grazing inside tiger reserves, increased human disturbance inside tiger habitats in the way of linear infrastructure like roads, power lines, tourism activities and so on. So these are the various factors which culminate in the creation of human-tiger conflicts. Also, looking ecologically, old, injured and displaced tigers and increased number of tigers leading to higher number of dispersing tigers from the core areas to multi-use forests. So this is the broad spectrum of how tiger conflicts with humans are placed at the landscape level. Now let us analyze what is the impact of human-tiger conflicts and why is it so important to analyze and find lasting mitigation measures. So when we come to that point, the impact of cattle depredation is a huge economic loss. In these fringe areas of forests, it's basically agrarian committees who earn their livelihood because of this cattle. The moment cattle gets killed by tiger, that social license for conservation gets affected. It starts building a negative sentiment and makes tiger a villain, which it is not. Point number 2, when accidentally a human being either gets injured or killed, that becomes the peak of resentment. So this peak of resentment usually results in very negative consequences to tiger, like retaliatory killing. These retaliatory killings, if at all, if a breeding mother which is nursing cubs gets killed in a retaliatory killing, then the whole region gets affected, which results into the death of not only the mother but on the dependent cubs. I can cite any number of examples wherein a mother in her prime giving litters every season gets killed in one such retaliatory killing, and that entire litter of 3, many times 4 cubs vanishes, thereby totally altering the dynamics of that entire landscape. So it is very essential to scientifically analyze human-tiger conflicts and find mitigation measures which are sustainable, which are comprehensive, and which leads towards building of trust and the very norm of coexistence in these tiger landscapes. So with such an important mandate in the background, we set out in the field and started asking basic questions. Where are these conflicts happening? Are they spread out throughout the park? For example, Bandipur is 1,400 odd square kilometers. Nagarhole is 850 square kilometers. Is it uniformly spread all across the park? The question was no. The conflicts were concentrated in certain pockets. So we decided that the spatial trends form a very basic cornerstone on which strategies have to be built. Then we asked the supplementary question, when are these conflicts happening? Are they happening throughout the year, 365 days? Then again, upon closer analysis, the answer was no. So we clearly started with the objective of developing scientific tools for management at the level of a functional unit, like a anti-poaching center of anti-poaching camp of a forest department, a wildlife department, wildlife segment, or a park manager who sits and is deciding on the deployment. He should get some tools out of our study. So with this in background, we studied all these 3 parks very closely. First, to arrive at a clear spatial picture of how is the conflict playing out across the geography. So when we looked at Bandipur, even though Bandipur has 13 ranges, the conflict was most concentrated in 3 ranges. Kundukere range, which had almost 120 cattle kills during our study period, peaked the list, topped our list, followed by Hediala and Moliyur with almost 100 cattle kills each during our study period. When we looked at Nagarhole, the conflict was concentrated in ranges like Ane-Chaukur, which topped the list with 80 incidents of cattle killed during our study period, followed by Veerna-Hosalli with numbers like 35 kills during our study period, followed by Hunsur Wildlife, then Kalahalla, around 25 each. So this spatial spread led us to more questioning. Also, when we analyzed BRT, it was Kegudi subdivision followed by Punjur, which topped our list of incidents of human-tiger conflicts leading to cattle depredation. Now, based on this data, we went back, collected a hardcore compensation data maintained by the government, and visited each of these conflict sites, started determining the precise Google location using a Garmin handset. Then we developed a very scientific multi-layered GIS map, which gave us a lot of insights into these conflict dynamics. So ultimately we ended up doing a hotspot mapping, heat mapping of the whole conflict zone, which gave us more insights as to what could be the probable reasons. Just to give you an example, in case of Nagarhole, when we look at Ane-Chaukur and Veerna-Hosalli, these ranges have maximum conflict in the intervening areas between the Nagarhole Tiger Reserve and Pushpagiri Wildlife Sanctuary on the other hand. So traditionally it had been one contiguous corridor which has got changed in the character because of rapid change because of the establishment of a lot of these coffee plantations in the region. So a tiger, a subadult tiger which is finding a new territory to settle down during its dispersal is the primary driver of human-tiger conflict in this theatre. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but that's a key driver. Similarly, when I look at a range like Hunsur Wildlife or Metikuppe, again here for various administrative reasons, there are a lot of villages which are right at the corridors connecting the two contiguous patches. So a huge human population with animal husbandry practices, with a very high number of livestock population there, is triggering the human-tiger conflicts in the format of cattle depredation in these ranges. So developing such hotspots and developing this conflict map allows the park manager to start thinking on where should he deploy his resources. So the forest department or any other government department has finite resources, not that a department will have thousands of officers and staff to fight out human-tiger conflicts alone. So with this kind of scientific input, now park managers can specifically decide where they should use their resources in a scientific manner. Another important metric which has to be analyzed is the temporal trends. In a calendar year of 12 months, the conflict fluctuates grossly. There are three main trends across the parks. During our study period, we found that always we have a peak dry season starting from January to March, wherein the conflicts peak every single year across geographies, followed by a tapering phenomenon in April and May. And again, we have a low-risk monsoon months starting from June till August. June, July, August are 3 months wherein there is a definitive lull, followed by a post-monsoon surge, which happens usually from September to December. So with such precise temporal trends, when we merge these layers of spatial data and temporal trends and we prepare customized maps, say at a beat level, it becomes very, very handy tool. Especially at the park manager level, it gives a lot of administrative insights as to where resources should be mobilized, how many should be mobilized, and when do we need force multipliers. For example, when we are having a peak conflict season during the dry season, same is the season wherein there is a heightened threat of fire incidents which wipe out large swaths of forests in these tiger reserves. So a park manager has to figure out all these, and he has to employ those additional temporary workforce, and also has to mobilize more number of vehicles to increase the mobility, and also he has to plan for fire patrols. So scientific input of the specific spatial hotspots along with the temporal trends becomes a very effective management tool for the park managers to plan and execute mitigation strategies. Those human-tiger conflict incidents which involve either a grievous injury or death of a human being become very, very challenging to manage on field. Let me state specific incidents in my study area, Bandipur, during the last year. In November alone, there were 3 incidents which led to death of farmers. To start with, a particular farmer, one Rajshekar Murthy in Mullur, went into an area where he heard some screams of what seemed like tiger to him. So there was a nursing mother who was nursing of her 5 cubs. So in the melee that ensued, he got killed. So it becomes extremely volatile scenario. The people started gathering. Mother with 3 cubs fled into the forest. 2 cubs were abandoned. The department and the entire team, including me, we had to take care of the cubs under intense care for a very prolonged period. And then there were 2 other incidents wherein in Badgalpura, a mother with cubs had strayed out and in the operation which was launched, the farmers who were sort of very agitated, one of them got very severely injured in the operation which ensued, because despite clear instructions by forest department, the people had surrounded the entire site, and when a particular party went into dart this particular animal, which the forest department at that point of time had thought as only one single individual, the tiger straight away ran into the crowd, and the crowd was so thick that one of them got so badly injured that he lost his eyes. Subsequently, we have noticed in another particular incident, a farmer got killed because there is a huge male which had been badly snared. So I can recollect and recount any number of incidents like this. In this case, the management options are very tough. Forest department has to launch operations immediately, darting and securing the animal in conflict and taking it to a safe area like a rehabilitation center itself is a challenge. Once that is done, how to handle the animal further is a very difficult challenge, especially when it is mother with cubs. The challenge becomes more complicated. In majority of the cases which I explained as a part of each one of these operations, luckily forest department could get that window to re-release these tigers in conflict back into the wild in an area which had carrying capacity. So all in all, conflicts are going to be there, and they would pose very severe challenges, and in future the management at landscape level would require an intricate network of farmer associations, community leaders, farming community at large who are at the frontage of a protected area, and it can't be a forest department or any other government department acting in silo. It would require a revenue department, for police department, forest department, rural development department, everyone working in tandem along with full trust and confidence of community, so that interests of both the community at large and those of tigers are taken care, and conservation scores a better point. So in totality, in today's discussion, we have made an effort of understanding the importance of tiger conservation, how tigers are holding on to fragmented landscapes which are determining a fragile chance of their long-term survival. And also we have analyzed how human-tiger conflicts are such an important determinant of ensuring stable populations in these protected areas. And also we have looked at various scientific tools available as to spatio-temporal mapping of these trends, and also developing multi-layered geographic information tools which can aid a park manager to better manage his human resource. Also we have gone in depth and discussed what are the management options of managing a particular incident of conflict, and what are the immediate, medium, long-term ways of looking at handling these conflicts at a landscape level, keeping confidence of the local population. I think I'll stop at this, and now I'll open the floor for questions. You can ask any question related to human-tiger conflicts. I'll make an attempt to answer you.
a trainer and a resource person for programs on human-wildlife conflict management and ecosystem restoration. Through his dedication to conservation science, policy support and community participation, Mr. Thammayya continues to contribute significantly towards sustainable human-elephant coexistence and landscape level conservation planning. So over to Dr. Thammayya.
Am I audible? So initially to show, this is the elephant radico. It's not my WWE championship belt actually. This is a radicolor actually. Okay. So I started my career in BSc Forestry. I did my MSc in Wildlife Management. PhD in Human Elephant Conflict in Kodagu region, very particularly to see how the elephants and human beings bind together, or whether they have what to say, the negative effects, how it is working on. Okay. So when we consider the elephant, the majestic bigger animal on the land, so we say like, okay, it's really nice, good to see. So we consider this one as a megafauna actually. So why it is we consider as a megafauna? So to differentiate the megafauna, you can say like the weight threshold is typically more than 40 kg to 1 ton actually. Then the question rises, if elephants are not there, then what to consider as a megafauna? ಸೊ ಆನೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಆ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಮೆಗಾಫಾನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ. ಸೊ ಆನೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮೆಗಾಫಾನ್ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. Then we can put a lot of information, like what to say, the implementation for conserving that particular species in that landscape. So as everyone knows, elephant is a very good engineering for the forest. To say like because of the grazing and browsing pattern of the elephant, so it changes the course of the forest type in overall the point of period actually. ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಲೈಕ್ ಒಂದು ಆನೆ ನಾವು ಕಾಡಿನ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಖುಷಿ ಪಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ ತರ ಒಂದು ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಅದರದ್ದು ಆಹಾರ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಡನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣವನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ತರನೇ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ತರದ ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ಹುಲ್ಲನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ತಿನ್ನೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಗಲಿ, ಆ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಹುಲ್ಲನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ತಿನ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆ ಬೇರು ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಶೂಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ದ ಗ್ರೀನರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೀಸನ್. Because what I observed in the monsoon season in the Western Ghat belt, so it uses more of the shoot parts rather than the green leaf part for feeding. So that creates a gap within the soil or within that grass species where it helps the other species to grow up. And once the elephant feeds whatever the fodder it's required, so 100% is not digested. So whatever the left of the seeds which are not crushed in the process of feeding, so those seeds get germinated and it helps the forest to flourish in other parts of the area. So which is kind of a seed dispersal. Ellaru yochane ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, the bird is a very good seed dispersal for the forest ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. So ಈ ತರ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಆನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವಾಟ್ ಟು ಸೇ, ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ ಸೀಡ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಆನೆ ಬಂದು ಹೋದ ಜಾಗ, ಸೊ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಆನೆ ಬಂದು ಹೋಯ್ತಪ್ಪ ಆ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ನಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಫ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ವಾಕ್ಸ್ we feel like very slurry area, we feel hesitated to walk a little bit. But that creates a smaller puddles for the smaller creatures inside the forest, which will help them over the period of time actually. And we can see like, what to say, this is a jackfruit seed in the elephant dung, so which will of course germinate, and we have seen a lot of species in a similar way, where it has germinated in the elephant dung. And this is one of the process how these elephants they find a water source in the drier season, and which passes the data to their young ones. So how we communicate, we have our own way of communication. So we tell them saying that in so and so place, so and so material will be available. But how do other creatures they do? The communication is just not by saying it, what we think. It's like taking them to that place actually. You can see a mother taking a calf to the river side, which is how the data is being transferred. So we used to have a question saying like, okay, elephant transfer the information of the generations to their young ones. This is how one of the processes happens actually. And this is the forest cover of India, what we have is 21.7%. This is 2021 data. But when we see this distribution of the forest over all the parts of the country, just see the elephant range. But we have major parts, almost most of the parts out of the 100, we can say 21%, and the elephant range is very less. So these are the main areas where the elephants are being distributed, but a higher concentration is over these parts, the Nilgiri Biosphere and the southern part of the India. And this is the forest cover of Karnataka. So most of the forest cover thick are there in the Western Ghat belt. And when it comes the higher population in Karnataka, when we say, that comes with a higher number of conflicts also. So earlier we have heard from Kumara sir saying the conflict issues, and Gubi sir and Harsha sir detailing about both the mega species of the food chain of the pyramids of leopard and tiger. So those two species has totally a different scenario when we look into the conflict actually. So the thing is, main first, foremost thing what happens is when the conflict happens is like, we don't know from where these species are coming from which direction, or else like when we ask any of the people, the villagers, do they knew the presence of that particular species, they should say no. But when it comes for the elephants, again it's the same thing. So most of the times when the conflict occurs or the interaction occurs between the human and wild, example you can take the leopard or tiger or elephant also. Most of the things that they do not knew the presence of that particular creature in and around their premises. So this is which we looked major parts is Kodagu, Hassan and the Chikkamagaluru area, where the highest conflicts are happening actually. And just look at the census data of 3 districts. So and the elephant population in the coffee cultivated land. So if a elephant is coming in a drier part of the area, so we can consider that on quite a different way. But if an elephant is coming in the coffee plantation, so it has a totally different way. So the thing is like, it comes a question, why the elephants are coming outside the forest type. So ಮೇನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಬೇಕಾರೆ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅದು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅದಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಸೊ ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ 1973 the data till 2021, we can see how these 3 landscapes which have been drastically changed. This is in square kilometers. The natural vegetation has dropped down, and agriculture has literally a little bit as up, and we can see the commercial plantation has raised up. So this is one of the very good example which we can say that the habitat shrinkage or connectivity loss. So more than the corridor, I would say like it's a connectivity. Lost in any of the forest types or in any of the landscape, then of course there is interaction between the wild animals and the human beings. And here we can see the forest types over here over the three districts, and here is quite less. And Kodagu district is surrounded by the protected area, and this part Chikkamagaluru and Hassan, it has on one side, and here is the Bhadra tiger reserve. And these are the blue in color is elephant locations. Just imagine how many blue locations which are there outside the protected area. So more than we know that wild animals live in the protected area which we have defined. So we are looking into an administrative kind of what to say, the boundaries, but we supposed to look as the ecological boundaries actually. So like for example, home range of a tiger, home range of a leopard, or home range of a spotted deer. Likewise is the home range of an elephant. So when we look into that kind of boundaries, then these boundaries does not make any sense. So this is the whole of the three districts, the hotspot where the peak elephant conflict occurs actually. So very high is 50 to 100, which we intensify the scale. Like in Kodagu, 4 villages fall very high, in Hassan 5, in Chikkamagaluru 8. So when we see the habitat, so ನಾವು ಕಾಡನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಜನವಸತಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಕೃಷಿ ಜಮೀನುಗಳನ್ನ, so this is the Nagarole Tiger Reserve Anachakur range, and here we can see the special structure barricades which has been constructed, and this is the coffee plantation, and this is the coffee plantation over here actually. And you can see over here the same structure which we have zoomed out and we have shown over here. ಈ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಇದ್ರ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ EPTನೂ ಇದೆ, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಟ್ರಂಚ್ ಅದೂ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮೇನ್ ರೀಸನ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 2 ರಿಂದ 3 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ EPT ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು. ಬಟ್ ಆನೆಗಳು ದಾಟ್ತಿರೋದು ಮೇನ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ನ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಆನೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, ಆನೆ ಮಾನವ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಹುಲಿ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, ಯಾವುದೇ ವನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಾಗಿರಲಿ, ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಸಂಘರ್ಷನ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಜನರು ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ವನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಸತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಈ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಜನರ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಈಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋಂಥ ಕೃಷಿ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಈಗ ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ನೋ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಆನೆಗೆ ಹಾಕಿರೋದು. ಸೇಮ್ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ನಾನು ಏನಿದೆ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಆನೆಗೆ ಹಾಕಿರುವಂತ ಈ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್, ಸೊ NE4 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾಗರಹೊಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಇದು. ಸೊ ತೋಟಗಳಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕಂಡಿಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ where the immediate changes will happen for that particular animal, how it reacts actually. So this is the number of villages we can see in 3 districts, and conflict percentages 3%, 72% and 22%. So 3 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್, ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಡೆತ್ಸ್ ಕೇಸಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದರಿಂದ ಸಾಯಂತ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಕೊಡಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 78% ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಫೆಬ್ರವರಿ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗಲೇ ಹರ್ಷಸ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸೀಸನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ಹುಲಿಗಳದ್ದು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಏನಿದೆ, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರೋದೇನಿದೆ ಅದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆನೆಗಳ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ನೋಡಿ, ಇದು ಫೆಬ್ರವರಿಯಿಂದ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ ವರೆಗೂ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದು ಸಮ್ಮರಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಳೆಗಾಲ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗೋ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಭತ್ತ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ರಾಗಿ ಇದು ಬೆಳೆಯೋದಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಹಲಸಿನ ಹಣ್ಣು ಸೀಸನ್ ಬರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸೊ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕೌಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಯಾವ ಟೈಮಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಆಗಿ ಜನರು ಸಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಮೇನ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರೋದು ನೋಡಿ 6 ರಿಂದ 8 ಇದು ಟೈಮ್ ಝೋನ್ ಹಾಕಿರೋದು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 6 ರಿಂದ ನೋಡಿ 10 ಗಂಟೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಸಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರ ಓಡಾಟನೂ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆನೆಗಳು ತೋಟದಿಂದ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಬರುವಂತ ಸಮಯವೂ ಒಂದೇ. ಸೊ ಅಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಇರುವೆಗೆ ಬೆರಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗಾದ್ರೂ ಸತ ಇರುವೆಗೆ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ತರ ನೀವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆನೆ ಸೊ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಸೊಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರಾಂಪ್ಲಿಂಗ್, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಯು ವುಡ್ ಬಿ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಫೇಟಲ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಟೋಟಲ್ ಏಜ್ ವಲ್ನರಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಏಜಿನವರು, ಯಾವ ಏಜಿನವರು ಸಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ 40 to 60 ಇಯರ್ಸ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ 40 to 60, 50 to 60. ಸೊ ಆನ್ ಆವರೇಜ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ 40 ರಿಂದ 60 ವಯಸ್ಸಿನ ಜನರು ಸಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ರೀಸನ್ ಮೇನ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನ ಜನರು ಆ ಟೈಮಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮೇನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಏನು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್, ಯಾವ ಟೌನಿನ ಹತ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಏನು ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ತಿರುವಂತ ವಿಚಾರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ತೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರುವಂತ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಗಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಸರ್ಕಮ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಏನು ಕಾಣ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪೀಕ್ 2 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೊಡಗು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಾಸನ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಇವರು ಹೋಗೋ ದಾರಿನೂ ಆನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ದಾರಿ ಒಂದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಪಾತ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂತ ಟೈಮಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಆದಾಗ ಸಾಯಂತ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಕೊಡಗು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ, ಇದು ವಿರಾಜ್ಪೇಟ್ ಸಬ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 2019 to 20 ಈ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಂದ 25 ವರೆಗೆ ಇದು ವಿರಾಜ್ಪೇಟ್ ರೇಂಜ್, ಇದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ರೇಂಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು. ಟೋಟಲ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ 2019ರಲ್ಲಿ 446 ಇದ್ದಂತ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ 25 ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 1537 ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಸೊ ಇದು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇದರ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ತಿಳಿಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಏನು ಮಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮೆಜರ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಅವರು ತೆಗೆದುತ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೇಲಿ ಹಾಕೋದಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ EPT ಟ್ರಂಚ್ ಹಾಕೋದಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಹಿಡಿಯುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಚರಣೆ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ there is not even single mitigation measures to say this is the best one. So it's all we are trying out. The reason is, I have shown the earlier video, the elephant itself, the behavior itself is getting evolved. It's trying to find out, sneak out, how to get out of this problem. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವೊಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆನ ಬಗೆಹರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದೇ ತರ ಆನೆನೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಒಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಬಗೆಹರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಟ್ರಂಚ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಇಳಿಯೋದಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಇಳಿದು ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಹತ್ತುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೇಲಿನ ಮುರಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಣಗಿರುವಂತ ಮರದ ಕೊಂಬೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದು ಹಾಕೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮರ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮರನ್ನ ಬೀಳಿಸಿ ಆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ತಂತಿಯನ್ನ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಆ ಥರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಸೊ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಈ ಥರ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕುಶ ಅಂತ ಆನೆಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ನಾವು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ವಿಚಾರದ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಚರಣೆ. ಇದು ಹಿಡಿದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಬಂತು, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಡೆತ್ ಆಯಿತು, or human death which has been occurred. So first and foremost thing what the local stakeholders would ask is to remove that elephant from that location. But that is not the desirable and very good solution at all. So now ನಾನು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು 35 ಆನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್ ಟಸ್ಕರ್ಗೂ ಹಾಕಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ translocation is not a solution, because which we also did not knew, because we had never radio collared before. So once we radio collared the tusker and translocated, all the tuskers has created the conflict in some other place in the form of coming back to their home range, and most of the tuskers has returned back to their home range. So translocation is not a solution. So the only solution is use of radio collar technology to monitor it 24/7 and alert the local stakeholders regarding the presence of elephants. So ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಆನೆ ಇರುವಂತ ವಿಚಾರನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಸೇಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸೈಡ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಬಟ್ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಸಿ ದ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಡೆತ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಕಂಪೇರ್ ವಿತ್ ಒರಿಸ್ಸಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಜಾರ್ಖಂಡ್, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವೇ ಲೆಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಡಬಲ್ ಡಿಜಿಟ್ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ತಲುಪೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ನಾವು ಒರಿಸ್ಸಾ ಅಥವಾ ಜಾರ್ಖಂಡ್ ಆ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಡಬಲ್ ಡಿಜಿಟ್ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, 10ಗಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಜನರಿಗೂ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇರುವಂತ ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಆನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ದೂರ ಸರಿತೀವಿ. ಆ ಕಡೆ ಆನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಆನೆ ಕಲ್ಲು ಹೊಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಮಗುವನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು 80 ವಯಸ್ಸದ ಮುದುಕಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು, ಬಾಯ್ ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಆನೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಇನ್ ಅದರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ very easy to convey the people and help them with mitigating the issues. So ಇದು ಆನೆನ ಹಿಡಿದು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಹಾಕುವಂತ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ. ಇದು ಕೊಡಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದು. ಸೊ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಆನೆನ ತೆಗೆದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿರೋಂಥ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಆನೆನಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗಿತೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಟಸ್ಕರ್ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತೆಗಿತೀವಿ, so immediately the female herd or the other groups over there, they try to fill that gap. So ಅದು ಹೇಗೆಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಮೇಕ್ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲೀಡರ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಂಡ್ ಟಸ್ಕರ್ಸ್ bulls which are leading the whole other gangs also. So they will fill, the other tuskers will come and fill the gap actually. So since elephant is a social animal, of course this behavior is there. So 2017ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಇಂಡಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ 4 ಕೌಂಟ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 2 ಕೌಂಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ 4 ಆನೆ ತೆಗೆದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 2 ಆನೆ ಬಂತು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಇದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 2 ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 7-8 ಆನೆಗಳು ಬಂತು. ಸೊ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಸ ಆನೆಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಿರೋದು. ಆ ಆನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಆ ಜಾಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಜನರಿಗೂ ಆನೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಕೇಳಿರ್ಬೋದು ಹಾಸನಲ್ಲಿ ಭೀಮಾ ಆನೆ. So you have heard the story of Bhima actually. So neither the local stakeholders are telling the forest department to capture and translocate that elephant, neither the forest department is doing that process, because people know the behavior of that elephant and the staffs also know the behavior of that elephant. That is how the two species, highly even though if it is vulnerable to live with that species, both the species are living together. ಸೊ ಭೀಮಾ ಆನೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಜನರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಭೀಮಾ ಆನೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಅದು ಪಾಡಗ ಅದನ್ನ ದಾಟುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ತರ ಒಂದು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ಜನರೇ ತಂದು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರು ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಾಳ್ವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಮಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮೆಜರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಈಗ ಮಾನವ ಇದು ಏನು ಸಾಯುವಂತ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನಗಳು. ROT ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಿರಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆನೆ ಇದೇ ಭೀಮಾನೆ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಜನ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ನಿಂತಿದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಯಾರ್ದು ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಅದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ನಡೆಯೋ ಜಾಗನ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಆ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಜನರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವೆನ್ ದೇ ಮಿಂಗಲ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಅಂಡ್ sit in one platform and talk and come up with the one kind of a solution. So now in Hassan, they have asked not to send the laborers to the coffee estate not before than 8 o'clock. So usually what happens is by 6:30 or 7 o'clock, the laborers used to go for the agriculture activities, but the department has asked only after 8 o'clock, because within by 5 and 8 o'clock, that's a peak time for the elephants to move from one place to the other place. ಇದು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಡೇಟಾ. ಇದು ಬಸವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಟಸ್ಕರ್ ಕೊಡಗಿನಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಡೀಪುರ ಮೂಳೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಆನೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಡಿಂದ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಫ್ 3 ತಿಂಗಳ ಒಳಗಡೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಪ್ ಟಿಲ್ ನಾರ್ತನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೊಡಗು ಮೇಲೆ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತೋಟಗಳಿಗೂ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಕಾಡಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾರಿಗೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಮಗೆ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಆನೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನೀವು ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿರಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಯಾರಿಗೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಅನನ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಗುಂಪು ಆನೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಇದೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಭಾಗ ಕಾಡು, ಅರ್ಧ ಭಾಗ ತೋಟ, ಇದನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನ ಅದು ಹೋಮ್ ರೇಂಜ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಪೀಕ್ ಇರುವಂತ ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಳೆಗಾಲ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸೊ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ತೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಯ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಈ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್ ಆ ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಗಳು. ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಯಾರು ಮೊದಲು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಸೊ ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಟು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ ಟೈಗರ್ ಆರ್ ಲೆಪರ್ಡ್. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಮೋರ್ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿ ರಾದರ್ ದನ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಅಲರ್ಟ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ಸರ್ ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ, ಸೊ ದ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ how it takes up. So all of a sudden, the moment if you post a picture of any wild animal in your premises, then the media will take it as very negative. But you would have given that information on the basis of alertness for the other people. So there was in Kodagu there is around 16 groups with 6,500 members, and in Hassan the 8 WhatsApp group 3,100, and Chikkamagaluru 6 group with 4,000 members. So this how with so much of people we could give the information regarding the presence of the elephants to reduce at least the human death actually. And the technology to say actually, so radio caller ಏನು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಇಂದ ಇಂಥ ಕಡೆ ಆನೆ ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಕಂಡಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಈ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ 2 ಮೇನ್ ವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು GPS ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ಸ್ ನಮಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇಂಥ ಕಡೆ ಆನೆ ಇದೆ, ಇಂಥ ಕಡೆ ಆನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ VHF ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಸೊ ವೆರಿ ಹೈ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ವೆರಿ ಹೈ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಈ ವಾಕಿ ಟಾಕಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ಸ್ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ನಾವು ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ನಂಬರ್ನ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಸೊ ಈ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತ ಈ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ನಂಬರ್ ನಾನು ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಬೀಪ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಬೀಪ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಸಿಕ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತ ಆನೆಯ ರೇಂಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನಲ್ ಆಂಟನಾ. ಸೊ ನಮಗೆ ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ರೇಂಜ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸೊ ಇಂಥ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರೇಂಜ್ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನಮಗೆ ರೇಂಜ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಮೇನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನಲ್ ಆಂಟನಾ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾವ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಕಾಲರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಹತ್ತಿರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಆನೆಗೆ ಕಾಲರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 100 meters ಇಂದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಕಾಲರ್ ಹಾಕಿರೋ ಆನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ GPS ಕಾಲರ್ ಇರುವಂಥ ಇದು ಆನೆಗಳು GPS ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ 24/7 ನಮಗೆ ಈ VHF ಇಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ಸ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಈ ಆಂಟನ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇದು ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ವಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್. ಅಮಿತ್, ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ಈ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ನ ಇವರು ಅಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಇದು ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಆ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಇರೋ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ದ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಐ ಟರ್ನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಅ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ರೇಂಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಬಟ್ ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. It gives very strong signal when I turn this to that direction. That's enough. Okay. This is how it is. Still we are in the range of that radio collar, but the direction is totally different. So this is the one of the way using the technology how we can track down the elephants. So this is one thing which I did when I was working in Wildlife Institute of India to track down the elephants and to know the movement pattern of these particular elephants, particularly the conflicting elephants within the cultivated landscape actually. And these two are the drone images, but it's in color and it's in black and white. The thing is, this is in the normal color which we took the photo, and this is the thermal image. The same herd, but we could see only over here. You can count this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Somewhere here 7 or one over here 8. But here we can very clearly we can say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This was here around almost from 15 to 20 elephants over there actually. So daytime ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆನೆಗಳು ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಗ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ದಿಸ್ ದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಕೆಲವೊಬ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾಗಲಿ, ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಸಾಲದು, ಅದನ್ನ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್. ಈಗ ಥರ್ಮಲ್ ಡ್ರೋನ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆನೆನ ಬರಲಾರ್ದೆ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೇನು ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆನೆ ಇರೋ ಜಾಗ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಸೊ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 8:30-9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 10-10:30 ದೇ ವುಡ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡೌನ್ ದ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಯಾವ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಬಟ್ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಥರ್ಮಲ್ ಇಮೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಡ್ರೋನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್, ವಿ ಕುಡ್ ಡೂ ದಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಫ್ 15 minutes. ದಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್. ಅಷ್ಟರೊಳಗಡೆ ಆನೆ ಇಂಥ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು 5 square kilometers ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಔಟ್. ಸೊ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ರೋನ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ವೀಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 1 square kilometer ಇಸ್ ಅ ಬಿಗರ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಟು ಕವರ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಂಥ ಕಡೆ ಆನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಟು ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡೌನ್ ದ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್. ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ ವಾರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕರ್ ತಿತ್ತಿಮತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆನೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗೆ ಆನೆ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿತ್ತು, ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬೆರೆಸ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ಇವ್ರು ಓಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರ ಕಾಲ್ ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ದೀಸ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಹೈಯರ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಟು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ದೀಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ದ AI technology camera traps. So what here we did is we knew the exact crossing point of the elephants. We deployed this AI-based camera traps. It will detect elephant as elephant and it will send a message. The moment if we want to do a security check for about a 1 kilometer stretch, a team of 4 members cannot do that easily. So when we deploy this kind of technology used AI-based camera, so we can see like if the elephant is near to the crossing point, immediately that particular team can go there and revive the elephants from that particular place, and they can go back to their work. So total area and the time when they do the work is that's the main important thing. And early warning systems, message total number of subscriptions what is there for the SMS alerts over here from the NCF in Hassan, that is 8,361 subscriptions over 402 villages. So ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 8,000 ಜನ ಅವರಿಗೆ SMS ನ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆನೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಇಸ್, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಆನೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನೀವು ಮೆಸೇಜೇ ಕಳಿಸಿದ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ಸ್ ಹೌ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವು. ಸೊ ಅರ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಡದೇ ಇರೋ ಕೆಲಸ, ಮೊದಲು ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆನೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ. ಇವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆನೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ like we need the information is there or not. And this is one other early warning system for the people who are going to that area. ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಆ ಊರಿನವರು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆನೆ ಇದೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ಸೈನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಫೋಟೋಗೆ ಈ ತರ ನಿಂತಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಥ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. And these are the street plays, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್, ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಲೇಬರ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಡೂ ವೆನ್ ದ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್. ಸೊ ಅಪ್ರೋಚಿಂಗ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ತುಂಬ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಮೆಜರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಅರ್ಲಿ ವಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್, ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ. And community awareness, workers safety, short terms ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವರ್ಕರ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇದಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಶನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟೀಸ್, ಎಮರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ETF ಅಥವಾ RRT ಟೀಮ್ಸ್ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಡ್ರೆಸಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟೇಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ತುಂಬ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪುಶ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಏನೋ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಏನು ಇದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಹಾಗೆ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್. ಸೊ ಆನೆಯಿಂದ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಬೆಳೆ ನಷ್ಟ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಏನು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಥರ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪುಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಟೀಮ್. ಸೊ ದಾಟ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದಾಗ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆನೆನ ಸೇಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ದಾಟ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನರಿಗೂ ಸೇಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದು. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅಮ್ಮತಿ RRT ಟೀಮ್. And I have few of the videos which I would like to play. ಸೊ ಆಗಲೇ ಇಮೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ತೋರಿಸಿದೆ. ಸೊ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಈಗ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಆನೆಗೆ ಮೇವಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ they do have the fodder. The only thing is they have been habituated to come and do raid the crops actually. So ಅದೇ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ you can see that it's a thermal imaging of the same herd which I was doing it. So we can see even more very clearly, like number of groups, number of individuals in that herd, male and female we can count.
Any questions? You have to ask one or two questions.
This is the tusker which
No questions? I'm going down.
freely feeding inside the cultivated land.
ಹಲೋ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಇದೇ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು MSc ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವಾಗ ಕರೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ನಾನು 2 years ಆಗಿ. ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟು ಮಿಟಿಗೇಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೋದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ತಡೆಗಟ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋವಂಥ ಸಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ರೈಲ್ವೆ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಗೇಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮೀರಿ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಂಟ್ರ್ ಆದರೆ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡಿಗೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಹೇಗೆ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್? ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವಾಗ.
ಯೂಶಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನನ್ನ ತೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆನೆ ಇರೋದೇ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಆನೆನ ಓಡಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗೀಗ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ನಿನ್ನ ತೋಟನ ದಾಟಿ ನನ್ನ ತೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ತೋಟದಿಂದ ಆನೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ನಿನ್ನ ತೋಟಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಒಬ್ಬ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಓಡಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ಎ ಡೇ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ನಿತ್ತು ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ದ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಟು ದ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಫಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಲೋಲಿ ಮೇಕ್ ಅ ಡೇ ಫಾರ್ ಅ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ದ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟುವರ್ಡ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ.
ಹಾಗೆ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲೇ, ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ರೀಸೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಭದ್ರಾದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಟಸ್ಕರು ಹಾವೇರಿ ಸೈಡಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬಂತು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಫ್ರಾಗ್ಮೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಮುಂದೆ ಈ ಎರಡು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಗಳು ಮರ್ಜ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದಾ ಮತ್ತು ಕೂಡ್ಬೋದಾ?
ಕೂಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಒನ್ಲಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ, ಒಂದು ನಾವು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ನಮಗೆ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲರ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಫೋಟೋಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ನಮಗೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರದ್ದು ಇಯರ್ ಫೋಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಟಸ್ಕ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಹೇಗಿದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಅದರ ಬಾಡಿಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ನಾವು ಅದರದ್ದೇ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೊಂಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದಾಗ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ಅದು ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ.
ಹಾವೇರಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ಇದು ಮೊದಲೇ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೈಡು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇದೇ ಸೇಮ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈಗ ಬಂದಿರೋವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಪಾತ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಪಾತು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ನ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಬನವಾಸಿ ತನಕನೂ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಏರಿಯಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ 30 to 40 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನ ಅನ್ಸಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಮುಂದೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
100% ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಒಂದು ಟಸ್ಕರ್ ಬಂದು ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಕಟ್ಟಿಟ್ಟ ಬುತ್ತಿ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿನೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅಂತೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಹೌ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅ ಟಸ್ಕರ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗೋಸ್ look around the area, it will bring the other two individuals along with that for the next time when it comes actually.
Sir, last question. Bee sounds ಇಂದ ಆನೆಗಳ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ನ ಮಿಟಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಸರ್?
The thing is, beehive in the conflict mitigation is not that easy. ಏನಕ್ಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರೋಂಥ ಜೇನುನೊಣಗಳು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ಓಡಾಡಲ್ಲ. ದ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ ಬಿ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೇನುಗೂಡಿಗೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ ಜೇನುನೊಣಗಳು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ
ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಬೀ ಸೌಂಡ್ಸ್
ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಜೇನುನೊಣ ಕಚ್ಚಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋ ಆನೆಗಳು ಇದೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tamaya, for your interesting speech. Now we would like to felicitate Dr. Tamaya.
Hello, I have one question. Dr. Tamaya,
so
you said that there is no lack of order, and because of lack of order it is not coming out. Plantations like teak and eucalyptus, in which way it is giving fodder to the elephant, or in which way it is going to help other animals also to survive there, animals and birds also.
So what we should consider is that all the elephants in that national park is coming outside the forest to feed in cultivated land. That's only the certain group of elephants and certain individuals which are coming. And when we see teak plantation, we see only as a forest crop, which is the tree. But we are not seeing the undergrowth which is there in the teak plantation. So other video of tusker and that herd which I played over here, that was in the teak plantation actually.
Under the teak plantation there is no growth. Even under the eucalyptus plantation also there is no undergrowth except Lantan or so.
So under the eucalyptus plantation, yes, of course.
And
there
no
is-
other biodiversity also is there.
Under the eucalyptus plantation, the growth is very less because of the allelopathic effect of the eucalyptus tree. But in teak plantation, there are certain species which elephant do feed, but the density of that species is very less. So that is what the elephant do consider actually. So larger the quantity and the larger the area and diversity of the species for them to feed, will consider this one. But in teak plantation, yes, of course, there is very less, but it's not like nil. It's very less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kamay sir, for wonderful session. Next speaker is Dr. Harish Prakash. The plenary talk on animal decision making in the Anthropocene, response of diversity conservation, wildlife management and environmental science. His work combines scientific research with science communication, public outreach and interdisciplinary conservation. And he has presented his finding at major international conferences in India, Germany and Malaysia and the United States, contributing significantly to the growing field of animal movement and behavioral ecology in India. So welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for, I should thank Dr. Vijay Kumar sir and the Department of Wildlife and Management for giving me an opportunity to talk here. I want you to, this is going to be the last talk. I want you to put your phones down. Just like in classroom, I want you to put your phones down and pay attention to the next 15 minutes of my talk. Most of the talks that we've had are about conflict. I am going to talk about coexistence. Okay, and to give you a brief, I was one of the blue-eyed boys, just like boys or girls, just like you. I am from Kuvempu University as well. I did my MSc from Kuvempu University, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I've had the opportunity to go on to work on different taxas as well. I started off. I am currently working on ghost crabs, but I worked on bats for my PhD. I worked on mesocarnivores and katydids for my postdoc. I worked on birds post my master's, but I started off my journey in Kuvempu University working on butterflies and bonnet macaques. But that's a story for another day. What do I do now? I am a part of the Eco Behave Lab at Geetham University in Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. And we are a bunch of 4 people. I have 3 PhD students who are working on different taxas. They're working on ghost crabs. They're working on owls, as well as they're working on bats as well. Some of you might recognize this person who's circled. This is Melito. Melito is also a product of Kuvempu University, the Wildlife Management Program. So what do we study? We try address questions related to conservation from a slightly different angle, not related to conflict. We try ask conservation related questions to the sort of angle of ecology and behavior. We ask questions related to ecology and behavior and try and address conservation questions. But these questions stem from natural history observations, which other speakers also mentioned about how important natural history is to asking questions and addressing issues related to conservation. Quickly, let me start about one of the frameworks that I'll be explaining. I'll be explaining about the animal decision-making framework. What is this framework? Let's start with a deer. A deer probably is looking for different kind of habitats to forage in. One habitat might have more resources than the other. But what if the habitat is of a risk as well? What if the risk posed from that one particular habitat is higher? The deer has to make a decision. It can make a decision based on who it forages with. It can forage with a smaller group or it can forage with a larger group. A smaller group would mean reduced risk, but not enough. A larger group means the risk is further reduced as well. So it has to take a decision who it has to forage with. Now you add the angle of human modification and how does it change the decision that a deer makes? Which brings us to what kind of decisions they make, and these decisions are made through the context of environment, through social, which is who it forages with, and human induced modification as well. So a decision an animal makes comes from these three broad contexts. Now, given this context, if you were to try to understand how decision making is made, let's say that there is a particular stimulus, in this case a predator or a foraging patch. An animal has to sort of understand what is the stimulus. It has to process this information, and this information processing, after that, is how it makes its decision. And these decisions we see in terms of a behavior. In this case, if it is a food resource, it goes towards it. If it's a predator, it goes away from it. So the responses that we see are the decisions that it makes. Now, added to this, you have human-induced modification. Now, what happens to these decisions when humans modify the habitat, when the population declines as well? So this is essentially what is required for us to try understand coexistence, to understand how humans and other species can coexist together. So since I've given you a brief about what is animal decision making framework, I will introduce you to the system that we work in, which is the ghost crab. Can you play the video? So for those who have been to beaches, seen burrows, seen these crabs, one of those characteristics of this crab is to make burrows in the sand in sandy beaches. They are the largest invertebrates. They are found across the temperate and tropical regions. They are bioturburators, that is, they are one important species that are involved in nutrient cycling of the intertidal ecosystem. They are apex predators of invertebrates. They are prey resources for other vertebrates as well. So if you're talking about tiger being an important keystone species in a forest, we have these crabs which are important keystone species in an intertidal ecosystem as well. So one of the characteristics that we notice is they are making these burrows. Why do they make these burrows? The burrows are useful for thermoregulation, for its reproduction, and refuge from predators as well. So we focus on these decisions that they make. These decisions that they make are also quite varied in terms of time. They have to counter the effect of high tides and low tides, which is a 6-hour cycle. Then you have the 12-hour cycle of day and night. Then you have the cycle of 28-day cycle of lunar as well as season as well. So if you thought about the kind of decisions it has to make in each of these cycles, it's immense, quite immense, the kind of decisions that it has to make. But add on top of this, the dynamics of humans. Beaches are where we go for recreation, and these recreations have an impact on the impact of crabs as well. So let's start with how do humans impact these ghost crabs? Humans do decrease the number of ghost crabs. They do have an impact on what kind of ghost crabs in terms of sizes are found in the beaches. They do have an impact in terms of how they shift where there is a lot of human presence. They shift where they are found. In some cases, the body condition improves because a lot of the food waste that humans are putting down in the beaches also have an impact on its body condition as well. So the burrow depth, in terms of to counter the disturbances, the burrow depth is increased, and their home range and movement is also increased because of human presence. Given that we know these, what are the research gaps? The major research gap that is mentioned is what kind of decisions do they make? What kind of non-lethal decisions, responses do they have due to human modification in intertidal zones? And in other words, how do crabs respond to us humans and live and dig burrows for another day? So to give you what is our contribution, we have just started working on this system, and this is a glimpse into what kind of results that we have got as well. So to start off with, where are the burrows? So what we did to understand where the ghost crab burrows are, we sort of had a transact in which we counted the number of burrows that are there. We counted in places where there are less human disturbances, and then in places where there are lots of humans walking in the beach. So sort of an anthropogenic gradient along an anthropogenic gradient. I'm going to ask you a question now. I hope one of you can answer it. So if you were to put on the x-axis, you have number of humans, and then on the y-axis, you have the number of burrows. What will the trend be like? This is a question for students. Would you see it increasing? Would you see it decreasing? Number of burrows will be increasing when with number of humans? It will decrease. Increase. Number of burrows decreases. Would that be the pattern? Would this be the pattern? Why? Oh, so they make multiple burrows, is it? That's a lot of effort also, no? Yeah, they need to survive, but that means a lot of effort, right? So this is sort of the prediction that we had, and just to give you a glimpse of what we found that, sorry. We found that with the increase in number of humans, the predicted number of crab burrows decreases. So in places where there are more humans, the number of burrows actually decreases. And to give you an example of what happens, that is not the only thing humans impact. So humans have other impacts as well, but the environment also has an impact on the burrows. There are likely to be more burrows in the forenoon, that is in the morning time period, as compared to the evening as well. Moving on, The next question we had is, what happens to the burrowing activity itself when humans are disturbing them? So in this case, we observed the burrows across a gradient of disturbances. Again, in places where there were no humans and in places where there were a lot of humans. Again, I'm going to ask you this question. On the x-axis is the number of humans and on the y-axis is burrowing duration. What kind of pattern are you likely to see? You saw the burrowing duration, right? What would the pattern look like? Lot of time. Yeah. They are likely to stop burrowing. So this is the pattern that you're looking at. They will increase, the burrowing duration will increase. And that is exactly what we found, that the burrowing duration increases with number of humans. But that's not the only case, that if you were to look at it across a time period, in times where moving away from sunrise, the burrowing duration increases as well. So it's humans not the only ones that are impacting burrowing duration, but it's also the environment playing a role as well. So just to summarize, the burrowing decisions that a crab makes is impacted by the environment as well as potentially could be nearest neighbors as well. The crabs are not burrowing in isolation, they're burrowing in the midst of other crabs as well, but we are not sure how they have an impact. But they do have, tourists or humans have an impact on the burrowing duration as well. So what haunts ghost crabs? Humans haunt ghost crabs. With that, I am open to questions, but before you guys start asking questions, I'm going to leave you with this. I'll buy you a tea if you can answer what is happening here. Yes, I'm done. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
Hi Harish, I'm Yoganand Chandriya from Department of Wildlife and Management. So like you gave us 3 factors while describing here. Like, can you just comprehend, like, are they really considering those factors? Like, how did you comprehend that they are considering those factors? So that is my question.
Right. So what would your thing be? Any kind of decision that an animal makes, they are considering factors, right? You mean to say that they're not considering factors and making decisions randomly, right? So one of the things, we don't have to ask these animals, just like we don't have to ask an elephant where it goes, one can infer these decisions that animals are making. Why is an elephant found in a particular cropland? Why is a crab taking more time to burrow? These are decisions which we infer. And these decisions we infer from being able to collect data about the environment as well. So if we don't consider multiple factors, multiple variables that have an impact on the response, we will not be able to answer that. But if you were to collect data on what time of the day it is, what is the temperature and all of these factors, then you will be able to infer, you will be able to develop a sort of correlation between what is the response and what are the predictors of these response. In this case, it could be the environment, it could be the social, or it could be humans impacting them as well. So clearly, as long as you design the study in a way which has in this case, where there are no humans and you see the burrowing duration, and then there are places where there are lots of humans walking past and the crab is trying to make a burrow, then you can make the comparative difference and then be able to tell something as well. So it's not like we can go and ask the crab what it's doing, but we can sort of infer the decisions that they are making, which is environmental, social, and human induced as well. Sorry, if we can talk later if that was not clear. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Harish Prakash sir.
Thank you,
very
sir.
Nice presentation. Thank you so much.
So now technical sessions second will start, and I invite Karthik NJ. And Karthik NJ will be presenting on breeding ecology and conservation significance of river tern colonies in Bhadra Reservoir. So you'll be given 3 minutes for presentation and 1 minute for interaction. Mr. Karthik.
Good evening, one and all. So now I'd like to present my paper on breeding ecology and conservation significance of river terns colonies in Bhadra Reservoir, Karnataka. So where we are working from past 4 years. So my theme is all about like conservation, like how the researchers, like how the guys like us can involve and help for the conservation of the species, like how our small works can contribute to the conservation of the entire species. So this is my study area, like river terns. So this is sorry. So river terns is an inland water bird. You can see them near like large reservoir water bodies, lakes. So the term river tern come from they can be seen only near the freshwater ecosystems. So about this species, it's a medium-sized water bird recognized by grey plumage, black color cap, and bright yellow beak. So they are the ground nesting birds. So and feeding is like they are the plunge divers. They won't dive into the water. They'll be picking up the fish from the upper water level. So breeding season and timings. So basically we are talking about breeding ecology, right? So breeding season, it starts from January. So they'll be congregating, they will start congregating in the Bhadra Reservoir. And in February, the full congregation established and the courtship and pair bonding starts. And from April, the nesting begins. So maximum nesting establishes in the month of March, by the end of March and April. And by the starting of May, you can start seeing the chicks. So now it's a good season to see the chicks in Bhadra Reservoir. So this is my study area. So these are the 3 islands. I'll be a bit faster. So these are the 3 islands what I am talking about. So we are working on these 3 islands. So seasonal nesting pattern and water level dependency. So as I was telling, so they are the island nesting birds. So the islands opens up only when the water level goes below 165 feet. So the dependency of them by maintaining the water level is very much important for them to breed. So objectives of my study is like breeding population density, nesting ecology and clutching characteristics, and feeding ecology and threats and conservation issues what the birds are facing in Bhadra Reservoir. So field methodologies, we are used a grid mapping method and also field observations. We are also used a flagging method, and we have also done one thing like which is the first time in Karnataka, that is ringing and ringing. So these are the work what we are doing. We have used a camera traps, flagging. So terns, whatever the terns we have observed in Karnataka or in Bhadra Reservoir is river tern, white-winged tern, whisker tern, gull-bill tern, little tern. These are the 5 terns what we have observed in Bhadra Reservoir. So nesting distribution, as I was telling. So there are 3 islands. Island 3 tops the highest number of nests, that is 820 nest, which is the highest recorded breeding density in the world. So our study also confirms that this is the largest breeding site in the world. And island 1 account 272 nests, that is 21%. Island 2 has least, that is 166. There are reasons because why the numbers has gone down from island 3 to island 1, because the habitat changes and the vegetation also matters and the topography of that habitat. So we have also used a aerial nest method. There is a software called .goose. We have taken a photograph from drones and we have analyzed that. So there is an island nesting success rate is island 1 has 60% of success, island 2 has 58% and island 3 is 72%. So breeding cycle and mating behavior. So one unique behavior which we have observed in this bird is the male bird will propose a female bird before getting into the mating behavior. The male should showcase that he is capable of taking care of the female and their chicks for the entire mating period. So males will offer a fish for the female. If female accepts the fish, that will go for a mating and the breeding continues. So these are the different nesting patterns and incubation what we have observed. So, and also I was talking about feeding ecology, right? So Selmastoma, which we call it as bilchi, that is a major species what this species feed upon. And threats to the birds, that is like human activities, birds of prey, ants, climate change. So these are the major threats of these birds. So, and we have also done something from our studies, like we have identified there is a threat because of human interventions and trampling by the mammals. So we have created a proactive trenches to isolate the nesting islands and habitat restoration through removal of invasive vegetation. And we have also done a ringing program, so which is the first time in entire Karnataka what we are doing over here. So we have ringed almost like 800 chicks, where we have resighted 25 of them this year. So which indicates there is a site fertility factor of these birds. They will come back to the same island again and again. So this indicates the conservation of these 3 islands is very much important. So these are the future action plans. So thank you. The time is up. Thank you. So if there is any questions.
So Mr. Karthik is available after this session also. You can ask questions. Okay, so we are running out of time. So I'll call upon now Kaushik PM. And we'll be talking on a complete of checklist of ACCREDITED in Coimbatore University and critical note on ACCREDITED per some mango plantation he has written. So, over to Kaushik.
Hello.
Perfect.
Good evening all. So today I am presenting my work on orchids checklist in Coimbatore University along with an adjacent mango plantations. Basically orchids belongs to a plant kingdom, Plantae, in the family Orchidaceae. So it is the second largest family in the angiosperms with about 31,000 species as per Plant of World Organization. So my methodology involves an opportunistic sightings within the 2 designated study areas. So first one is Coimbatore University, where over a period of 1 year, so I have marked all the orchids that are found, including terrestrial and epiphytic. Whereas in mango plantations, the large set of mango plantations, which was a kilometer away from the university, was selected because of huge density of orchids. And each number of the trees in each mango plantations was counted. So the entire mango plantation was split into 4 plots, divided by the man-made disturbances like layouts, arecanut plantations, and paddy fields. So what I done in mango plantation was I counted all the 115 plants and counted number of tree plants, especially the orchids that has been harbored in each trees. So overall result is that in 2 areas, including we got 12 species of orchids, out of which 4 were terrestrials. Those terrestrial orchids are only found in the university campus, while all the orchids that are found in the mango plantations was epiphytics. So this mainly because the porophytic relations where mango plants majorly supported the epiphytes, whereas the litter mass of mango plantation was mainly Mimosa pudica and there was not much moisture supporting the ground. So this might have deterred the growth of terrestrial orchids in mango plantation, whereas in Whereas in campus, there was a true litter masses with sufficient amount of water that supported the fungus to grow. So the fungus are very important because they are non-endospermous seeds. The orchids produce non-endospermous seeds where they can't provide sufficient nutrition for the young plants for germinations. For this purpose, they depend upon the fungal infections only when they can germinate. So in conclusion, so orchids are considered as bioindicators with high diversity across the world with over 31,000 species. So they are highly adaptable and they go repeated evolutions. So overall in current study, we found 12 species of orchids. In that the major update is that the presence of orchid tit. So this orchid tit is a butterfly under Lycaenidae family which only breeds in orchids. So in the study what we observed was 3 species were commonly observed as a host plant, but for our study we got one more orchid which act as a host plant, that is Aradis rangens. And orchid tit is basically common in northeast India while it is rare in case of South India. So we have 2 reports, one in Dakshin Kannada and also in Coorg. But apart from that, getting in a deciduous region, it is slightly difficult. So thank you.
Thank you, Kaushik, for your wonderful presentation. So, okay, thank you very much. And now I'll call upon the next speaker, Pavan Mohan Rao. So, his talk will be on diversity of odonates in Sandur Forest, Bellary.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I am Pavan Mohan Rao, research scholar from VSK University Bellary. I am working under supervision of Professor Shishkant H. Majge sir. Today's my presentation topic is diversity of odonates in Sandur Forest, Bellary district, Karnataka. See, these are my contents. The diversity of odonates in whole world, it is around more than 6,500 species. Still, day by day, the number is increasing. As of now, according to Paulson to 2021, there are 6,335 species are there. So the endemism in India, that is mostly in the Western Ghat part of India, Western Ghat, mostly southern part of Western Ghats. Apart from the southern part of Western Ghats, we have endemism in Eastern Himalayas, Western Himalayas, as well as Andaman and Nicobar Islands also. And highest diversity, endemic diversities found in Western Ghat part of India, that is 176 species according to the Subramanian. And these insects belongs to the order Odonata of flying insects, divided into 3 suborders, mainly Zygoptera. Zygoptera means damselflies, Anisoptera, that is dragonflies, and Isozygoptera. So as of now, we have only 2 suborders, Zygoptera and Anisoptera, and Anisoptera is a living fossil. Odonates serve as an umbrella species in biodiversity conservation. If we could survive protect the odonates, we could protect other species of faunas also. And odonates, mainly they are found in the freshwater habitats. So if you see the evolutionary history of odonates, they evolved over 300 million years ago in the Carboniferous era. So they have some unique physical features, like they have elongated bodies and large eyes. And they are the habitat specialists. They are known as indicator species. They indicate the ecosystem health, especially freshwater ecosystem. And ecological, they have an ecological role. They play as predators, and they help in the habitat specificity. This is my study area. I'm working in Bellary district. of Sandur forest area. This is my study area. And methodology, we have used transact line and direct count methods. We have taken a visual photographs by using digital cameras, and the result of the present study shows that there are total 26 species we found in the Sandur forest area. So there are mainly the highest numbers of species found in the family Libulidae. So apart from that Libulidae, we have found Congurunidae with 7 species and Libulidae with 13 species. This is a family-wise chart graph shows that Libulidae has the highest numbers, and next family is Congurunidae. And we have most of the species belongs to least concern, and majority of them are very common, and next is common and occasional and rare. This study is the first attempt to make a checklist of odonates from the Sandur forest area. The present study is to undertake the evaluate the status and diversity of odonates in order to understand the nature of their assemblage, because these are very specific in habitats. If the freshwater habitats are deteriorated, they will not going to survive. So that's why they are known as indicator species as well as habitat specialists. These are the references. Thank you for the organizers for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Pawan, for your presentation. Okay, next presenter will be Hitesh ND. So topic will be patterns of mortality in captive zoo animals, a retrospective analysis of causes, seasonality.
Good evening, respected chairpersons, distinguished scientists, faculty members, researchers and participants. I am Hitesh, a research scholar under the guidance of Dr. Veeresh Sir in the Department of Environmental Science, Davangere University. I am presenting our study on patterns of mortality in captive zoo animals, a retrospective analysis of causes, seasonality and taxa. So when we think about zoo, we think about conservation, success, endangered species recovery, and public awareness. But behind every captive animal, there lies one reality that's rarely discussed, that is mortality. Mortality does not represent only a loss of an animal. It also represents a biological signal, a management challenge, and sometimes even conservation warning. Over the past 5 years, we analyzed mortality events from 2020 to 2025 in order to answer one central question, that is, are mortality patterns random or do they reveal deeper ecological and conservation linked trends within captive wildlife populations? And the objectives were, firstly, to assess the mortality distribution across mammals, reptiles and birds. Secondly, to evaluate major causes of mortality and their taxonomic variation. Thirdly, to analyze temporal, seasonal, demographic and conservation related mortality patterns. And lastly, to identify statistically significant associations between mortality variables. And the materials and methods used in this study were a retrospective observation study was conducted from the year 2020 to 2025, and a total mortality records analyzed were 771 records, and which belong to the taxonomic group class mammals, reptiles and birds. And each mortality events were given the variables, cause of mortality, sex, season, IUCN status and Wildlife Protection Act 1972 schedule. And the statistical analysis was done using JAS software, using the Pearson's chi-squared test of independence and Karmar's V strength of association to check the Pearson's test of independence effect size. So our analysis found that mammals accounted for the highest mortality rates, that is 355 mortality events, followed by reptiles where 286 reptiles were died, and birds were accounted for 130 mortality events. And when we check about the mortality cause analysis, mammals were mostly prone to other environmental factors such as leopard predation, systematic pathological conditions, and enclosure related injuries, where reptiles were majorly affected by infectious diseases such as enteritis, pneumonia, and helminthiasis, and birds were similar to mammals where they experience predator attacks and trauma inside the enclosure. And the Pearson's test indicates that the results are statistically significant with moderate effect size. And sex-wise analysis indicated that there were not much of difference between the mammals and birds, but reptiles were dominant. In reptiles, the females were little dominative. Around 60% of deaths were due to of the females. But the sex-based association with the mortality causes were statistically significant, but the effect size were weak. And temporal and season analysis shows that mortality peaked during the monsoon season across all taxonomic classes, and mammals recorded for the highest annual mortality during the year 2021, that is 67 events, and reptiles showed elevated mortality during post-monsoon and winter periods. Infectious causes were more frequent during the monsoon and pre-monsoon seasons, and the Pearson's chi-square test had a statistically significant value, but the effect size were very weak. And conservation analysis revealed that mammals and mortality were predominantly observed in Schedule 3 species and least concern species. Reptiles shows higher mortality among vulnerable and endangered species, and birds were largely concentrated in least concern and exotic species. Here also the statistical significance was low, and also the effect size were low. And the conclusion is distinct taxonomic variation mortality causes were observed among 3 classes. Reptiles were predominantly affected by infectious diseases, particularly enteritis and pneumonia. Degenerative, nutritional, and unknown causes contributed comparatively smaller proportions. Temporal and season analysis demonstrated that mortality peaked during the monsoon season across all taxonomic classes. Demographic analysis indicated that balanced mortality between males and females in mammals and birds, whereas reptiles showed female biased mortality. So I would like to end on a note by Jane Goodall. Only if we understand can we care. Only if we care we will help, and only if we help we will be saved. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Hitesh. Okay, so if there are no questions, we'll wind up this technical session too.
I would like to thank my guide, Dr. Viresh Sir, Department of Studies, Environmental Science, Davangere University, Kumpu University, Department of Wildlife and Management, and the Banagatta Biological Park, and all the staff members who are part of the study. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Department of Wildlife and Management to felicitate the chairperson and co-chairperson of the session. Thank you, sir. With this, we are concluding the technical session for this day. Hope it is filled with the insightful discussions, innovative ideas, and meaningful exchanges. Thank you all the speakers, researchers, delegates, and participants for making today's session truly enriching. We now invite you all to unwind and enjoy the cultural program prepared for this evening. Kindly join us and be a part of this celebration. The cultural programs will start at 7 p.m. Thank you all.
talent and tradition. I would like to welcome you all to this cultural evening of our national conference. Every movement has a meaning and every beat tells a tale. This performance takes us back to the roots of our Indian culture, where legend meets the art. Please welcome Miss Viksha as she performs Bharatanatyam.
माणिक्यवीणाम् उपलालयन्ती माणिक्यवीणाम् उपलालयन्ती मदालसा मंजुळ वाग्विलासा मदालसा मंजुळ वाग्विलासा माहेन्द्र नीलद्युति कोमलांगी कोमलांगी मातंग कन्या मनसा स्मरामि मातंग कन्या मनसा स्मरामि जय शारदे वागीश्वरी बुद्धि कन्यके विद्याधरी 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 जय शारदे कांति तुझी मुख रम्य शारद चंद्रमा उजले तुझ्या हास्यातुनी चारी योगांची पौर्णिमा ज्योत्स्ने परी कांती तुझी मुख रम्य शारद चंद्रमा उजळे तुझ्या हास्यातुनी चारी युगांची पौर्णिमा तो किटतकी तुझिया कृपेचे सांगणे नित वर्ष दे आमच्या शिरी
तुझिया कृपेचे चांदणे नित वर्षू दे आमच्या शिरी वागीश्वरी विद्याधरी
तक तरिकिट दिक्कुन तक तरिकिट तक तरिकिट तक तक्कुंत जे जे किट तक तक्कुन तक तरिकिट दिक्कुन तक तरिकिट तक तरिकिट तक तक्कुंत जे जे किट तक तक्कता तदिक्किता तदक्क दिक्कि वीणे भरी फिरता तुझी चतुरा कलामय अंगुली संगीत जन्मायेण वे जडता मतीची भंगळी
वीणेवरी फिरता तुझी चतुरा कलामय अंगुली संगीत जन्माये नवे जडता मतीची भंगली वीणेवरी फिरता तुझी चतुरा कलामय अंगुली संगीत जन्माये नवे जडता मतीची भंगली
तो किटतकी तो किटतकी उन्मेष कल्पतरुवरी बगरून आल्या मंजिरी
उन्मेष कल्पतरुवरी बहरून आल्या मंजिरी वागीश्वरी विद्याधरी वागीश्वरी विद्याधरी
जन्नक्कु जनकिटकिटतकी किन्नक्कु किन्नत्तां किन्नक्कु किटतरि किटतक जन्नक्कु दिन्नत्तां जन्नक्कु जनकिटकिटतकी किन्नक्कु किन्नत्तां किन्नक्कु किटतरि किटतक जन्नक्कु दिन्नत्तां जे किट तरि किटतक जे किटतरि किटतक जे किट तरि किटतक जे किट तरि किटतक जे किट तरि किटतक जे किटतक कोदिक्कोतक चित्त तुम किटकिटतकिडं अंगी अंगी किटतकतां दिक्कित्तां
Wow, what a captivating performance. The poetry and footsteps and the energy was simply mesmerizing. And now get ready to witness poetry in motion. This next dance is not just a movement, it's a story passed down through the generation. Next, I would like to welcome Sudeep and the team on the dais, please.
ತುಂಗೆಯ ಒಡಲು ಹಸಿರಿನ ಹೊದಿಕೆ ಹೊತ್ತ ಭೂಮಾತೆಯ ಮಡಿಲು ಕಿಷ್ಕಿಂದೆ ವಾನರ ರಾಜ್ಯವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಪಕ್ಷಿಯ ಮಧುರನಾದ, ತುಂಗಿಯ ಜುಳುಜುಳು, ಕಲರವಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಅಂಜನಾದೇವಿಯ ಭಕ್ತಿ, ವಾಯುದೇವನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ಧರೆಗಿಳಿದ ಕಪಿವೀರ, ಪವನ ಸುತ, ಅಂಜನಿ ಪುತ್ರ ಹನುಮಂತ.
ಜಯ 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 ಹನುಮ ಉಚಾರೆ ಲಂಕಾಚಾರಿ ಅಸುರ ಸಂಹಾರೆ ಜೋ ಹನುಮಾನ್ ಕಿ ಆರತಿ गावे बसी वैकुंठ परम पद पावे. श्री आंजनेयं प्रसन्नांजनेयं श्रीरामदूतं महाकाय वीरं ನಡೆಯಲಿ ಅಸುರರ ಎದುರಿಸು ಗಗನ ವಿಚರುಗಲಿ ಗಣಗಣ ನಡುಗಿಸು ಧರ್ಮ ಉಳಿಸೋ ಸತ್ಯ ಮೆರೆಸೋ ವಜ್ರದೇಹಿ ಬಾರೋ ಜೈ 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 ಬಜರಂಗಿ ಜೈ ಹನುಮಲ ಲಾಠಿ ಜೈ 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 ಬಜರಂಗಿ ತಲನ ರಘುನಾಥ ಕಲಾಟಿ ಜೈ 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 ಬಜರಂಗಿ
ಏಕಪತ್ನಿ ವ್ರತಸ್ಥನಾದ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರನು ಶೂರ್ಪನಖಿಯ ವಿವಾಹವನ್ನು ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಮಾತಿನ ಚಕಮಕಿಯಾಗಿ ಉದ್ರಿಕ್ತನಾದ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಶೂರ್ಪನಖಿಯ ಮೂಗು ಕಿವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕತ್ತರಿಸಿದನು. ಕೋಪಗೊಂಡ ಆಕೆ ರಾವಣನಲ್ಲಿ ದೂರು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲದೆ ಸೇಡು ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಸೀತೆಯ ಅಗಾಧ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯವನ್ನು ವರ್ಣಿಸಿ ರಾವಣನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸುತ್ತಾಳೆ. ಅವಳ ಕಟ್ಟುಕತೆಗೆ ಬಲಿಬಿದ್ದ ರಾವಣ ಚಿನ್ನದ ಮಾಯಾಜಿಂಕೆಯನ್ನು ಪಂಚವಟಿಯ ಅರಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರು ಅದನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿಯಲು ಹೋದಾಗ ತಾನು ಭಿಕ್ಷುಕನ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಒಂಟಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಸೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಅಪಹರಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೀತೆಯ ಅಪಹರಣವಾದಾಗ ರಾಮಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರು ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀತೆಗಾಗಿ ಹುಡುಕಾಟದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರು. ಅದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತ ವಾಲಿಸುಗ್ರೀವರು ಆಸ್ತಿಗಾಗಿ ಜಗಳವಾಡಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದು ಹನುಮಂತನಿದ್ದ ಅಂಜನಾದ್ರಿಯ ಸಮೀಪದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಲಿಗೆ ಹೆದರಿದ ಸುಗ್ರೀವ ಅಡಗಿ ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ದ. ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರನ್ನು ಕಂಡ ಸುಗ್ರೀವ, ವಾಲಿಯ ಜನ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೊಲ್ಲಲು ಬರುತ್ತಿರಬಹುದೆಂಬ ಭಯದಿಂದ ಹನುಮನಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ಇಂಗಿತವನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ರಾಮ ಭಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಲ್ಲೀನನಾಗಿದ್ದ ಹನುಮ ಸುಗ್ರೀವನಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡುವ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಚಾರಿ ರೂಪ ತಳೆದು ರಾಮಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವರಾರೆಂದು ತಿಳಿಯುತ್ತಾನೆ. ತಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ ಫಲಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಮ ಒಲಿದಿದ್ದಾನೆಂಬುದು ತಿಳಿದು ಹನುಮ ಸಂತಸ ಮುಗಿಲು ಮುಟ್ಟಿತು. ತಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಪರಮ ಭಕ್ತನೆಂದು ತನ್ನ ನಿಜರೂಪಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ಹನುಮ ರಾಮನ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪಡೆದು ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಲು ಹೊರಡುತ್ತಾನೆ.
ರಾಮಾಯ ರಾಮಭದ್ರಾಯ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರಾಯ ವೇದಸೇ ರಘುನಾಥಾಯ ನಾಥಾಯ ಸೀತಾಯ ಪತಯೇ ನಮಃ.
ರಾಮನಾಮ ಹಾಡಿರೋ ರಾಮ ಬರುವನು, ಅವನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹನುಮನು ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುವನು. ವಿಶ್ವರೂಪಿ ವಿಶ್ವವ್ಯಾಪಿ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರನು, ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾದರಿ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮನು. ವೇದ ವೇದಾಂತ ಓಂಕಾರ, ರಾಮನಾಮ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೂ ಸಂಚಾರ. ಹಾಡೋ ಹಾಡೋ ಜಯಕಾರ.
ಸಾವು ಬದುಕಿನ ನಡುವೆ ಹೋರಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣನ ಜೀವವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮದೂತನಾದ ಹನುಮಂತನು ದ್ರೋಣಗಿರಿ ಪರ್ವತಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿಯನ್ನರಸಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಅಪಾರ ಸಸ್ಯರಾಶಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಗಲಿಬಿಲಿಗೊಂಡು ಇದು ತುರ್ತು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿಯನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಾ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಇದು ಸೂಕ್ತ ಸಮಯವಲ್ಲ ಎಂದರಿತ ಹನುಮನು ತನ್ನಲ್ಲಿನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಎಂಬ ಅಗಾಧ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿ ಇಡೀ ಪರ್ವತವನ್ನೇ ಹೊತ್ತು ತಂದು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ.
ಸುವನ ಕೇಸರಿ ನಂದನ ತೇಜ ಪ್ರತಾಪ ಮಹಾಜಗವಂದನ ರಾಮದೂತ ಅತುಲಿತ ಬಲಧಾಮ ಅಂಜಲಿ ಪುತ್ರ ಪವನ ಸುತ ನಾಮ. ಸಾಚನಿ ಕಟನಿಯಾಮಿ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಜಗನಾಮ ಸಂಕಟ ಸೇವನ ಮಾತ ಚಲಾನ ಜನ ಭಜನ
A big round of applause, please. Thank you, team. Now let's move from rhythm to melody. Our next performance is ready to cast a spell on you with her voice. I would like to welcome Miss Prema on the stage, please. Thank you, Prema. Such a beautiful song it is. Ladies and gentlemen, prepared to be spellbound as our dancer take up the stage. I would like to welcome Miss Kirtana for her dance performance.
The girls like to party like the bad ones. Drop it down, shawty, let me bag some. The girls like to party like the bad ones. Drop it down, shawty, let me bag some. The girls दुनिया दी सुने दी ना बहरी जवानी मस्ती च मस्ताई जहरी जवानी दुनिया दी सुने दी ना बहरी जवानी मस्ती च मस्ताई जहरी जवानी रातों के इरादे से क्या बचना मैंने तो तेरे नाल नचना 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 क्यों लम्हे खराब करे आ गलती बेहिसाब करे दो पल की जो नींद उड़ी आ पूरे सारे ख्वाब करे क्या करने हैं उम्रों के वादे ये जो रहते हैं रहने दे आने सुबह तक मांगे मेरी बात तू ऐसे जोर से नाची आज के घुंघरू നിന്ന കുഴി കണ്ടപ്പോ അടിവായിട്ടിന് മഞ്ഞുള്ള രാത്രി എന്റെ ചിരിയത് കണ്ടപ്പോ അയ്യോ നെഞ്ചിലൊരാതി കരിമിഴിയുള്ള കളവാണി കൂന്തല് കണ്ടപ്പോ കണ്ണന്ന് ഉടക്കി ചിരിക്കല പെണ്ണെ കല്യാണി നിന്റെ പാറത്തെ പുള്ളി എന്നെ കൊടി നിന്റെ കണ്ണിലെ നിറം കണ്ട് കയ്യിലെ വള കണ്ട് കാലിലെ കൊലിച്ചിട്ട് എന്നെ കുടുക്കി അറയിലെ അരഞ്ഞാണ് മരക്കെട്ട് കിടക്കുമ്പോൾ എനിക്കെന്റെ മോഹങ്ങൾ അണപ്പെട്ട് ഒഴുകുമ്പോൾ നോക്കലെ നീ ഒരുത്തി നോട്ടത്തിൽ മുന കൊണ്ട് ചങ്കത് പടക്കണ് നോക്കലെ നീ ഒരുത്തി नाचे है ज़माना लड़कों की उंगली पे नाचे है ज़माना सुन के ये फंडा है कुड़ियों को बताना लुटे नहीं लुट जाए जीते नहीं बच जाए बुढ़िया है जेबों में रख ले बुढ़िया नु ठग ले बुढ़िया नु ठग ले बुढ़िया नु ठग ले ठगले 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 बुढ़िया नु ठगले बुढ़िया नु ठगले बुढ़िया नु ठगले 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 ठगले
Thank you, Kirtana. It is such a beautiful dance. Now we have Dr. Sujay Raj from Jain University, who will be entertaining us through a melodious song.
data. Hello, check.
ಆಕಾಶ ದೀಪವು ನೀನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು. ಆಕಾಶ ದೀಪವು ನೀನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು. ಆ ನೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿತವೇನು, ಮರೆಯಾದಾಗ ನೋವೇನು. ಆಕಾಶ ದೀಪವು ನೀನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು. ಕಂಡಂತೆ ಕುಣಿತು ಮನವು, ಹೂವಾಗಿ ಅರಳಿತು ತನುವು. ಕಂಡಂತೆ ಕುಣಿತು ಮನವು, ಹೂವಾಗಿ ಅರಳಿತು ತನುವು. ಹೃದಯದ ವೀಣೆಯನು ಹಿತವಾಗಿ ನುಡಿಸುತ್ತಲೀ, ಆನಂದ ತುಂಬಲು ನೀನು ನಾನರಿತೆನು. ಆಕಾಶ ದೀಪವು ನೀನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು. ಅನುರಾಗ ಮೂಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೂರಾರು ಬಯಕೆಯ ಮಾಲೆ. ಅನುರಾಗ ಮೂಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೂರಾರು ಬಯಕೆಯ ಮಾಲೆ. ಹೃದಯವು ಧರಿಸಿದೆ, ಈ ಜೀವ ಸೋಲುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಸಂಗಾತಿಯಾದರೆ ನೀನು ನಾ ಉಳಿದೆನು. ಆಕಾಶ ದೀಪವು ನೀನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು. ಆ ನೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿತವೇನು, ನೆರೆಯಾದಾಗ ನೋವೇನು. ಆಕಾಶ ದೀಪವು ನೀನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷವೇನು.
ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಗಾಯನ ಸರ್. ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಸುಜಯ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಫೋರೆನ್ಸಿಕ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಜೈನ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಇವರು ಹುರುಪ್ ನೋಡಿ ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಾನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಹಾಡಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದೀನಿ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ಲಾಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಏಜ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ಸರ್, ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಗಾನ ಸುದೆ, ಬಹಳ ಹಿತವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ವಯಸ್ಸನ್ನೋದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎ ನಂಬರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೆ. ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು.
Thank you, sir. Let's fill the arena with a thunderous applause. Let's welcome Ananya and the team on the dais, please.
ತುಂಗೆಯ ಒಡಲು ಹಸಿರಿನ ಬದುಕಿನ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮದು.
शिव शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर दिगिरारा प्रिय भक्त शंकर प्रकट शुभंकर प्रणय भयंकर दिगिरारा शिव शिव शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर दिगिरारा प्रिय भक्त शंकर प्रकट शुभंकर प्रणय भयंकर दिगिरारा ओम परमेश्वर पर ओम निखिलेश्वर ओम जीवेश्वरेश्वर कनरा ओम मंत्रेश्वर
ಶಂಕರ ಶಶಿಧರ ಗಜ ಚರ್ಮಾಂಬರ ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಹರನೇ ಸುಂದರ ಸ್ಮರಹರ ಗೌರಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಜಯ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನೇ ಶಂಕರ ಶಶಿಧರ ಗಜ ಚರ್ಮಾಂಬರ ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಹರನೇ ಸುಂದರ ಸ್ಮರಹರ ಗೌರಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಜಯ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನೇ ಜಯ ಜಯ ಶಂಕರನೇ ಜಯ ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರನೇ ಜಯ ಜಯ ಶಂಕರನೇ ಜಯ ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರನೇ
A big round of applause, please. Thank you for the breathtaking performance. Up next, I would like to welcome Mr. Parshottam to sing a song for us.
ಬಂಡಲ್ ಬಡಾಯಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಬಿಡುವನು ಕಂಬಿಲ್ದ ರೈಲು ವಾರೆವ ಬಂಡಲ್ ಬಡಾಯಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಬಿಡುವನು ಕಂಬಿಲ್ದ ರೈಲು ವಾರೆವ ಅಮೇರಿಕಾದವನು ಹೋಗಿದಂತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಮ್ಮೇನು ಆಗ್ತೈತಂತೆ ಒಟ್ನಲ್ಲವನೊಬ್ಬ ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಕಂತೆ ಬಂಡಲ್ ಬಡಾಯಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಬಿಡುವನು ಕಂಬಿಲ್ದ ರೈಲು ವಾರೆವ ಸಿಂಗಪೂರ್ ಓದುವುದು ಕುಂದಪೂರ್ ಹೇಳುವುದು ಸಿಂಗಪೂರ್ ಓದುವುದು ಕುಂದಪೂರ್ ಕುಡಿಯೋ ಚರ ಸೇದಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಭದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳೋದು ವಿಸ್ಕಿ ಬ್ರಾಂಡಿ ಬಂಡಲ್ ಬಡಾಯಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಬಿಡುವನು ಕಂಬಿಲ್ದ ರೈಲು ವಾರೆವ
Come on, everybody. Can you all join your hands with me? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
ಬರೀ ಬಂಡಲ್ ಕಾಣೋ ಬರೀ ಕಿಂಡಲ್ ಕಾಣೋ ಬರೀ ಓಳು ಕಾಣೋ ಬರೀ ಗೋಳು ಕಾಣೋ ಮಲಗೋದು ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡು ಹೇಳುವುದು ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡು ಮಲಗುವುದು ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹೇಳುವುದು ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡು ಹೇಳುವುದು ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾದೇವ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಗಿರೋದು ವಾಚ್ಮ್ಯಾನು ಕಂಡಲ್ ಬಾಡಾಯಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಬಿಡುವನು ಕಂಬಿಲ್ತ ರೈಲು ವಾರವ ತಿನ್ನುವುದು ಬಟ್ಟಾಣಿ ಹೇಳುವುದು ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ತಿನ್ನುವುದು ಬಟ್ಟಾಣಿ ಹೇಳುವುದು ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೇನು ಮಾದೇವ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏರೋದು ತೊಟ್ಟಿ ಮ್ಯಾನು ಕಂಡಲ್ ಕಾಡಾಯಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಬಿಡುವನು ಕಂಬಿಲ್ತ ರೈಲು ಹರವ ಅಮೇರಿಕೆಗವನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಂತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಮ್ಮೇನು ಆತೈತಂತೆ ಒಟ್ನಲ್ಲವನೊಬ್ಬ ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಕಂತೆ ಕಂಡಲ್ ಕಾಡಾಯಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಬಿಡುವನು ಕಂಬಿಲ್ತ ರೈಲು ಹರವ
Thank you so much. Are you ready for some more energy? Let's bring the stage to life. Please welcome Mr. Sudeep on the stage, please.
ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ರಮಣಾಯ ನಿನಗೆ ನಮೋ ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ರಮಣಾಯ ನಿನಗೆ ಸುಂದರ ಸುಂದರ ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಗಜ ಚರ್ಮ ಬರಧರ ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಗಜ ಚರ್ಮ ಬರಧರ ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ರಮಣಾನಿಗೆ ಜಾತಮ ಪದನಂ ಗಂಗಾ ಚಂದ್ರ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊರಳಲಿ ಬಸಿದರು ಆಚವು ಧರಿಸಿದ ಪರಮ ವೈಷ್ಣವರು ಗರುಡ ಗಮನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ಪ್ರಾಣಪ್ರಿಯವು ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ರಮಣನಿಗೆ
ಮಾದೇವ ನಗು ಮರಮ್ಯಾಲೇರಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡು ಮಾದೇವ ಈ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಸಾಕು ನೀ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರು ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾರಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಬರಿ ಮಾತಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಜಗ್ಗಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು ಮಾದಯ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು ಎದ್ದು ಕುಣೀರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕುಣೀರು ನಮ್ಮು ಮಾದಯ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು. ಕಾಡೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬೈತೆ ಗಂಧ ಕಾವೇರಿ ಹರಿದೈತೆ ಏನ್ ಚಂದ ತುನಿಗ್ಯಾವ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ತಂದ್ಯಾವ ಗುಟ್ಟು ನಲಿಜಾವೋ ನವಿಲು ನುಲಿಜಾವೋ ನಾಗ ಕೊಡುವಾಗ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನು ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಶಿವ ಅವನು ಒಲಿದರೆ ಕೊರಡು ಕೊನರೆ ಬಂಗಾರ ಬಾಳಪ್ಪ ಅಕ್ಕರೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂದವನಿ ಮಾದೇವ ಏಳು ಮಲೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೇರಿ ಕುಂತ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ದೇವ ನಗು ಮಲೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೇರಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡು ಮಾದೇವ ಈ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಸಾಕು ನೀ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರು ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಾಳಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಬರಿ ಮಾದಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಜಗಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು ನಮ್ಮು ಮಾದಯ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು ಎದ್ದು ಕುಣೀರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕುಣೀರು ನಮ್ಮು ಮಾದಯ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು.
Thank you so much, Sudeep, for a breathtaking performance. Is the energy is high here? I don't think so. We are about to turn the volume up. Let's get your hands together and your spirits high for an explosive performance by our girls. I would like to welcome Spurti and the team on the dais, please.
చణు తది గిడ చణు తరి గిట తదరిన తది దీత ఆనందం తనవని తలపుగ ఎదలను కలుపగ మొదలిక మొదలిక మల్లిగీత
Thank you.
ನೀನೆ ಅಂತ ಅಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ನೋಡಿ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಹುಡುಗಿ ನೋಡಿ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಹುಡುಗಿ ನೋಡಿ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಹುಡುಗಿ ನೋಡಿ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ
ಬಾಳ ಬಂಗಾರ ನೀನು ಹಳೆಯ ಸಿಂಗಾರ ನೀನು ನಿನ್ನ ಕೈಯಾಡೋ ಬೊಂಬೆ ನಾನಯ್ಯ ನಾನಯ್ಯ ಬೊಂಬೆ ನಾನಯ್ಯ ತಾರೋ ತಂದಾನ ತಾರೋ ತಾರೋ ತಂದಾನ ತಾರೋ ತಾರೋ ತಂದಾನ ತಾರೋ ತಾರೋ ತಂದಾನ ತಾರೋ ನಾನಯ್ಯ ಬೊಂಬೆ ನಾನಯ್ಯ.
Cheers! ಮಸ್ತ್ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಬಂದ್ಲು ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ದೋಸ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಅಷ್ಟು ಅಂದ್ರು ಸುಸ್ತುವಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತು ಬಿದ್ದೆ
Thank you so much, girls. And now, to shake up the stage, let's welcome Miss Nirupama to present her dance. Okay. Sorry guys. Up next is a performance that promises to get your feet tapping and your hearts moving. Please welcome Miss Prema on the stage, please.
विजयाडी झुडल नचाई रे नंगरी माहू सेरी रे
रंगीलो मारा रंगीला मारा
Thank you, Prema, for a colorful performance. I would like to welcome Miss Nirupama on the stage, please.
झिलका झिलका रे झिलका 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 रे झिलका झिलका रे झिलका रे झिलका रे झिलका झिलका रे झिलका झिलका रे शबनम जैसी लड़की तेरी दिल की खिड़की ये हाड़ नंद तेरी शाम से सुबह काजल जले आयो मुझे नाचने दो शाम से सुबह अरे नादा बाबिनोदा नलिबानो नानेला झिलका झिलका रे झिलका 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 रे झिलका झिलका रे झिलका
ನಾಂಬುಗಳು ಪಂಚೆ ತುಂಬಿಗಳು ಮುಲ್ಲ ಮಲ ಮಣಿ ಚೆಂಡುಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮಣಿ ಚುಂಡುಗಳು ತೆಂಗಿನ ತೆತ್ತುವ ಬಂಡುಗಳು ತುಂಗಿನ ತುಂಡುಗಳು అరటికోసారి ఎరటికోసారి పదటికోసారి పడుకుంటే ఒకసారి మెట్టుకుంటే ఒకసారి ఎక్కడితో సత్తా కూర్చుంటే ఒకసారి ఏళ్ళతో కుట్టుంటే ఒకసారి కాళ్ళతో కుట్టుంటే ఒకసారి నువ్వు పొందనట్టు ప్రతి ఒక్కసారి వచ్చుండాయి ఫీలింగ్స్ వచ్చి వచ్చి చంపేస్తుండాయి ఫీలింగ్స్ వచ్చుండాయి ఫీలింగ్స్ వచ్చి చంపేస్తుండాయి
What an energetic performance. Thank you, Nirupama. It feels incomplete without a duet song, isn't it? I would like to welcome Mr. Purushottam and Prema on the stage, please, to perform their duet song.
ಚೆಲುವೆ ಒಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಹೃದಯ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಆಸೆ ಹೇಳಲೇನು ಮುದ್ದಾದ ಗೊಂಬೆ ನೀನು ಮುತ್ತಂತ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ನೀನು ನಿನಗೆ ಜೋಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲವೇನು
ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಹೇಳೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ ನಿಜವಾದ ಗಂಡೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನೀನು ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಕದಿಯೋ ನೀನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಅಲ್ಲವೇನೋ
ನಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಗೆಲ್ಲು ಹಣವನ್ನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಮನಸ ಕದಿರು 7 ಜನ್ಮ ಕಾಯ್ತೀನಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಗಾಗಿ ಲೋಕವನ್ನೇ ಜಯಿಸಬಲ್ಲೆ ನಾ ಚೆಲುವೆ ಒಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯ
ನಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಹೇಳೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಮುಂದೇನ್ ಗತಿ
ಸೌರ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲದವರನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಲು
ಹೌದಾ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಇನ್ನೇನ್ ಗತಿ
ವೀರನಂತ ಶೂರನಂತ ಪ್ರೇಮಿ ನನ್ನವನು ನಿನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಮನ್ನವನು
ಚೆಲುವೆ ಒಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯ ನಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಹೃದಯ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯ
ನಿಜವಾದ ಗಂಡೆಯಾದ್ರೆ ನೀನು ಹೆಣ್ಣನ್ನ ಗೆಲ್ಲೋ ನೀನು ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಕದಿಯೋ ನೀನು ಆ ನೀನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲವೇನು
ಭಾಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಗಾಯನ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಡ್ಯುಯೆಟ್ ಸಾಂಗ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಪುರುಷೋತ್ತಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೇಮ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ, ಜ್ಞಾನಧಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂಜೆ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತಹ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ದಿನ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸುಸೂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅನ್ಕಂಡೀಷನಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಝುವಾಲಜಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟಿನ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಸರ್, ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಯಾಲಜಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿನ ಬಿ ತಿಪ್ಪೇಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೂ NB ತಿಪ್ಪೇಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತಹ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು. ಝುವಾಲಜಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಯಾಲಜಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್, ನಾನ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಮೋಘವಾದಂತಹ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಾಳೆ ಕೂಡ ಹೀಗೆ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಇದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಡಿನ್ನರ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಪ್ಪದೆ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿನಂತಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಡೇ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್.
ಅನ್ನೂತ ಕಾಡಾಗೆ ಹುಡುಗಿಟ್ಟು ಮಳಗ್ಯಾನೋ ಹೇ ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಕರಿ ಹೈದ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲೆದಾನೋ, ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಕರಿ ಹೈದ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲೆದಾನೋ, ಅಲಿಯುತ್ತ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹುಲಿಯೊಂದ ಕಂಡಾನೋ. ಹುಲಿರಾಯ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಧೀರಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯೂತ, ಹುಲಿರಾಯ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಧೀರಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯೂತ, ಎದುರಿಲಿ ಹೈದನ್ನ ಜಗ್ಗಂತ ನೋಡ್ಯಾನೋ, ಜಗ್ಗಂತ ನೋಡೋತ ನಿಂತಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಂತಾನು, ಜಗ್ಗಂತ ನೋಡ